Hey guys, welcome to Harry Course. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if story. As you saw in today's title, what if Harry Potter was adopted by Doctor Strange and controlled the multiverse of magic? Every video is self-recorded, originally written and created for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy Tag Time Lesson or Powered Harry, subscribe. Now let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Fractured Timeline. The cupboard under the stairs had never felt smaller. Harry Potter pressed his back against the cold brick wall, knees drawn to his chest, fingers digging into his palms until crescent moons of white appeared on his skin. The darkness smelled of dust and polish and something older, something that had soaked into the wood grain over years of neglect. Spiderwebs draped the corners like forgotten curtains. 4 years old. That was what the Dursleys told him. 4 years old and already too much trouble, too much noise, too much existence in a house that wanted nothing more than to pretend he didn't exist. Happy birthday, freak. Dudley's voice echoed through the door, muffled by the wood but still sharp enough to cut. Harry had heard the party upstairs, the laughter, the wrapping paper tearing, the stomping of feet as Dudley's friends chased each other through rooms Harry was never allowed to enter. He'd smelled the cake when Aunt Petunia carried it past the cupboard door, vanilla and sugar and something warm that made his stomach clench with want. No cake for him, no presents, no happy birthday whispered from anyone who meant it. His parents were dead, that much he knew. Dead in a car crash, leaving him with relatives who reminded him of this failure every single day. If they hadn't died, we wouldn't be stuck with you. Uncle Vernon's words. Harry kept them in a small box inside his chest, next to all the other words that built the walls of his understanding. He was unwanted. He was strange. He was wrong. The tears came before he could stop them. Hot and silent, running down his cheeks and dripping onto his too large t-shirt. One of Dudley's cast-offs, gray and thin and smelling of the bin where Aunt Petunia kept the donations before she remembered they could just give it to Harry instead. No point wasting money on clothes for something that wasn't supposed to last. 4 years old. 4 years of this. Harry's hands uncurled. He stared at them in the darkness, barely able to make out the shape of his fingers. Sometimes, when he was very upset or very scared, strange things happened. The time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang chased him, he'd never figured out how. The time his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia sheared it off as punishment for breaking a plate. Small things. Unexplained things. Things that made the Dursleys look at him like he was something that needed to be crushed before it could spread. I want, Harry whispered to the darkness, to himself, to anyone who might be listening in the vast emptiness of his universe. I want someone to. The pressure built behind his eyes. Not tears this time, something else. Something that crackled at the edges of his vision like static electricity before a storm. His scar, the strange mark on his forehead that his aunt always covered with fringe, began to prickle with heat. To care. The words left his mouth and the world screamed. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The tear didn't start large. It began as a hairline fracture in the air before his eyes, a thin silver line that shimmered like heat rising off summer pavement. Harry stared at it, confusion overriding fear for a single heartbeat. Then the line widened, and the cupboard under the stairs ceased to exist. Not in the way that rooms normally ceased to exist when you left them. The space itself unraveled, peeling back like skin from a wound to reveal something beneath reality, colors that had no names, geometries that hurt to follow, depths that stretched forever in directions that shouldn't exist. Harry screamed. The sound disappeared into the void. The tear pulled at him, tugged at his clothes, his hair, his very self as if it wanted to unspool him the same way it had unspooled the cupboard. He grabbed for something, anything, but his fingers passed through the brick wall like it was made of smoke. Images flashed through the tear. Himself, older, standing in a castle with candles floating overhead. Himself, younger, crying in a crib while green light filled a room. Himself, different, scars in other places, eyes other colors, standing on worlds that had no names. All of him, all at once, every version that could exist and some that shouldn't. Asterisk. Harry's body convulsed. The pressure in his scar became agony, like someone driving a hot needle through his skull and into the meat of his brain. He tried to close his eyes but the images burned through his eyelids. He tried to cover his ears but the sounds, whispers in languages that predated humanity, screams that spanned dimensions, laughter that curdled sanity, came from inside his own head. The tear widened. reality bled. And 4,000 miles away, in a townhouse in New York City that existed in more spaces than it should, Dr. Stephen Strange looked up from his meditation and felt the universe scream. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The Sanctum Sanctorum existed in a state of constant, layered awareness. Its walls remembered every spell cast within them. Its artifacts whispered to each other in languages of power. Its very architecture breathed with the slow rhythm of dimensional stability, holding back the infinite chaos that pressed against reality from all sides. Stephen Strange had been the sorcerer supreme for long enough that these sensations had become background noise, the hum of a universe constantly in motion, constantly threatening to break, constantly needing to be held together by those with the will and wisdom to do so. But this was not background noise. This was a wound. Strange's eyes snapped open. The meditation chamber swirled around him, its walls shifting through geometric patterns that would have driven an ordinary mind to madness. He rose in a single fluid motion, the cloak of levitation draping itself across his shoulders before his feet touched the floor. "Something's wrong," he murmured. The cloak tugged at his neck, agreeing. Strange raised his hands. Golden light traced patterns in the air, spell circles, layered and complex, designed to read the dimensional stability of the surrounding world. They spun for a moment, gathering data, then shattered into fragments of dissipated magic. Not shattered from failure. Shattered from overload. What in the... He reached deeper. The Eye of Agamotto, no, the Time Stone, he corrected himself, though old habits died hard, pulsed against his chest. He didn't open it. Not yet. But he let its passive awareness filter through his consciousness, reading the flow of time like a river that had suddenly encountered a waterfall where none should exist. A fracture. A tear. A child's scream echoing across dimensions. Strange's face went pale beneath his beard. No. That's not possible. A mortal child couldn't. The cloak tugged again, more urgently. Strange moved. Dash dash dash. The streets of New York blurred past him as he traced the fracture's source. Not physically, he remained in the sanctum, his astral form stretching across space with the speed of thought. Below him, the city continued its oblivious existence, taxis honking, pedestrians hurrying, life flowing forward without any awareness that reality itself had just been cut. He followed the wound, across the Atlantic, over gray English suburbs, to a house on Privet Drive that radiated wrongness like a wound that had never healed. Strange paused in his astral flight, hovering outside the building. Even from here, he could feel it, layers of old magic, faded but potent, wrapped around this ordinary house like bandages around an infection. Protection spells. Blood wards. The kind of magic that hadn't been common for centuries, the kind that required sacrifice and love and absolute commitment. Who lived here? Who had warranted such protection? The tear screamed from inside. Strange abandoned caution and dove through the walls. Dash dash dash. The cupboard under the stairs no longer existed. In its place, a wound in reality gaped like a mouth frozen mid-scream. Colors bled from its edges, impossible hues that stained the air around them. And at its center, barely visible through the chaos, a child. Small. Dark-haired. 4 years old at most. His face twisted in agony, his body convulsing as dimensional forces tore through him like lightning through a wire. His forehead blazed with light, a scar, jagged and familiar, pulsing with energies Strange recognized but couldn't name. That scar. Asterisk. Strange had studied the dimensional disturbances of the last few decades. He knew about the Dark Lord who had terrorized Britain's magical community. He knew about the prophecy, the attack, the child who survived. He'd assumed the boy was safely hidden, protected by ancient magics, living a normal life until he was ready to enter whatever magical school awaited him. He hadn't expected this. Asterisk. The child's eyes met his. For a moment, a single, stretched moment that existed outside time, Strange saw everything that lived behind those green eyes. The loneliness, the pain, the desperate, aching need for someone, anyone, to see him. To care, to pull him out of the darkness and into light. Then the tear widened, and the child began to dissolve. No. Strange's hands moved before his mind caught up. Spell circles erupted from his fingers, containment spells, stabilization matrices, dimensional anchors layered so thick they formed a cage of pure golden light around the fracture. The cloak whipped forward, wrapping itself around the child's dissolving form, holding him together through sheer mystical will. The tear fought back. It wanted this child. Strange could feel it, not malevolence, not intelligence, but need. The tear was attracted to the boy like iron to magnet, drawn by something in his very essence that resonated with the spaces between realities. Harry screamed again. His scar blazed white-hot. And Strange understood. This child wasn't just a survivor of a killing curse. He was a nexus, a point where multiple realities converged, where dimensional boundaries thinned to nothing. The tear hadn't been created by accidental magic. It had been called by a boy whose very existence made reality tremble. "Hold on," Strange growled, pouring more power into his spells. "Hold on, child. I have you." The cloak tightened its grip. The tear resisted. And Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme, Master of the Mystic Arts, did something he had never done before. He stepped into the fracture after the boy. The space between realities had no name. It existed in the gaps, the spaces where dimensions brushed against each other without quite touching. Strange had visited it before, in controlled circumstances, with preparations and protections and a clear exit strategy mapped out in advance. This was none of those things. The moment his consciousness passed through the tear, everything changed. Gravity became suggestion. Time became fluid. The laws of physics, those gentle guidelines that kept ordinary reality from flying apart, became polite suggestions that reality had chosen to ignore. And through it all, the child. Floating. Unconscious now, his small body limp in the cloak's embrace. His scar still pulsed with light, but weaker now, as if the dimensional forces had exhausted something fundamental within him. Strange reached out. His fingers passed through the boy's shoulder. No. Phase misalignment. In this space, they existed on different dimensional frequencies. Strange could see the boy, could feel the warmth radiating from his small body, but couldn't touch him. Couldn't pull him back. The cloak tried. It wrapped itself more tightly around the child, but Strange could feel its grip weakening, the ancient relic struggling to maintain coherence in a space that rejected the very concept of physical form. Think, Strange. Think. He'd faced cosmic threats. Dimensional invaders. Dark magic that threatened to unmake reality. He'd outsmarted Dormammu, tricked the ancient entity into an eternity of recursive defeat. He was the Sorcerer Supreme, protector of this reality against all that sought to destroy it. He would not lose a child to a wound in space. He would not. Strange closed his eyes. In this place, sight meant nothing anyway. He reached past the visual, past the physical, into the fundamental connections that bound all things together. Every soul left traces in the dimensions it touched. Every life created ripples that extended beyond the boundaries of any single reality. The boy's ripples were enormous. Strange gasped as the full scope of it washed over him. This child wasn't just connected to multiple realities, he was anchored to them. Dozens of versions of this same soul, spread across timelines and dimensions, each one a variation on a theme. Some happy, some broken, some powerful beyond imagining, some extinguished before they could begin. And all of them, tied to this single point. The boy in the cupboard. The boy who had called out into the darkness, desperate for someone to care, and torn reality apart with the force of his need. Merlin, help me. Strange reached for the brightest thread, the one that connected this child to the reality he'd come from, and pulled. They emerged from the tear like swimmers breaching the surface of a frozen lake. Gasping, shaking, clinging to each other through instincts older than thought. The cupboard reformed around them, brick and wood and spiderwebs, ordinary and solid and real. The tier collapsed in on itself with a sound like breaking glass, leaving nothing behind but a faint shimmer in the air and the smell of ozone. Strange collapsed against the wall. The child lay in his arms, small and fragile and terrifyingly still. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Strange's heart hammered against his ribs. His hands, his beautiful, surgeon's hands that he'd sacrificed so much to heal, trembled as they checked the boy's pulse. Thready, weak, but there, alive. Wong, Strange gasped, fumbling for the communication spell. Wong, I need you at these coordinates immediately. Medical supplies. Dimensional stabilization equipment. And, he looked at the cramped cupboard, the thin mattress, the spiderwebs, the utter wrongness of a child living in such conditions, and a blanket. A warm one. The cloak, still wrapped around both of them, pulsed with something that might have been concern. The boy's eyes fluttered. Strange looked down. Green eyes met his, dazed, confused, but there. Present. Aware, in some small way, of what had just happened. Who? The boy's voice cracked, barely a whisper. Who are you? Strange opened his mouth to answer, to explain, to reassure, to do all the things a responsible adult should do when faced with a traumatized child. Above them, footsteps thundered. Boy. The voice shook the house. Heavy footsteps descended the stairs, accompanied by the squeaking of floorboards and the rattling of walls. Strange felt the blood ward's pulse, recognizing him as an outsider, a threat to their carefully constructed protection. What was that noise? What have you done now, you little? The cupboard door slammed open. Vernon Dursley filled the frame. Large, red-faced, his mustache quivering with rage that curdled into confusion as he took in the scene before him. His cupboard, somehow intact despite the screaming that had shaken the entire house. His nephew, lying in the arms of a strange man in strange robes with a floating red cape. And the air itself, still shimmering with the residue of magic that no ordinary person should have been able to see. For a moment, no one moved. Then Vernon's face went from red to purple. What? He sputtered. What is the meaning of, how did you, freak? The last word was directed at Harry, spat like poison, filled with years of carefully cultivated hatred. Strange felt something inside him go very cold. He rose to his feet, still holding the boy. The cloak draped itself dramatically across his shoulders, its collar lifting with an indignation that matched its wearer's. He looked at Vernon Dursley, really looked at him, and saw everything. The neglect, the cruelty, the small, petty hatred directed at a child who had done nothing but exist. I am Dr. Stephen Strange, he said, and his voice carried the weight of dimensions. And I am removing this child from your care. Vernon's mouth opened, closed, opened again. You can't. He's, or his legal. The blood wards, Strange interrupted, and watched Vernon flinch at words he shouldn't understand. I know what this house is. I know why he's here. And I know, his eyes swept the cupboard, the thin mattress, the utter absence of anything that resembled love or care, that you have violated every trust placed in you. The boy stirred in his arms. Please, he whispered, so quietly only Strange could hear. Please don't send me back. Please. Strange looked down. And Stephen Strange, who had spent years building walls around his heart, who had learned that attachment led to loss and caring led to pain, who had watched Christine Palmer walk away because he couldn't be the man she needed, felt something crack. Look at me, he said softly. The boy looked. Green eyes. Desperate eyes. Eyes that had seen too much and expected nothing good from the world. I am not sending you back, Strange said. I am taking you somewhere safe. Somewhere you can learn what you are. Somewhere, he hesitated, then continued anyway, somewhere someone will care. The boy's eyes filled with tears. Not the hot, silent tears of the cupboard. Different tears. The kind that came when hope, long abandoned, dared to raise its head again. Promise. The boy whispered. Strange looked at the tear in reality, the wound that had nearly consumed them both. He looked at the boy's scar, still pulsing faintly with interdimensional energies. He looked at the years ahead, the challenges waiting, the cosmic forces that would inevitably take notice of a child who could tear reality with his need. He should take the boy back. Should find someone else, someone qualified, someone prepared, someone who hadn't spent years avoiding emotional attachments because they hurt too damn much. Instead, he said, I promise. The cloak wrapped itself around them both. Strange raised his free hand. And the world dissolved into golden light. Above Privet Drive, in the space where dimensions had briefly touched and screamed, something watched them go. Not something with eyes. Not something with form. Something that existed in the spaces between, that observed without participating, that recorded without intervening. The child, asterisk it noted, in a language that predated creation. The child who tears reality. Asterisk. A new variable. Asterisk. A new possibility. Asterisk. A new threat. Asterisk. The watcher turned its attention to the infinite timelines spreading from this single moment, the branching paths, the countless futures, the multiverse of possibilities that now included a boy who could tear through dimensional fabric with nothing but his need. Interesting. Asterisk. And then it was gone, leaving nothing behind but the fading echo of its observation and the quiet certainty that nothing would ever be the same. Dash dash dash. The sanctum sanctorum welcomed them like a mother welcoming a child home. Strange felt it the moment they passed through its wards, the ancient building recognizing its master, assessing the bundle in his arms, and making a decision that surprised even him. The wards softened. The defensive spells that would have shredded any other intruder parted like curtains. The very walls seemed to lean toward the boy, curious and protective in equal measure. What? Strange started, then stopped. The cloak had already detached itself from his shoulders, draping across the boy like a blanket. It pulsed with contentment, a deep thrumming vibration that Strange had never felt from it before. Traitor, he muttered, but there was no heat in it. Wong appeared at the top of the stairs, medical supplies in one hand and a stabilizer crystal in the other. He took in the scene, Strange, disheveled and exhausted, the boy, unconscious in the cloak's embrace, the residual dimensional energies still crackling around them both, and raised an eyebrow. Birthday party? Wong asked dryly. Strange had never been so grateful for Wong's inability to be surprised by anything. Get a room ready, he said. The warmest one. And, he hesitated, looking at the boy's too small clothes, his too thin frame, his too old expression even in unconsciousness, and see if we have anything a child would eat. I don't know what 4-year-olds like. Porridge. Something soft. Wong's eyebrow climbed higher. We're keeping him. I don't know what we're doing. Strange carried the boy up the stairs, following Wong toward the residential wing. I know that leaving him there was not an option. I know that he stopped, searching for words. He tore reality, Wong. A 4-year-old child, in a moment of emotional distress, tore reality. Wong's professional mask slipped, revealing genuine shock. That's not possible. The power required is irrelevant. It happened. I saw it. I stopped it. Strange laid the boy on the bed Wong indicated, a 4-poster with heavy curtains and blankets thick enough to ward off any chill. Barely. Wong moved to examine the boy, his hands glowing with diagnostic magic. His expression shifted through several stages: professional interest, growing concern, and finally, something Strange had rarely seen on Wong's face: genuine wonder. Stephen, Wong said quietly. His magical signature. It's multidimensional. I know. No. Wong looked up, his eyes wide. It's not connected to multiple dimensions. It's rooted in them. This child doesn't just touch other realities. He's part of them. His magic exists across dimensional boundaries naturally, the way normal wizards exist across space. Strange sat heavily in a chair by the bed. The exhaustion of the rescue was catching up with him, settling into his bones like cold. I know. Do you understand what that means? If he loses control, I know what it means. Strange stared at the sleeping boy, at the scar that still pulsed faintly with light. I also know that he's 4 years old, he's been living in a cupboard, and when I found him, he was begging me not to send him back. Wong was silent for a long moment. Then, what do we do with him? Strange thought about the options. Return him to the Dursleys, impossible, unthinkable, a cruelty he wouldn't inflict on any child. Hand him over to the British magical authorities, possible, but they'd want to study him, contain him, treat him as a phenomenon rather than a person. Train him themselves. The idea lodged in Strange's mind like a splinter. Train a child who could tear reality. Teach him control, discipline, the sacred responsibility of power. Show him that magic wasn't something to fear, wasn't something that made him a freak, but a gift that could protect and heal and create. Show him that someone cared. When he wakes, Strange said slowly, we'll talk to him. Find out what he wants. What he needs. He met Wong's skeptical gaze. If he wants to go back, truly wants it, we'll find a way to make that happen safely. But if he wants to stay. Wong waited. Strange looked at the boy. At the small hand clutching the cloak like a lifeline. At the face relaxed in sleep, finally free of the tension that had marked it in the cupboard. If he wants to stay, Strange finished, then he stays. The cloak pulsed its approval. Outside the sanctum's windows, New York blazed with light, ordinary, oblivious, blessedly stable. And inside, a boy who had torn reality slept peacefully for the first time in his short life, unaware that the universe had just shifted on its axis. Unaware that everything was about to change. In the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, Vernon Dursley stood frozen in shock. His wife found him there 20 minutes later, still staring at the empty space where the boy should have been. Vernon, what's wrong? Where's? He's gone. Vernon's voice was strange, hollow. The freak is gone. That man took him. Petunia's face went pale. What man? What are you talking about? Vernon turned to her, and for the first time in their marriage, Petunia saw fear in her husband's eyes, real fear, the kind that went beyond anger or frustration. He had a cape, Vernon whispered. A red cape. And he just disappeared. With the boy. They both just, he gestured vaguely, unable to finish. Petunia's hand went to her mouth. For 17 years, she had tried to suppress the world her sister had embraced. She had married Vernon, become normal, erased every trace of magic from her life. She had taken the boy in, kept him hidden, hoped that if she crushed the magic out of him early enough, he would become normal too. She should have known better. She should have known that magic never let go. What do we do? Vernon asked. Petunia thought about the letter she'd burned years ago, the one that had arrived with Harry, instructions, warnings, pleas to keep him safe. She thought about the woman who'd left him on their doorstep, the woman with the sad eyes who'd said, "They're gone," and disappeared into the night. She thought about the debt she owed, to Lily, to magic, to a world she'd spent her whole life pretending didn't exist. Nothing, she said finally. We do nothing. We tell people he ran away. We tell people social services took him. We tell people, she swallowed hard. We tell people whatever we need to tell them. And we forget he was ever here. Vernon stared at her. Petunia turned away from the empty cupboard, from the ghost of her sister's eyes that had looked out at her from that boy's face every single day. We forget, she repeated. And we never speak of it again. But even as she said it, she knew it was a lie. Some things could not be forgotten. Some things echoed forever. And somewhere, in a dimension beyond dimensions, the universe took note of a debt unpaid and a promise broken, and waited for the day it would all come due. Chapter 2. The Sanctum Child. The first thing Harry became aware of was warmth. Not the damp, clinging warmth of the cupboard in summer, when the air grew thick and his skin stuck to the thin mattress. Not the brief, stolen warmth of sitting too close to the heating vent in winter, hoping Aunt Petunia wouldn't notice and shoo him away. This was different. This was warmth that surrounded him completely, that seemed to come from the very air itself, from the blankets piled on top of him, from the softness beneath his body that yielded in ways the cupboard floor never had. He kept his eyes closed. Opening eyes meant facing whatever came next. That was a lesson he'd learned early. If you kept your eyes closed, you could pretend, just for a moment, that the world hadn't yet decided what cruelty to deliver. You could exist in the space between before and after, where nothing had gone wrong yet. Something rustled near him, not footsteps, something softer, like fabric moving through air. Harry's heart rate increased, but he kept his breathing steady. 4 years old, and already an expert in the art of feigned sleep. The Dursleys had taught him that, if they thought you were asleep, they sometimes forgot you existed. Sometimes that was the safest state of all. He knows you're there. A man's voice. Deep. Calm. Not Uncle Vernon's thunderous roar, not the clipped impatience of Aunt Petunia. Different. Foreign in a way Harry couldn't place. Of course he knows. He's pretending. Another voice. Also male, but lighter. Dry. Like he found everything slightly amusing. Harry's eyes snapped open. Dash dash dash. The room spun into focus. He lay in a bed so large it could have fit 3 of him side by side. Curtains hung from a canopy above, deep burgundy fabric embroidered with gold thread that caught light from sources Harry couldn't identify. The walls were lined with books, hundreds of them, thousands, spines gleaming in colors that shifted when he tried to look directly at them. And at the foot of the bed, watching him with expressions that ranged from curiosity to concern, stood 2 men. The first was the one from the cupboard. Harry recognized the dark beard, the sharp cheekbones, the strange robes that seemed to move on their own. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, posture rigid, as if he was trying very hard to appear calm. Beside him, a second man, shorter, broader, with a shaved head and the same strange robes, held a tray with steam rising from a bowl. "You're awake," the second man said. Not a question. Harry nodded slowly. His throat felt dry. His body ached in ways it never had before, deep in his bones, like he'd been squeezed through something too small. "Can you tell me your name?" The question came from the first man, Dr. Strange, Harry remembered. That's what he'd called himself. A strange name for a strange man who appeared in cupboards and disappeared into golden light. Harry opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. Should he? Names were dangerous. The Dursleys used his name when they were angry, when they wanted to remind him he didn't belong. Harry meant trouble. Harry meant the freak who didn't deserve to exist. Harry, he said anyway, because something in the man's eyes made him want to tell the truth. Harry Potter. The two men exchanged a look Harry couldn't interpret. I'm Stephen Strange, the first man said. This is Wong. You're in the Sanctum Sanctorum, in New York City. You're safe here. New York City. Harry had heard of New York. It was in America, which was across an ocean, which was farther than he'd ever imagined traveling. The geography confused him. One moment he'd been in the cupboard, the next in golden light, and now here, in this impossible room. How? His voice cracked. He tried again. How did I get here? Magic, Strange said simply. Harry flinched. Magic. That word. The word the Dursleys spat like a curse, the word that explained everything wrong. With him, the word that made Aunt Petunia look at him like he was something that needed to be scrubbed away. I don't, Harry started, but Strange held up a hand. Eat first. Talk later. Wong stepped forward, placing the tray across Harry's lap. The bowl contained something pale and warm, porridge, Harry realized. With honey drizzled on top and slices of fruit arranged around the edge. His stomach clenched so hard it hurt. When did you last eat? Wong asked. Harry tried to remember. Yesterday. The day before. Aunt Petunia had been busy with Dudley's party preparations. Sometimes she forgot to slide the bit of bread through the cupboard door. Sometimes she didn't forget, but chose not to. I don't know, he admitted. Something flickered across Wong's face. Not pity exactly, something harder, sharper. Anger, maybe, but not directed at Harry. Eat, he said again, and his voice was gentler than his expression. Slowly. Small bites. Your stomach needs to adjust. Harry didn't need to be told twice. The porridge was the best thing he'd ever tasted. Dash dash dash. He ate until the bowl was empty, then sat back against the pillows, exhaustion washing over him. The two men had moved to chairs by the window, speaking in low voices that Harry couldn't quite catch. He watched them through half-closed eyes, trying to understand. They were strange. Both of them. Strange in ways that went beyond their robes and their floating capes. They moved differently from other adults, more deliberately, more aware. When they looked at him, they didn't see a burden or a freak. They saw something else. Something Harry didn't have words for. We need to discuss what happens next, Strange said, turning back to the bed. There are options. You should understand them. Harry sat up straighter, clutching the blanket. The first option is returning you to your relatives. Strange's voice was careful, neutral. If that's what you want, we can make it happen. There are protections on that house, magical ones, that were designed to keep you safe. I can't guarantee they'd still function after what happened, but... No. The word escaped before Harry could stop it. His hands gripped the blanket tighter. Please. Please don't send me back. I'll be good. I'll do whatever you say. I won't cause trouble. Just, please don't send me back. The silence that followed was heavy. Wong looked away, his jaw tight. Strange's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes, a softening, a recognition. No one is sending you anywhere you don't want to go, he said quietly. I told you that in the cupboard. I meant it. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, refusing to let the tears fall. The second option, Strange continued, is contacting the magical authorities in Britain. There are people there who would take you in. A school, eventually. A community of people like you. People like you. The words lodged in Harry's chest. He'd never met anyone like him. He'd never met anyone who made things happen without meaning to, who felt strange energies crackling at the edges of vision, who looked at the world and saw possibilities that shouldn't exist. There are people like me. Many, Strange said. In Britain, they call themselves wizards. They use wands and incantations, study at a school called Hogwarts. It's a different tradition than the one we practice here, but the source is the same. Magic. Wizards. Hogwarts. Wands. The words meant nothing and everything. What about the third option? Harry asked. Strange and Wong exchanged another look. The third option, Strange said slowly, is here. The Sanctum. Learning from us. Our magic is different, more dangerous, more complex. It requires discipline and control that most children your age don't possess. He paused. But you're not like most children, are you? Harry thought about the tear. The screaming void. The images of himself that shouldn't exist. No, he whispered. I don't think I am. The tear you created. Strange leaned forward. Do you understand what you did? Harry shook his head. You tore reality. Not damaged it, tore it. Opened a wound between dimensions that could have consumed everything in its path. A fully trained sorcerer would struggle to accomplish that. You did it by accident, at 4 years old, because you were sad and alone and wanted someone to care. The words should have been terrifying. Instead, something in Harry's chest loosened, a knot he hadn't known he was carrying. I'm not a freak. The question came out smaller than he intended. Strange's expression shifted. For a moment, he looked almost human, less like a powerful sorcerer, more like a man who had once been small and afraid himself. No, he said, you're not a freak. You're one of the most powerful magical beings I've ever encountered. And power like that, he held Harry's gaze, needs guidance. Needs training. Needs someone who understands what it means to carry weight that others can't imagine. Harry understood that. He'd been carrying weight his whole life. I want to stay, he said. I want to learn. Wong made a sound, not quite a protest, not quite acceptance. Strange nodded slowly. It won't be easy. The training is brutal. The magic is dangerous. And there are things, he hesitated, things about yourself that you may not want to learn. The tear showed you versions of yourself from other dimensions. Those exist. All of them. Every choice you could make, every path you could walk. You'll see them again as you grow. Some of them will frighten you. I'm already frightened, Harry said honestly. I've been frightened my whole life. At least here, he looked around the impossible room, at the books that shifted colors, at the 2 strange men who had given him warm food and blankets and choices. At least here, I'm not alone. The words hung in the air. Strange rose from his chair. He walked to the bed, looked down at Harry for a long moment, then did something that surprised them both. He sat on the edge of the mattress. Alone, he said quietly, is the worst thing to be. I know that better than most. I spent years pushing people away, telling myself I didn't need anyone. And then I found myself fighting cosmic threats with nothing but my own arrogance and a very stubborn cloak. The red fabric at his shoulders rustled, as if acknowledging the mention. I learned that power means nothing if you have no one to protect. No one to come home to. His hand reached out, hesitated, then settled on Harry's shoulder. You're not alone anymore, Harry Potter. That's a promise. Harry's tears finally fell. The first week was a blur of confusion. The sanctum, Harry learned, was not a normal building. Rooms moved when you weren't looking. Staircases led to places that shouldn't exist. Doors opened onto balconies overlooking cities that weren't New York, weren't anywhere Harry had ever seen. Wong became his primary caretaker, at least at first. Strange was often gone, called away to deal with dimensional disturbances, magical emergencies, the endless crises that came with being Sorcerer Supreme. But Wong was constant, patient, surprisingly gentle for a man who looked like he could break bricks with his forehead. You need to learn the basics, Wong told him on the 3rd day. They sat in a kitchen that appeared only when Wong walked toward it, a warm room with a fire crackling in the hearth and pots stirring themselves on the stove. Before you can control magic, you need to control yourself. Breathing, meditation, awareness of your own body. Harry tried. He really did. But sitting still for more than a few minutes was impossible. His mind wandered. His legs itched. The cupboard had trained him to be alert, always waiting for the next danger, and that alertness didn't switch off just because the danger was gone. Your body remembers, Wong said, not unkindly. It will take time to teach it that safety is real. On the 5th day, Harry asked about his scar. It had been hurting since the tear, a dull ache that came and went, sometimes sharp enough to make him gasp. When he touched it, he felt things. Impressions. A flash of green light. A woman's scream. A high, cold laugh that made his blood run cold. Wong's expression grew serious. That scar isn't ordinary. The magic that created it, he shook his head. We need to wait for Strange. This is beyond me. On the 7th day, Strange returned. He found Harry in the library, surrounded by books he couldn't read, running his fingers over gold lettering that seemed to glow at his touch. Wong tells me you've been asking about your scar. Harry nodded. It hurts. And I see things. Bad things. Strange sat cross-legged on the floor, motioning for Harry to join him. When Harry hesitated, Strange waited, no impatience, no anger. Just patience. Harry sat. May I examine it? Strange asked. I won't touch without your permission. But I need to see what we're dealing with. Permission. No one had ever asked Harry's permission for anything. Okay. Strange's eyes took on a distant look. Golden light flickered at his temples as he studied the scar without touching, his hands tracing patterns in the air, spell circles forming and dissolving in rapid succession. Minutes passed. Then Strange's face went pale. What is it? Harry asked, fear creeping into his voice. What's wrong? Strange's hands dropped. He looked at Harry with an expression the boy couldn't read, pity and awe and something like horror, all mixed together. The scar contains magic, Strange said slowly. Old magic. Powerful magic. A piece of someone else's soul. Harry's blood went cold. A soul. Not the whole soul. A fragment. A piece that broke off when the killing curse meant for you rebounded. Strange's voice was carefully controlled, but Harry could hear the effort behind it. The wizard who attacked your parents, he's connected to you. Through this scar, you can feel his emotions, see through his eyes occasionally, because part of him lives inside you. The green light. The scream, the cold laugh, those weren't memories, they were his. Asterisk. I have a monster inside me, Harry whispered. No. Strange's hand closed around his, warm, solid, real. You have a fragment of a monster inside you. There's a difference. A fragment can be contained, controlled, even used, if you're strong enough. But it's not who you are. How do you know? Because I've seen monsters. Strange's grip tightened. Real monsters. Dimensional tyrants who consumed entire civilizations. Beings who existed solely to destroy. And I've seen you, a boy who tore reality apart because he wanted someone to care. That's not monstrous. That's human. Harry wanted to believe him. The scar pulsed, a warning, a reminder. I'm still here, asterisk it seemed to say. I'm not going anywhere. Asterisk. You can learn to control it, Strange continued. To build walls around it, to keep it from affecting you. But it will take time. And it will take trust, in yourself, and in those who teach you. Harry looked at their joined hands. Strange's palm was warm, steady, nothing like the cold grip of the dreams. I trust you, Harry said. And meant it. The first real lesson came on day 10. Strange led Harry to a circular room at the heart of the sanctum, a space that existed in perpetual twilight, its walls covered in symbols that glowed faintly in the darkness. The floor was polished stone, cold beneath Harry's bare feet. Magic, Strange began, is not about waving wands and speaking words. Those are shortcuts, tools to help focus intent. True magic comes from within. From understanding the nature of reality and your place within it. He raised his hand. Golden light traced a circle in the air, perfect, symmetrical, beautiful. This is a spell circle. It's a way of organizing magical energy, giving it structure and purpose. Watch. More lines appeared. Geometric shapes, symbols Harry didn't recognize, all connecting and layering until the circle blazed with contained power. Now you try. Harry stared at his own hands. I don't know how. You don't need to know. You need to feel. The magic is already inside you. It's been there since birth. You've been using it your whole life without understanding, the times you ended up on roofs, the times your hair grew back. That was magic, responding to your emotions. Now we need to teach it to respond to your will. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the tear. The way reality had peeled back, the way he'd felt everything for a single, terrifying moment. The magic inside him, it was vast. Oceanic. It stretched in directions he couldn't comprehend. Don't try to control it all, Strange's voice came, calm and steady. Just a thread. A single thread of power. Pull it gently, like drawing water from a well. Harry reached. Inside him, something stirred. Not the scar, something deeper, older. His magic. His birthright. It rose to his call like a faithful dog, eager and warm and wanting. Asterisk. He opened his eyes. A spark of gold flickered at his fingertip. There, Strange breathed. There it is. The spark grew, not into a circle, but into something else. Lines of light, yes, but they didn't follow the geometry Strange had shown. They bent and curved and intersected in ways that made Harry's head hurt to follow. Interesting, Strange murmured. Your magic doesn't want structure. It wants, he paused, watching the light shift. It wants connection. Multidimensional connection. Look. Harry looked. The light from his finger wasn't just in the room. It extended through the room, through the walls, through reality itself. Threads of gold stretching into infinity, touching something on the other side. You're not just drawing on your own power, Strange said, wonder creeping into his voice. You're drawing on them, the other versions of yourself. Your magic exists across dimensions naturally. The threads pulsed, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry saw them. Himself, older, standing in a ruined hall with lightning in his hands. Himself, younger, crying over a body that looked like the Dursleys. Himself, different, crowned, robed, terrible, beautiful, lost, found, broken, whole. All of him. Asterisk. The vision shattered. Harry gasped, falling backward, the golden light dying from his fingers. Strange caught him before he hit the floor. What was that? Harry gasped. Your family, Strange said quietly. The family you didn't know you had. Versions of yourself across the multiverse. Connected to you by something deeper than blood. Harry's heart pounded. He wasn't alone. He'd never been alone. There were others, other Harrys, other lives, other possibilities stretching across infinite realities. And somehow, impossibly, they were all him. Asterisk. I want to meet them, he whispered. Strange's expression grew complicated. That's not something to rush. Versions of yourself can be dangerous. Some of them have made choices you wouldn't understand. Some of them, he hesitated. Some of them aren't good people. Neither is the fragment in my scar. A long pause. Then Strange laughed, a genuine laugh, surprised out of him by the simple truth of Harry's words. You're right, he said. You're absolutely right. And that's exactly why you need training before you go looking for trouble. He helped Harry to his feet. But eventually, yes, eventually, you'll meet them. All of them. And when you do, he looked at the boy with something like pride, I suspect you'll surprise them. Harry smiled. For the first time in his 4 years of life, it reached his eyes. That night, Harry dreamed. He stood in a vast emptiness, not the screaming void of the tear, but something quieter. Spaces between spaces. Dimensions between dimensions. And before him, a figure. Not himself. Something older. Something that had always been watching. Harry Potter, asterisk, the figure said, and its voice was the sound of galaxies turning. The child who tears reality. The nexus point. The variable that should not exist. Harry should have been terrified. Instead, he felt calm. Who are you? A watcher. One who observes. One who records. One who does not interfere. A pause. Usually. Then why are you here? The figure shifted. Stars moved in its depths. Because you interest me. Because the threads around you are tangled in ways I have never seen. Because your choices will echo across dimensions in ways even I cannot predict. Harry thought about that. Are you going to hurt me? A sound that might have been laughter. Number. I am going to watch. And perhaps, when the time comes, asterisk, the figure faded, asterisk, worn. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and the smell of breakfast cooking somewhere below. He stretched, touched his scar, throbbing, but bearable, and smiled. Another day in the sanctum. Another day of learning. Another day of not being alone. Chapter 3, Training Beyond Wand Magic. The sanctum's library existed in a state of permanent twilight. Harry discovered this on his 15th day in the strange building, when he wandered away from Wong's supervision and found himself in a chamber that seemed to stretch forever in every direction. Bookshelves rose toward ceilings lost in shadow. Ladders moved on their own, sliding along rails to places no hand had guided them. And the books themselves, thousands upon thousands of them, hummed with a quiet energy that made his scar prickle in recognition. He shouldn't be here. Wong had been very clear about that. The library is dangerous for beginners, he'd said. Books that bite, spells that activate when read aloud, knowledge that changes the reader instead of the other way around. Stay in the residential wing until Strange returns. But Strange had been gone for 3 days now, called to deal with a dimensional breach in Kathmandu. Wong was meditating in the lower chambers, unreachable for hours. And Harry had never been good at staying where he was told. The cupboard had taught him that obedience didn't protect you. The Dursleys punished whether you followed rules or broke them. So why follow? He walked deeper into the library, fingers trailing along spines that whispered as he passed. Child, some whispered. Young one, new one, come closer. Others hissed warnings he couldn't quite understand. Danger, power, lost, gone. Harry stopped before a section where the books glowed faintly gold. These felt different, warmer, somehow. Less like they wanted to consume him and more like they wanted to teach. He reached for the nearest volume. His fingers had barely brushed the spine when the world lurched. The library vanished. Harry stood in a vast emptiness, not the screaming void of the tear, not the quiet between of his dream, but something else. A space of pure potential, where golden light swirled like mist and geometric patterns formed and dissolved in endless variation. Before him, a figure materialized. Not Strange, not Wong, not the Watcher from his dream. This figure was made of light and shadow both, its features shifting with each heartbeat. Sometimes it looked like an old man with a beard that flowed into infinity. Sometimes it looked like a woman with stars for eyes. Sometimes it looked like nothing at all. The child arrives, the figure said, its voice multiple, layers upon layers of sound that resonated in Harry's bones. The nexus point seeks knowledge before its time. Harry's heart hammered, but he forced himself to stay still. Fear in this place felt dangerous, like it might attract things he couldn't handle. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't mean to, I was just curious. Curiosity is not a sin, the figure interrupted. Curiosity is the beginning of wisdom. But curiosity without guidance, it shifted, becoming something sharper, can unmake worlds. Harry thought of the tear. The screaming void. The versions of himself he'd glimpsed. I don't want to unmake anything. Then you must learn. Properly. Completely. Not by accident and instinct, but by design and discipline. The figure moved closer, and Harry saw that it wasn't really a figure at all. It was the library itself, given form. The collective consciousness of every book, every spell, every piece of knowledge contained in these endless shelves. Your magic is multidimensional. It touches realities beyond counting. Most sorcerers spend decades learning to extend their awareness across dimensional boundaries. You were born with that awareness already active. Is that bad? It is dangerous. Like being born with your eyes open when everyone else's are closed. You see things they don't. You're sensitive to things they can't perceive. And you have no framework for understanding what you see. Harry thought about the flashes, the other Harrys, the green light, the cold laugh. I see things sometimes. Bad things. Things that haven't happened yet. The library figure paused. Prophecy. I don't know. Just flashes. Feelings. Like something's about to go wrong. The scar, the figure said. Not a question. Harry nodded. A soul fragment from a dark lord. A connection to evil that should have died. And instead, the figure's form rippled. It has made you a beacon. A lighthouse for dimensional energies. A target for things that should never find you. The words settled in Harry's stomach like stones. What do I do? You learn. You build walls. You understand your own nature before it consumes you. The figure began to fade. And you start here, with the foundations that Strange should have taught you before leaving you unattended. The library rushed back. Harry stood before the same glowing bookcase, his hand still extended toward the same volume. But now the book in question had floated off the shelf and hovered before him, its pages flipping open to reveal diagrams that hurt to follow. Spell geometry for the young seer, the book announced in a cheerful voice. Chapter 1. Why Circles Work and Squares Don't. Let's begin. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor and started to read. Strange found him there 4 hours later. The Sorcerer Supreme looked exhausted. Dark circles under his eyes, robes singed at the edges, the cloak hanging limply from his shoulders as if it too had been through an ordeal. But when he saw Harry, surrounded by a dozen floating books, tracing patterns in the air with golden light that actually stayed this time, all the exhaustion vanished from his face. You're supposed to be in the residential wing, he said. Harry jumped, the golden patterns dissolving. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, the library it wanted to teach me. I can see that. Strange walked closer, examining the floating books. Advanced Dimensional Theory. Multiversal Anchor Points. The Geometric Foundations of Reality Manipulation. He raised an eyebrow. You've been busy. The books said I needed to understand my nature before it consumes me. Strange's expression flickered, annoyance, perhaps, that the library had overstepped. But then something else crossed his face. Something like resignation. They're not wrong. He sat heavily on the floor beside Harry, wincing as his body protested. The cloak detached itself, floating over to wrap around Harry instead, a gesture so natural that neither of them commented on it. The problem, Strange said, is that I've been treating you like a normal student. Start with basics, build foundations, progress systematically. But you're not normal. Your magic doesn't want foundations, it wants connections. Harry nodded. When I tried to make a spell circle like you showed me, it kept reaching outward. Toward, he gestured vaguely, other places. Other me's. Yes. Strange rubbed his temples. I'd hoped to delay this. Give you time to adjust, to build emotional stability before tackling the multidimensional aspects of your power. But the library's right, you need to understand what you are before it overwhelms you. He stood, offering Harry a hand. Come on. If we're going to do this, we're doing it properly. The training room Strange led him to was unlike any Harry had seen. It existed in a state of constant flux, walls that shifted between solid and translucent, floors that became ceilings if you walked too far in one direction, gravity that seemed to forget which way was down. In the center of the space, a massive crystal hung suspended, pulsing with light that matched the golden threads of Harry's magic. The mirror dimension, Strange explained. A space adjacent to reality, where the laws of physics are, suggestions rather than rules. It's where I do my most advanced training. And where we're going to figure out exactly what your magic can do. Harry stared at the impossible space. Won't I break it, like I broke reality before? That's what we need to find out. Strange's voice was calm, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. The tear happened because your magic had nowhere to go. No structure. No release. Here, in a controlled environment, we can give it direction. Teach it to flow instead of explode. He raised his hands. Golden spell circles appeared, dozens of them, layered and complex, forming a cage around the training space. This is a containment matrix. If anything goes wrong, it will hold the damage to this dimension. You and I might get hurt, but reality will survive. He met Harry's eyes. Are you ready to try? Harry thought about the flashes. The other Harrys. The fragment in his scar. The vast, ocean-deep magic that lived inside him, waiting for direction. I'm ready. Then close your eyes. Find your magic. And this time, Strange's voice dropped, becoming almost gentle. Don't try to control it. Just let it show you what it wants. Harry closed his eyes. The magic rose immediately, eager, responsive, hungry for expression. But instead of channeling it into a specific shape, he did as Strange asked. He let it flow. Let it move. Let it show him. And it showed him everything. Asterisk. The geometry of magic, Harry discovered, was not about shapes at all. It was about intent. Asterisk. Circles worked because they represented containment, the idea of keeping something within boundaries. Triangles channeled because they focused energy toward a point. Spirals drew power inward or released it outward depending on their direction. Every symbol, every pattern, every carefully constructed spell circle was just a way of making intent visible to a universe that responded to will. His magic didn't want containment. It wanted connection. Asterisk. The golden threads that extended from him weren't reaching randomly. They were seeking, searching across dimensional boundaries for points of resonance. For other Harrys. Other versions of himself that existed in other realities. And when they found those points, they didn't just observe. They linked. Asterisk. Harry gasped as the first connection formed. He saw himself, older, 16 at least, standing in a graveyard with a wand raised. Ropes bound him to a tombstone. A figure in a hood approached, and Harry felt the older version's terror like it was his own. No, asterisk he thought. No, I don't want to see. The connection snapped. Another took its place. This Harry was younger, maybe 7, sitting in a cupboard that looked exactly like the one Harry had escaped. But this cupboard had a small window cut into the door, and through it, Harry could see a woman with red hair cleaning the kitchen. The woman looked toward the door every few minutes, and her eyes held something Harry had never seen in Petunia's face. Love. Asterisk. This Harry was loved, cared for, not hidden away and forgotten, but protected and wanted. The jealousy that rose in Harry's chest was so sharp it hurt. Stop. Asterisk, he thought. Stop showing me. Another connection. This Harry was older, much older, and he stood on a throne of skulls with lightning in his hands and madness in his eyes. Billions had died to build that throne. Billions more would die to maintain it. And somewhere deep inside that version, buried under layers of power and corruption, a small boy still cried in a cupboard, wondering why no one came. Harry screamed. The connections shattered. He opened his eyes to find himself on the floor of the mirror dimension. Strange crouched over him, hands glowing with healing magic. Easy, Strange said. Easy. You're back. You're here. Breathe. Harry breathed. The images lingered, the terrified teenager, the loved child, the monster he could become. They burned behind his eyes like afterimages of the sun. I saw them, he gasped. All of them. The other me's. Some were good. Some were, he couldn't finish. Evil. Strange finished for him. Yes. I told you that would happen. Versions of yourself who made different choices, walked different paths. Some noble, some terrible, some everything in between. One of them, Harry's voice broke. One of them was a monster. A real monster. He killed so many people. The image of the skull throne rose again, he enjoyed it. Strange was quiet for a long moment. Then he sat back on his heels, meeting Harry's eyes with a gaze that held no judgment. That version of you exists, he said. Just as the version who is loved exists. Just as the version who dies young exists, and the version who becomes a healer, and the version who never discovers magic at all. The multiverse contains infinite possibilities. Infinite choices. Infinite consequences. But he's me. No. Strange's voice was firm. He's a version of you who made choices you haven't made. Who walked a path you haven't walked. Who became something through decisions and circumstances that don't apply to you. He's not you any more than a photograph of a stranger is the stranger themselves. Harry wanted to believe that. The scar pulsed, a warning, a reminder. The fragment, he whispered. The piece of the Dark Lord inside me. Does that mean, am I going to become like him? Strange's expression softened. No. Because you're already choosing differently. You're already fighting. The boy who becomes a monster doesn't worry about becoming a monster. He doesn't care. The very fact that you're afraid of it, he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, means you're already on a different path. The words settled into Harry's chest, warm and solid. What do I do about the connections? They just happened. I didn't mean to find them. That's what we need to train. Strange stood, offering his hand. Your magic naturally seeks out other versions of yourself. We can't stop that, it's fundamental to who you are. But we can teach you to control it. To observe without being overwhelmed. To learn from what you see without losing yourself in it. Harry took the offered hand and let Strange pull him up. How? By building anchors. Strange led him back to the center of the training space, where the crystal still pulsed with light. Points of reference that remind you who you are. Where you are. When you are. Physical sensations, emotional touchstones, memories that are uniquely yours. He gestured to the crystal. This will help. It resonates with your specific dimensional frequency. When you feel yourself drifting, focus on it. Let it pull you back. Harry approached the crystal cautiously. Up close, it was beautiful, not just light, but depth, layers of color that shifted and swirled like liquid possibility. And when he placed his palm against its surface. Home. Asterisk. The word came unbidden. Not the Dursleys' house. Not the cupboard. Home. The sanctum. Strange's voice. Wong's cooking. The cloak's warm embrace. The library's whispered teachings. The first real safety he'd ever known. I remember, Harry breathed. That's the anchor, Strange said. That feeling. That knowledge of where you belong. Hold on to it. Let it ground you. Harry closed his eyes, keeping his palm against the crystal. The connections tried to form again. He felt them reaching, seeking, hungry for contact. But this time, when they pulled, he had something to pull back against. The crystal's resonance, the warmth of belonging, the simple truth that he was here, not there, not then, not some other version of himself. I am Harry Potter, asterisk, he thought. I live in the Sanctum Sanctorum. Stephen Strange is teaching me magic. I am 4 years old, and I am safe. Asterisk. The connections receded. Not vanished, they never fully vanished, he suspected. But they became background noise instead of overwhelming force. Things he could ignore instead of things that consumed him. He opened his eyes. Strange was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Pride, yes, but something else. Something like wonder. You did it, Strange said. First try. Most sorcerers take months to achieve that level of dimensional grounding. You did it in minutes. The crystal helped. The crystal was a tool. You did the work. Strange shook his head slowly. Harry, do you understand how extraordinary you are? Harry thought about the cupboard. The Dursleys, hatred. The fragment in his scar. The monster he'd glimpsed on a throne of skulls. I don't feel extraordinary, he admitted. I feel broken. Like there's too much of me, spread out everywhere, and I can't keep track of which part is real. That's not brokenness. That's scope. Strange moved to stand beside him, both of them facing the crystal. You contain multitudes, Harry. Literally. The connections to other versions of yourself aren't a flaw, they're a feature. A gift. Most sorcerers spend their entire lives trying to touch what you experience naturally. A gift that shows me monsters. A gift that shows you possibilities. Good and bad. Paths to avoid and paths to pursue. Warnings and inspirations both. Strange glanced down at him. The version of you on the skull throne, you saw what made him that way. Harry nodded slowly. He was alone. Like me. But no one came for him. No one saved him. He stayed in the cupboard until the image flickered, until he couldn't remember how to be anything else. And the version who was loved. He had a family. A mother who looked at him like he mattered. Harry's voice cracked. I didn't know mothers could look at children like that. Strange was silent for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, neither did I. Not until it was too late to find out. Harry looked up at him, surprised by the admission. Strange's face was carefully controlled, but his eyes held something old and painful, a wound that had never fully healed. My parents, Strange continued. They were proud of me, I think. In their way. But I was too busy becoming great to notice. Too busy proving myself to stop and appreciate what I had. By the time I understood what I'd lost, he shook his head. The point is, Harry, that family isn't just blood. It's choice. It's the people who show up, who stay, who teach you to be more than you were. He looked down at the boy beside him. I'm not your father. I don't pretend to be. But I'm here. I'm staying. And I'm going to teach you everything I know. Harry's eyes burned. He didn't cry, he was too old for that, too used to holding things inside. But something in his chest loosened, expanded, made room for a feeling he couldn't name. Okay, he whispered. Okay. The training continued for hours. Strange pushed him hard, harder than Wong ever had. Spell geometry that required holding multiple patterns in his mind simultaneously. Dimensional theory that made his head ache with its complexity. Physical exercises designed to build the muscle memory required for complex gestures. And through it all, the crystal pulsed beside him, an anchor against the endless reaching of his magic. The key, Strange explained during a water break, is to understand that incantations are crutches. Words help focus intent, but they're not necessary. True sorcerers cast through will alone, through understanding of the underlying principles that make magic work. He demonstrated. A gesture. A thought. And the space around them rippled, folding in on itself until they stood in an inverted version of the training room. Ceilings below, floors above, gravity reversed. Your British wizards, Strange continued, rely too heavily on wands and words. They've built a system around tools instead of understanding. It works for them, but it limits them. You, he reversed the fold, returning them to normal orientation, need more than limits. You need control. Harry nodded, though half of what Strange said still confused him. Show me the patterns again, he requested. The geometry ones. I think I almost understand. Strange smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. That's the spirit. By the time they finished, Harry was exhausted in ways he'd never experienced. His body ached from the physical exercises. His mind swam with geometric patterns and dimensional theories. His magic, that vast, ocean-deep power, lay quiet and satisfied, as if it had finally been given what it needed. Strange walked him back to the residential wing, the cloak draped across both their shoulders like a shared blanket. You did well today, Strange said as they reached Harry's door. Better than well. Exceptionally. The crystal helped. The crystal was a tool. You did the work. Strange paused, something shifting in his expression. Harry, what you saw today, the versions of yourself, good and bad, those visions will keep coming. Your magic will keep reaching. The best you can hope for is to control when and how you see them. Harry thought about the monster on the skull throne. The loved child with the red-haired mother. The terrified teenager in the graveyard. I don't want to become him, he said quietly. The monster won. Then don't. It's that simple. Strange crouched down to Harry's eye level. It's that simple and that complicated. Every day, you make choices. Small ones. What to eat, what to learn, how to treat the people around you. Those choices add up. They build the person you become. The version on the skull throne made different choices, probably for reasons that made sense to him at the time. But you're not him. You're here, with me, making different choices. And if I make a wrong choice, then you make another choice to fix it. That's the beauty of being alive, you can always choose again. Strange's eyes held Harry's. The only wrong choice you can't recover from is the choice to stop choosing. To give up and let the current take you wherever it wants. Harry thought about that. I won't give up, he said finally. I know. Strange stood, ruffling Harry's hair in a gesture so casual and affectionate that Harry froze for a moment, unused to such contact. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, we start on dimensional folding. Harry nodded, but as Strange turned to leave, a question bubbled up. Dr. Strange. Strange paused. The other me, the one who was loved. Could I? Harry hesitated, unsure how to phrase it. Could I visit him? Not to stay, just to see what it's like. To know that version of me exists. Strange's expression grew complicated. Visiting alternate versions of yourself is dangerous. The temptation to stay, to take what they have, can be overwhelming. And the dimensional instability you'd cause, he shook his head. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But, he considered something, maybe, when you're older and more stable, we can find a way for you to observe. Safely. From a distance. It wasn't a yes. But it wasn't a no either. Harry smiled. Okay. Good night, Dr. Strange. Good night, Harry. The door closed, and Harry was alone in his room, warm, safe, full of food and knowledge and the lingering glow of magic properly used. He touched his scar. It pulsed, but softly now. Almost peacefully. I'm not you, he thought at the fragment inside. I'm never going to be you. The scar didn't answer. But somewhere, across dimensions, a monster on a throne of skulls turned his head as if sensing something. As if feeling the echo of a choice that could have been his, but wasn't. And for the first time in years, Lord Voldemort felt something he'd forgotten existed. Doubt. Harry dreamed that night of golden threads stretching across infinity. He dreamed of the loved version, the one with the red-haired mother, and felt a warmth that wasn't quite jealousy anymore, more like hope. Proof that somewhere, somehow, a Harry Potter existed who knew what it felt like to be wanted. He dreamed of the terrified teenager, the one in the graveyard, and felt a resolve harden in his chest. If that version existed, if that future waited somewhere in the multiverse, then Harry would learn everything he could. He would become strong enough to face whatever came. And he dreamed of the monster. But this time, instead of fear, Harry felt something else. I see you, he thought at the skull throne version. I see what you became. And I'm choosing different. The monster's eyes met his across infinite realities. For a moment, a single, stretched moment, something passed between them. Not understanding, exactly. But recognition. We are the same, the monster seemed to say. And we are not. The choices make all the difference. Harry woke with the dawn, the dream already fading, but the feeling of it lingering like sunlight on skin. He stretched, touched his scar, and smiled. Another day, another choice, another step away from the monster and towards something better. The training continued. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. Harry learned to fold dimensions, to walk through walls, to cast without words or gestures, just the pure force of his will shaping reality around him. His scar still pulsed, but less frequently now. The connections to other versions still reached, but he learned to control them, to observe without being consumed. And through it all, Strange was there. Teaching, pushing, Occasionally, in quiet moments, just being, a presence in Harry's life that asked nothing except that he try his best. Wong taught him too, the practical magic, the defensive spells, the rituals that maintained the sanctum's wards. But it was Strange who understood the multidimensional aspects of Harry's power. Strange who had experience with forces beyond normal magic. Strange who looked at Harry and saw not a freak or a weapon or a curiosity, but a student. A child worth teaching. One evening, months after Harry's arrival, they sat together in the library, Strange reading, Harry practicing spell geometry with golden light that danced between his fingers. Dr. Strange. Why did you save me? Strange looked up from his book. What do you mean? That day, in the cupboard, you could have just closed the tier. Left me there. Gone back to your life. Harry kept his eyes on his spell work, afraid of what he might see in Strange's face. Why didn't you? The silence stretched. Then Strange closed his book and set it aside. Because I know what it's like to be alone, he said quietly. To have power and no one to teach you how to use it. To make mistakes, terrible mistakes, because no one showed you another way. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I spent years as the best surgeon in the world, and it meant nothing because I had no one to share it with. No one who mattered. I pushed everyone away, told myself I didn't need them, and by the time I realized how wrong I was, he shook his head. Christine was gone. My friends were gone. I was alone with my power and my regrets. Harry's spell work faltered. He looked up. You're not alone now. Strange's expression softened. No, I'm not. And neither are you. He reached out, tapping Harry's forehead gently. That's why I saved you. Because no child should be alone in the dark, wondering if anyone will ever come. Harry's eyes burned. He didn't cry, but he moved closer to Strange on the couch, letting the warmth of another person soak into his skin, and for the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to belong. Chapter 4, The Mirror Dimension Trial. The invitation came without warning. Harry was in the library, as he often was these days, working through a treatise on dimensional harmonics that Wong had recommended. His spell geometry had improved dramatically over the past months. He could now hold 3 overlapping circles simultaneously, each with different functions, and weave them together into patterns that would have been impossible for him before. His scar tingled. Not the sharp pain of the tear, not the dull ache of the fragment's awareness. Something else. A warning, maybe, or an invitation. Magic recognizing magic. He looked up. Strange stood in the doorway, the cloak drifting behind him like a loyal shadow. His expression was serious, not angry, not worried, but focused in a way Harry had learned to recognize. Come with me, Strange said. It's time. Harry set down his book without question. Time for what? Your first real trial. The mirror dimension. They walked through the sanctum in silence. Harry had learned not to push when Strange got like this, quiet, contained, gathering energy for whatever came next. The cloak drifted closer to him, as if offering comfort, and Harry let his fingers brush against its fabric. It pulsed warmly in response. The training room where they'd worked before wasn't their destination. Instead, Strange led him deeper into the sanctum, past chambers Harry had never seen, through corridors that shifted and rearranged themselves as they walked. Eventually they reached a door that hadn't existed a moment ago, a simple wooden door with a silver handle, utterly unremarkable except for the fact that Harry could feel the power radiating from it. The mirror dimension, Strange said, is not a place. It's a state, a reflection of reality where the normal rules don't apply. Gravity is optional, architecture is suggestion, and the only limit is your ability to imagine and your will to enforce. He placed his hand on the door. Inside, I'm going to test you. Push you. Force you to use everything you've learned and everything you haven't. You will fail. Multiple times. The question isn't whether you fall, it's whether you get back up. Harry's heart hammered, but he kept his voice steady. I'll get back up. Strange glanced down at him, something like pride flickering in his eyes. I know you will. That's why we're here. He opened the door. The world folded. Harry had experienced dimensional transitions before, the tear, the library's pocket space, the training room's controlled shifts. But this was different. This was total. They stood in a cityscape that wasn't New York. Buildings rose around them, familiar in shape but wrong in every detail. Windows reflected skies that didn't match. walls bent at angles that shouldn't exist, streets curved back on themselves in impossible loops. The sky above was a swirling vortex of colors that hurt to follow, and the ground beneath their feet felt solid one moment and liquid the next. "This is the mirror dimension," Strange said, his voice echoing strangely. "A reflection of your reality. Everything here corresponds to something in the primary dimension, but the connections are flexible." He raised his hand. The nearest building folded. Not collapsed, folded, like paper, its walls bending inward, its roof curving down to meet its foundation, until it became a cube the size of a car. Strange gestured again, and the cube rose into the air, spinning slowly. "Here, reality obeys will. Not magic, will. Your magic is just a tool to express that will. The dimension itself does the work." The cube shattered into 1,000 pieces, each one becoming a bird that flew away in different directions. "Your task is simple." Strange's eyes met Harry's. "Survive." He snapped his fingers. The world attacked. Harry didn't have time to think. The ground beneath him rippled, becoming liquid, and he jumped, instinctively, without planning, onto a chunk of debris that floated past. It held his weight, barely, and he scrambled to keep his balance as more debris swirled around him. Buildings were moving. Not just folding, moving, sliding past each other on tracks that didn't exist, rearranging the cityscape into new and impossible configurations. The street he'd been standing on became a vertical wall. The sky became a floor. Gravity shifted, and suddenly he was falling sideways toward a building that had become the new ground. He landed hard, rolling to absorb the impact. "Good," Strange's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "You adapted. Now adapt faster." A wave of something rushed toward him, not water, not fire, but pure dimensional energy, crackling with colors that didn't have names. Harry threw up a shield spell, the geometry forming automatically now, muscle memory from months of training. The wave hit. His shield held, but the force behind it was enormous, pushing him back, sliding him across the new ground, threatening to overwhelm his concentration. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed back, feeding more power into the shield, widening its surface area, anchoring it to the dimensional fabric beneath him. The wave parted around him like water around a stone. "Better. But you're thinking defensively. In the mirror dimension, defense is death. You need to shape the reality around you, not just react to it." Harry understood. He let the shield drop. The next wave came immediately, but instead of blocking it, Harry reached out with his will and folded the space in front of him. The wave curved, redirected, flowed around him in a spiral that became a tunnel leading nowhere. "Good. Now do it again," but this time, Strange's voice cut off as a building lunged toward Harry like a living thing. Harry dove sideways, but the building followed, its windows becoming mouths, its doors becoming grasping hands. He rolled, came up running, and as he ran he reached for the dimensional fabric and twisted. The building froze. Then it turned inside out. Harry stumbled to a stop, gasping, watching as the inverted structure hung in the air, its insides exposed, its rooms floating like bubbles, its foundations now its roof. "I didn't mean to do that," he admitted. "No one ever does. The question is whether you can mean to do it next time." Harry straightened, catching his breath. The impossible cityscape stretched around him, waiting for his next move. Strange was nowhere visible, but Harry could feel him, a presence at the edge of his awareness, watching, judging, waiting. "Okay, Harry thought. "Okay. What did I learn?" He'd folded space instinctively during the tear. He'd shaped it consciously just now. The difference was intent, knowing what he wanted and willing it into existence. He closed his eyes. The magic inside him rose eagerly, hungry for expression. But instead of letting it flood out uncontrolled, he held it back. Focused it, shaped it with his will before releasing it. When he opened his eyes, the world had changed. He could see the dimensional fabric now, the threads that held this reflection together, the points where they connected to primary reality, the weaknesses and strengths and possibilities woven into every surface. It was like looking at a map of everything that could happen, layered over everything that was. "Interesting," Strange's voice came, closer now. "You're seeing the underlying structure. Most sorcerers take years to achieve that. I don't know how I'm doing it. Don't question it. Use it." Harry used it. A new wave of energy approached. He saw it coming before it arrived, traced its path through the dimensional fabric, and simply moved the space it was traveling through. The wave passed harmlessly to his left, curving around him in a wide arc. A building shifted, he saw the folds forming, anticipated where they would go, and stepped into the space they were about to vacate. The building moved past him without touching him. The ground dropped away, he saw the dimensional threads loosening, prepared for it, and created a platform of folded space beneath his feet before he could fall. "You're adapting," Strange said, and Harry could hear the approval in his voice. "But you're still reacting. To truly master the mirror dimension, you need to initiate. You need to make the reality around you respond to your will, not the other way around." Harry thought about that. Initiating, not reacting. He looked around at the impossible cityscape, the folding buildings, the shifting ground, the swirling sky. All of it was potential. All of it was waiting for someone to shape it. "What do I want?" The question surprised him. In the cupboard, wanting had been dangerous. Wanting led to disappointment, to punishment, to the sharp edge of Uncle Vernon's belt. He'd learned to want nothing, need nothing, expect nothing. But here, wanting was power. "I want to understand," he thought. "I want to see how this works. I want to." The thought cut off as the world around him shifted. Not in the chaotic way it had been shifting before, this was different. Controlled. Intentional. The buildings stopped their random folding and began to move in patterns, responding to something Harry couldn't see. The ground solidified beneath his feet. The sky cleared, the swirling colors settling into a calm gradient of purple and gold. "What did you do?" Strange's voice was sharp with surprise. Harry looked at his hands. They glowed faintly with golden light, but the glow was different now, deeper, more solid, more real. "I wanted to understand," he said. And the dimension, it listened. A figure materialized before him. Not Strange. Something else. Something made of the same fabric as the dimension itself, a humanoid shape formed from folded space and reflected light, its features shifting and uncertain. "The child wills, the figure said, its voice the sound of dimensions turning. The dimension responds. This is the core of mastery." Harry stared at it. "What are you?" "A reflection. An echo. The dimension's awareness of itself, given form by your desire to understand." It tilted its head, studying him. "You are unusual. Your magic resonates across boundaries. Your will carries weight in places you have never visited. The other versions of me. Yes. They feel you reaching. Some reach back." The figure's form rippled. One reaches with hunger. One reaches with fear. One reaches with, it paused, as if searching for the right word. Hope. Harry's heart clenched. The loved version. The one who was saved. Yes. He feels your presence and wonders who you are. "I want to meet him." "Not yet. You are not ready. The dimension would not survive the convergence." Before Harry could respond, the figure shattered, not destroyed, but dismissed, scattered by an external will. Strange stood where it had been, his hands still raised from whatever spell he'd used. That, Strange said flatly, should not have happened. What was it? The mirror dimension's avatar. Its self-awareness given form. It only appears to sorcerers who have achieved complete mastery, after decades of training. He stared at Harry. "You've been here 20 minutes. Harry didn't know what to say. The cloak drifted between them, as if trying to mediate. "The dimension responded to my wanting," Harry offered weakly. "I wanted to understand, and it showed me." Strange's expression cycled through several emotions: shock, disbelief, calculation, and finally something that looked almost like resignation. "Your magic doesn't play by the rules," he said. "I knew that going in. But this," he shook his head. "Harry, do you understand what just happened? The mirror dimension doesn't have an avatar normally. It's a reflection, a tool, a space. It's not alive. But you, your presence, your wanting, you made it alive. Temporarily. You gave it consciousness through sheer force of will. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be careful." Strange moved closer, crouching to Harry's level. "Power like yours, power that can give life to dimensions, that's not something to use lightly. Every time you reach into the fabric of reality, you change it. Every change has consequences. Some consequences echo forever." Harry thought about the tier. The versions of himself. The avatar that had appeared because he wanted to understand. "I'll be careful," he promised. Strange studied him for a long moment, then nodded. I know you will. That's why we're doing this, to teach you control before your power grows beyond anyone's ability to contain. He stood, offering his hand. Come on. We're not done yet. Harry took the hand and let Strange pull him up. What's next? Now we see how you handle pressure. Real pressure. Not dimensional attacks, those are easy compared to what's coming. Strange's eyes glinted. Now we see how you handle yourself. The next phase of the trial began without warning. One moment, Harry stood beside Strange in the stabilized dimension. The next, Strange was gone, and Harry stood alone in a perfect replica of number 4, Privet Drive. No, not a replica. The real thing. Harry's breath caught. The house loomed before him, ordinary and terrible, its windows dark, its door closed. He could smell the neighborhood, cut grass, car exhaust, the faint hint of Aunt Petunia's roses. Could hear the distant sound of traffic, of children playing somewhere, of normal life continuing without him. This isn't real, he whispered. This is the mirror dimension. This is a test. But it felt real. The gravel beneath his feet was sharp and cold. The afternoon sun cast shadows exactly as it should. The door, that door, the one he'd passed through 1,000 times, always aware that he wasn't welcome on the other side, waited for him. Go inside, a voice whispered. Not Strange's voice. Something older. Something that lived in the dimension itself. See what waits for you. Harry's feet moved before he decided. The door opened at his touch. Inside, the house was exactly as he remembered. The too clean living room with its plastic-covered furniture. The photos of Dudley on every surface, smiling in his school uniforms, his birthday parties, his everyday existence as the center of the universe. The stairs leading up to bedrooms Harry had never entered, and the cupboard under them. The cupboard. Its door was open. Harry walked toward it, heart pounding, knowing he shouldn't look, knowing this was a trap, but unable to stop himself. Inside the cupboard, a boy sat in the darkness. 4 years old. Dark hair. Green eyes. A scar on his forehead. Him. The boy looked up, and Harry saw himself reflected, but not reflected. This version was different. Smaller. More frightened. His eyes held none of the awareness Harry had gained, none of the training, none of the knowledge that someone out there cared. Please, the boy whispered. Please don't leave me here. Harry's chest constricted. I'm not leaving you, he said. I'm right here. He stopped. What was he? The same person, but different. A version who'd been saved versus a version who hadn't. You forgot me, the boy said. You went away and you forgot. I didn't, I never. You have a new life now. New people. New magic. You don't need me anymore. The words cut deeper than any physical wound. Because somewhere, buried under months of training and belonging, Harry knew they were true. He had moved on. He had found a new life. And somewhere in the back of his mind, the cupboard version of himself, the one who still existed in memory, in possibility, in the spaces between, had been left behind. I'm sorry, he whispered. The boy in the cupboard smiled, a terrible smile, old and knowing and wrong. Sorry doesn't fix anything. Sorry doesn't get me out of here. Sorry doesn't make them love me. It's not real, Harry forced himself to say. You're not real. This is the mirror dimension. This is a test. Am I not real? The boy tilted his head. Or am I more real than you want to admit? The part of you that still lives in that cupboard. The part that still expects punishment, still waits for kindness that never comes, still believes deep down that you don't deserve any of this. Harry's hands clenched. I deserve, he stopped. What did he deserve? The Dursleys had told him he deserved nothing. Strange had told him he deserved everything. Which was true? You don't know, do you? The boy's voice was almost gentle now. You don't know who you are. The cupboard Harry or the sanctum Harry. The monster or the savior. The loved or the abandoned. You're all of them and none of them. I'm me. Who's that? The question hung in the air. Harry stared at the boy, the version of himself that still lived in darkness, still waited for rescue, still believed that any moment now, the kindness would be revealed as a trick and he'd be back where he belonged. You're not me, Harry said slowly. You're what I'm afraid of becoming again. The person I was before Strange found me. Alone. Forgotten. Worthless. The boy's expression flickered. But I'm not that person anymore. I have people who care. I have magic I'm learning to control. I have He thought of Strange's steady presence, Wong's dry humor, the cloak's warm embrace. I have a home. The cupboard began to flicker. Is that enough? The boy asked. Is having those things enough to make you real? It's enough to make me me. The boy smiled, a real smile this time, sad and knowing and somehow proud. Then go. And don't forget us, the versions who didn't make it out. We're part of you too. The cupboard dissolved. The house dissolved. Harry stood alone in the mirror dimension, tears streaming down his face, and for the first time understood that the trial wasn't about magic at all. It was about him. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Strange materialized beside him, silent for once, just present. Harry didn't speak for a long moment. He let the tears fall, let the emotions wash through him, let himself feel the weight of what he'd just experienced. That was cruel, he finally said. Making me face myself like that. It was necessary. Strange's voice was gentle. The mirror dimension shows you what you need to see, not what you want. That version of you, the cupboard version, will always exist. In your memories, in your fears, in the choices you haven't made yet. Acknowledging him doesn't make you weak. It makes you whole. Harry wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. Did you have to do this? When you were training? Strange was quiet for a moment. Then, yes. Different version. I faced the surgeon I used to be. The arrogant, brilliant man who thought he was better than everyone, who pushed away everyone who loved him. I had to see him, acknowledge him, accept that he was part of me before I could become something more. Did you forgive him? No. But I understood him. And understanding is more important than forgiveness, sometimes. Strange placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You did well. Better than well. Most people break when they face themselves. You held. The dimension said I made it alive. Temporarily. The avatar. Yes. That's. Strange shook his head slowly. Harry, do you understand how unprecedented that is? The mirror dimension has existed for millennia. Countless sorcerers have trained here. And none of them, none, have ever caused it to manifest self-awareness. You did that in 20 minutes. Is that bad? I don't know yet. It could be very good or very dangerous, depending on how you use it. Strange's eyes were serious. The dimension recognized something in you. Something fundamental. Your magic doesn't just exist in this reality, it creates reality. In small ways, for now. But if you're not careful, it could create another tear. Or worse, it could create you. Another version of you, given form by your will and the dimension's response. A. Being with all your power and none of your control. Harry thought about that. Another version of himself, walking around, making choices, being real. Is that possible? In theory, yes. In practice, Strange shook his head. Let's not find out. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The multiverse has enough versions of you already. Harry almost laughed. Almost. What now? He asked. Now we finish the trial. Strange stepped back, raising his hands. One last test. The hardest one. Are you ready? Harry took a deep breath. He thought about the cupboard version, still waiting in the darkness of his memory. He thought about the loved version, somewhere across dimensions, wondering who was reaching for him. He thought about the monster on the skull throne, and the terrified teenager in the graveyard, and all the other Harrys stretching across infinity. He thought about himself. Here. Now. Learning. Growing. Becoming. I'm ready. Dash dash dash. The final test was simple in concept, impossible in execution. Strange created a rift, a small tear in the dimensional fabric, similar to the one Harry had accidentally made in the cupboard. Energy bled from it in waves, destabilizing the surrounding space, threatening to grow. Close it, Strange said. Not with power, with understanding. Feel what it is, what it wants, and convince it to heal. Harry approached the rift carefully. It pulsed with the same energy he'd felt that night, hungry, chaotic, drawn to him like iron to magnet. Up close, he could see the layers of reality peeling back, the spaces between dimensions exposed, the infinite possibilities bleeding through. It wants me, asterisk he realized. It's attracted to me. Because he was a nexus. A point where multiple realities converged. The rift wasn't random damage, it was a response to his presence, a reaction to the dimensional weight he carried. Close it, Strange repeated. Before it spreads. Harry reached out with his will. Not to force, not to fight, to understand. Asterisk. What are you? He asked the rift. What do you want? Asterisk. The rift answered in sensations rather than words. Loneliness. Hunger. The desperate need to connect with something, anything, that would acknowledge its existence. It was a wound, yes, but wounds wanted to heal. They just didn't know how. I know, asterisk Harry thought. I know what it's like to be alone. To want someone to see you. To need connection so badly it hurts. Asterisk. The rift pulsed. But this isn't the way. Opening yourself to everything doesn't fix the emptiness. It just makes more emptiness. I learned that. I'm still learning it. Asterisk. Memories rose, the cupboard, the tears, the desperate wish for someone to care. And then the sanctum, Strange's voice, Wong's cooking, the cloak's warmth. Connection found, not forced. Healing that came from being seen, not from tearing reality apart. The rift trembled. You can heal, asterisk Harry told it. You can close. You don't have to stay open forever. Asterisk. For a moment, a single, stretched moment, he felt the rift consider his words. Felt its hunger waver. Felt its loneliness ease, just slightly, because someone had finally understood. Then it began to close. The edges knitted together. The dimensional layers resealed. The energy dissipated, fading into nothing, leaving behind only the ordinary air of the mirror dimension. Harry opened his eyes. Strange was staring at him. You didn't close it with power, Strange said slowly. You closed it with compassion. You talked to a dimensional wound like it was a living thing, and it listened. It was lonely, Harry said simply. Like I was. It just wanted someone to understand. Strange's expression shifted through several emotions, wonder, concern, and something that looked almost like fear. Harry, that rift wasn't alive. It was damage. Pure destructive potential. And you treated it like a person and convinced it to heal itself. He shook his head slowly. That's not magic. That's something else entirely. What is it? I don't know. But I think, Strange paused, choosing his words carefully. I think you have a gift that goes beyond dimensional manipulation. A gift for connection. For understanding. For making things that shouldn't be alive feel seen. Harry thought about the avatar. The rift. The versions of himself reaching across dimensions. Is that bad? No. But it's dangerous. Because not everything that wants to be seen deserves to be. Some things, Strange's eyes grew distant, some things will use your compassion to destroy you. Harry considered that. I'll be careful, he said again. Strange nodded slowly. I know you will. But careful might not be enough. Not with what you are. He took a deep breath, then let it out. The trial is over. You passed. Completely, unexpectedly, impossibly passed. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. Really, really. Now let's get out of here before you accidentally befriend another dimensional wound. Despite everything, Harry laughed. They emerged from the mirror dimension to find Wong waiting, arms crossed, expression caught between concern and curiosity. Well? He asked. Strange looked at Harry. Harry looked at Strange. He made the dimension self-aware, Strange said flatly. Then he talked a rift into healing itself. With compassion. Wong's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. That's not possible. Apparently it is. Strange moved past him toward the residential wing. I need tea. Strong tea. Possibly alcohol. Harry smiled at Wong's stunned expression. Can I have something to eat? I'm hungry. Wong stared at him for a long moment, then shook his head slowly. The kitchen's that way. He gestured vaguely. I need to sit down. Harry walked toward the kitchen, the cloak drifting beside him like a happy shadow. Behind him, he heard Wong's voice, low and urgent, Stephen. The boy I know what he did. Do you understand what it means? A pause. Then Strange's voice, quieter, I'm starting to. And I'm terrified. Harry kept walking. He was 4 years old. He'd made a dimension come alive and talked a wound into healing. He had versions of himself across infinite realities, some good and some terrible, and one who was loved. And for the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid of what he might become. He was excited. That night, Harry dreamed of the loved version again. But this time, the dream was different. This time, they didn't just observe each other from across dimensional boundaries. This time, for just a moment, they connected. Who are you? The loved version asked. He was 7 now, sitting at a table with the red-haired woman, his mother, Harry realized, Lily Potter, alive and real in his Asterisk. I'm you, asterisk Harry answered. Another you. From somewhere else. Asterisk. Do you have a mom? Asterisk. Number. But I have someone. A teacher. Asterisk he hesitated, searching for the word. A family. Sort of. Asterisk. The loved version smiled. That's good. Everyone should have someone. Asterisk. The connection held for another heartbeat, warm and strange and wonderful. Then it faded, and Harry woke to sunlight streaming through his windows and the smell of breakfast cooking somewhere below. He touched his scar. It pulsed, but softly. Everyone should have someone, asterisk he thought. And now I do. Asterisk. He smiled, got out of bed, and went to face whatever came next. Chapter 5. The Multiversal Awareness. The dreams changed after the mirror dimension. At first, Harry barely noticed. He was 4 years old, nearly 5 now, though he'd stopped keeping close track of days, and dreams were just dreams. Strange faces, strange places, strange versions of himself that flickered and faded upon waking. But these dreams were different. These dreams lingered. Asterisk. The first one came 3 nights after the trial. Harry stood in a great hall, stone walls rising toward a ceiling that shifted like the sky outside. Candles floated overhead, thousands of them, casting warm light over long tables filled with children in black robes. Laughter echoed. Food appeared on golden plates. And at the head of the hall, on a raised dais, an old man with a beard like silver watched the scene with twinkling eyes. Harry knew this place. He'd seen it in the tear, in the flashes, in the spaces between dimensions when his magic reached across boundaries. Hogwarts. The school Strange had mentioned. The place where British wizards learned their craft. But he wasn't watching from outside this time. He was inside, standing at one of the long tables, wearing the same black robes as everyone else, surrounded by children who laughed and talked and paid him no attention. This isn't real, asterisk he thought. This is a dream, asterisk. Are you sure? The voice came from beside him. Harry turned, and saw himself, older, 11, maybe 12. The same messy hair, the same green eyes, the same scar. But different too, healthier, happier, with a confidence in his posture that Harry had never felt. Who are you? Harry whispered. I'm you. The you that goes to Hogwarts. The you that has friends. The older version smiled, and it was like looking into a mirror that reflected possibility instead of light. The you that survived. Harry's chest tightened. Survived what? But the older version was already fading, the hall dissolving around them, leaving only those green eyes and that knowing smile. Everything, the voice echoed. You'll see. Harry woke gasping, his scar burning, his heart pounding against his ribs. The room was dark. The sanctum was quiet. And somewhere, across dimensions, another version of himself had just said goodbye. He didn't tell Strange about the dream. Not because he was hiding it, but because he wasn't sure it had been a dream at all. The connection had felt real. The older version had felt real. And when Harry closed his eyes, he could still feel the echo of that presence, like a thread stretching across infinity towards someone who was and wasn't himself. The second dream came a week later. This time, he stood in a ruined hall. Fire licked at broken columns. Bodies lay scattered across marble floors, men and women in strange armor, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. And at the center of the destruction, standing on a throne of skulls, waited another version. Older still. 20, maybe. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, his hands stained with something dark that Harry didn't want to name. You came back, the monster said. His voice was Harry's voice, but wrong, older, colder, emptied of everything that made Harry Harry. I wondered if you would. I didn't mean to. Harry's voice shook. I don't control it. The connections just happen. Liar. The monster leaned forward, and Harry saw madness in those green eyes, familiar eyes, his eyes, twisted into something terrible. You want to see us. All of us. The ones who succeeded where you're failing. The ones who took what the world owed them. I don't want. You do. You just don't know it yet. The monster rose from the throne, descending steps made of bone. You're curious. You want to know what you could become. What you might become, if the right choices go wrong. Harry backed away. I won't become you. Everyone says that. Everyone believes it. And then the world breaks them, one piece at a time, until they can't remember why they ever wanted to be good. The monster stopped, close enough to touch. Look at me, little one. Look at what's waiting for you. Harry looked, and saw, beneath the madness and the cruelty and the blood, a small boy crying in a cupboard, wondering why no one ever came. I'm sorry, Harry whispered. The monster's expression flickered, a crack in the armor of evil, a glimpse of something that might have been human. So am I. The ruined hall dissolved. Harry woke screaming. Strange was there within seconds. He didn't ask questions. Didn't demand explanations. He simply sat on the edge of Harry's bed, pulled the boy against his chest, and held him while he shook. It's okay, Strange murmured. You're here. You're safe. It was just a dream. It wasn't. Harry's voice was muffled against Strange's robes. It was real. Another me. The monster won. He showed me, he couldn't finish. Strange's arms tightened. The connections, he said quietly. They're getting stronger. I can't control them. They just happen. When I sleep, when I'm tired, sometimes when I'm just sitting still. I see them. All of them. The good ones and the bad ones and the ones I don't understand. Strange was quiet for a long moment. Then, I was afraid of this. Your dimensional awareness is developing faster than I anticipated. Most sorcerers spend years learning to perceive the multiverse. You were born perceiving it. Now your mind is maturing, and that perception is becoming, he searched for the right word, active. What do? You learn to control it. To filter it. To observe without being consumed. Strange pulled back, meeting Harry's eyes. It won't be easy. And it won't happen overnight. But you can do this, Harry. I know you can. Harry wanted to believe him. The scar pulsed, a reminder, a warning. The monster is watching, asterisk it seemed to say. They're all watching, waiting to see what you become. Asterisk. I'll try, Harry whispered. Strange nodded slowly. That's all anyone can do. The next morning, training changed. No more basic geometry. No more introductory theory. Strange pushed Harry harder than ever before. Meditation exercises designed to quiet his mind, shielding techniques meant to block external influences, awareness drills that forced him to distinguish between his own thoughts and the whispers from across dimensions. Your mind is like a radio, Strange explained during one session. It's picking up signals from every version of yourself across the multiverse. Most of those signals are background noise, you can learn to ignore them. But some are stronger. Some are actively reaching back. The monster reaches back, yes, and the loved one, and dozens of others you haven't met yet. Strange's expression was grave. The stronger the version, the louder the signal. The monster you saw, he's powerful. Dangerously powerful. And he's interested in you. Why? Because you're him. A version of himself before he fell. He wants to see what you become, maybe to warn you, maybe to corrupt you, maybe just because he's curious. Strange shook his head. I don't know his intentions. But I know that engaging with him is dangerous. I won't. You may not have a choice. The connections are automatic. He can reach you whether you want him to or not. Strange placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. That's why we're building these shields. To give you control. To let you choose when and how you engage. Harry nodded, determination hardening in his chest. Show me again. The shielding exercises. Strange smiled. A small thing, but genuine. That's my boy. The shields helped, but they weren't perfect. Harry still dreamed. Still saw flashes of other lives, other choices, other versions of himself. Stretching across infinity. The loved version, growing up with parents who adored him. The Hogwarts version, making friends and learning magic. Dozens of others, a version who became a healer, a version who never discovered magic at all, a version who died in the cupboard, small and alone and forgotten. That last one haunted him most. Not because it was terrible, though it was, but because it felt so close. So possible. If Strange hadn't come, if the tear hadn't happened, if no one had ever noticed the boy in the cupboard. That version would be real. That version would be him. Asterisk. Stop, he whispered one night, alone in his room, the dreams pressing against his consciousness like hands against glass. Please stop showing me. The dreams didn't stop, but something else happened. A new connection formed, different from the others. Softer. Warmer. It didn't push or demand or threaten. It simply waited, like someone sitting beside a door, hoping it would open, but willing to wait forever if necessary. Harry, curious despite himself, reached toward it. The space between dimensions opened. Not violently, not like the tear. Gently, like a door swinging inward on well-oiled hinges. Harry stepped through, and found himself in a garden. Sunlight streamed through leaves of a dozen different greens. Flowers bloomed in colors that hurt to look at. A small stream burbled past, its water so clear Harry could see every pebble on the bottom. And sitting on a bench by the water, waiting for him, was the loved version. He was older now, 8, maybe 9. Healthy. Happy. His scar was the same, but his eyes held none of the guarded wariness that Harry saw in his own reflection. These eyes were open, trusting, loved. You came, the loved version said. His voice was lighter than Harry's, unburdened by years of cupboard darkness. You were waiting, always, ever since I first felt you reaching. The loved version patted the bench beside him. Sit with me, talk to me. Harry hesitated. This felt dangerous, more dangerous than the monster, somehow. The monster was easy to resist because he was obviously wrong. But this version was everything Harry might have been. Everything he still could be, if he let himself hope. I shouldn't be here, Harry said. Strange says the connections are dangerous. Strange is your teacher. Yes. Does he love you? The question caught Harry off guard. I don't know. He cares about me. He saved me. He teaches me. That's not what I asked. The loved version's eyes were ancient in his young face, wise in ways that had nothing to do with age. Does he love you? Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. I think so, he said slowly. In his way. He doesn't say it, but he shows it. He holds me when I have nightmares. He teaches me even when he's tired. Harry's voice caught. He came for me, when no one else ever did. The loved version smiled. Then he loves you. That's what love is, showing up. Staying. Choosing someone even when it's hard. Harry sat on the bench, keeping a careful distance. What about you? Who loves you? My mom. My dad. The loved version's eyes grew bright. They're everything. They held me after what happened. They kept me safe. They told me every day that I was wanted, that I was theirs, that nothing would ever take me away. Harry's chest ached with an emotion he couldn't name. Not jealousy, not exactly. Something more complicated. Grief for what he'd lost, yes. But also hope that somewhere, somehow, a version of him had found what every child deserved. I'm glad, Harry said quietly. I'm glad you have that. I wish you had it too. Maybe I do. In my own way. Harry thought of Strange's steady presence, Wong's dry affection, the cloak's wordless comfort. It's different here, but it's real. They sat in silence for a while, two versions of the same person, connected across dimensions by something deeper than blood. Then the loved version spoke again. The others watch you, you know. The bad ones. The ones who fell. They watch and they wait and they hope you'll make the same choices they did. I know. The monster showed me. He's not a monster. Not really. He's just, the loved version struggled for words. He's what happens when the darkness wins. When you stop fighting. When you decide that if the world won't love you, you'll make it fear you instead. Harry thought about the skull throne, the hollow eyes, the small boy crying beneath the monster's surface. Is there any hope for him? I don't know. Maybe. If someone reached out. If someone reminded him, the loved version looked at Harry, that he doesn't have to be alone. The words hung in the air. You mean me, Harry said slowly. You think I could save him? I think you could try. When you're ready. When you're strong enough. The loved version smiled sadly. That's what we do, isn't it? We save each other. Because no one else will. The garden began to fade. Wait, Harry said. Will I see you again? Whenever you need to. Whenever you need to remember, the loved version's voice echoed, growing distant, that you are worth loving. That you always were. That you always will be. Harry woke in his bed, tears on his cheeks, and something warm and steady burning in his chest. He told Strange about the dream the next morning. All of it, the garden, the conversation, the loved version's words about love and hope and saving those who fell. Strange listened without interrupting, his expression shifting through several emotions before settling into something Harry couldn't read. He's right, you know, Strange said finally. About love. About showing up. About choosing someone even when it's hard. He paused, then added, quieter, I'm not good at saying it. I never have been. But, I know, Harry interrupted. You show me. That's enough. Strange's eyes did something complicated. Then he nodded, once, and they returned to training. The multiversal awareness didn't stop after that. If anything, it intensified. Now that Harry had stopped fighting the connections, stopped trying to block them entirely, they flowed more freely, information without overwhelming, awareness without consumption. He learned to exist with the constant background whisper of infinite versions of himself, to let it become white noise instead of a scream. The monster still reached, still watched. But now, instead of fear, Harry felt something closer to pity. The Hogwarts version reached too, curious, friendly, wanting to know who was touching his mind from across dimensions. Harry sent back warmth, curiosity in return, a promise that they'd talk properly someday. Dozens of others reached. Healers and heroes, ordinary people and extraordinary beings, versions of himself who had found peace and versions who were still searching. Each connection taught him something. Each version showed him a different path, a different choice, a different way of being Harry Potter. And through it all, the loved version remained his anchor. His reminder that somewhere, somehow, a version of him had found happiness. Had found family. Had found love. That could be you, asterisk the loved version seemed to say, every time they connected. Not exactly this, but something like it, something real, asterisk. Harry started to believe it. Months passed. Harry turned 5. The sanctum threw him a small celebration, Wong baking a cake that floated, Strange pretending he hadn't spent hours learning to conjure. Decorations, the cloak wrapping itself around Harry like a birthday present made of fabric and affection. It's not much, Strange said, almost awkwardly. But, happy birthday, Harry. Harry looked at the cake, the floating candles, the two men who had become his family. He thought about the cupboard, about birthdays spent alone in darkness, about a version of himself who had died waiting for someone to care. This is the best birthday I've ever had, he said honestly. Wong's eyes went suspiciously bright. Strange cleared his throat and looked away. The cloak pulsed warmly. And Harry, for the first time in his life, felt completely, utterly whole. That night, he reached for the loved version. The connection opened easily now, a door he could find whenever he needed. The garden materialized around him, familiar and warm, and the loved version was there, waiting as always. He's reaching more often, Harry said without preamble. The monster. He wants something. The loved version nodded slowly. He wants you to understand him. To see why he fell. He hesitated, to forgive him, maybe. Can I forgive him? I don't know. Can you forgive yourself for the choices you haven't made yet? The ones you might make if things go wrong. Harry thought about that. I don't think I've done anything that needs forgiving. Not yet. But you will. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you'll make mistakes, it's whether you'll learn from them. Whether you'll let them change you into someone you don't want to be. The loved version moved closer, and for the first time, he reached out and took Harry's hand. You're stronger than you know, he said. Stronger than any of us. Because you're the one who connects. The one who holds all these threads together. The one who can see every path and still choose your own. Harry's eyes burned. I don't feel strong. I feel scattered. Like I'm too many people at once. That's not scattering. That's gathering. You're collecting all of us, all the versions, all the possibilities, and becoming something none of us could be alone. The loved version smiled. That's why the multiverse watches you, Harry. That's why we all reach. Because you're the one who might actually bring us together. The garden pulsed with light. I have to go, Harry whispered. Strange will worry. I know. But come back. Whenever you need to remember. The loved version squeezed his hand. You are worth loving. You always were. You always will be. Harry woke with tears on his cheeks and a smile on his face. The next morning, Strange found him in the library, reading a book on dimensional theory that would have been impossible for a 5-year-old to understand. But Harry wasn't 5 anymore. Not really. He'd seen too much, felt too much, connected to too many versions of himself across infinite realities. You're changing, Strange observed, sitting across from him. The multiversal awareness, it's accelerating your development. Mentally, emotionally, magically. I know. Harry looked up from his book. Is that bad? I don't know yet. It's unprecedented. There's no precedent for what you're becoming. Strange's eyes were serious. But I don't think it's bad. I think it's necessary. For whatever's coming. Harry thought about the monster, watching and waiting. About the Hogwarts version, curious and hopeful. About the loved version, steady and warm. What's coming? He asked. I don't know. But something. The multiverse doesn't create nexus points like you without reason. You're meant for something, Harry. Something big. Strange leaned forward. When it comes, you'll be ready. Because you have something no other version of you has. What's that? Connection. To all of them. To the good and the bad, the hopeful and the broken, the ones who fell and the ones who rose. You carry all of them inside you. And that, Strange smiled, a real smile, warm and proud, that makes you stronger than any of them could ever be alone. Harry closed his book. I want to meet him, he said. The monster. Really meet him. Not just dream, actually connect. Strange's expression flickered with concern. Harry, I need to understand him. The loved version said that's the only way. Understanding. Not forgiveness, not acceptance, just understanding. So I know what not to become. Strange was quiet for a long moment. Then, when you're ready. When your shields are strong enough to protect you. I'll help you prepare. Harry nodded. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you survive it. Strange stood, ruffling his hair. Come on. Wong made breakfast. And after that, we're working on dimensional folding. You're going to need it. Harry followed him out of the library, the threads of infinite connections humming softly in the back of his mind. He was 5 years old. He carried multitudes. And he was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 6, The Cloak's Acceptance. The cloak of levitation had always been a presence in Harry's life at the sanctum. From that first night, when it had wrapped itself around him like a blanket, through countless training sessions where it drifted nearby like a watchful guardian, the quiet evenings in the library when it would drape across his shoulders simply because it wanted to be close, the cloak was simply there. Part of the background. Part of home. Harry had never thought much about it. It was Strange's cloak. Strange's companion. Strange's ancient, sentient relic that had chosen him as sorcerer supreme and served faithfully ever since. Harry was just a child living in their space, tolerated because Strange tolerated him. Or so he believed. The incident happened on an ordinary Tuesday. Strange had been called away to investigate a dimensional disturbance in Tokyo, leaving Harry with Wong for the day. They'd done their usual routine, morning meditation, afternoon spell practice, evening meal in the kitchen that appeared only when Wong wanted it to. Nothing unusual. But as night fell, Harry felt the connection stir. Not the usual background hum of infinite versions of himself. Something sharper. More focused. A presence that pushed against his shields with deliberate intent. The monster. Asterisk. Harry sat up in bed, heart pounding. The presence was stronger than before, more insistent, more focused. It wanted his attention. Wanted him to open the door between them and let it in. No, asterisk Harry thought, reaching for his shields. I'm not ready. Strange said. The presence pushed harder. His shields wavered. And somewhere across dimensions, the monster on the skull throne smiled. The cloak moved before Harry could react. One moment it was draped across the foot of his bed, resting in that strange way ancient relics rested. The next, it was wrapped around him completely, layers of enchanted fabric forming a barrier between Harry and the reaching presence. The monster's attention slammed against the cloak's defense. And rebounded. Asterisk. Harry felt the shockwave of it, the monster's surprise, his anger, his sudden realization that something stood between him and his target. The presence withdrew, snarling, leaving behind only echoes of frustration and a promise. Next time, little one. Next time. Asterisk. Harry gasped, the cloak still wrapped tightly around him. It pulsed, not with its usual warm contentment, but with something fiercer. Protective. Possessive. It had felt the threat and responded before Harry could even think to call for help. You, Harry whispered. You protected me. The cloak pulsed again, and Harry could have sworn he felt agreement in the gesture. Wong found them that way an hour later, Harry asleep, the cloak still wrapped around him like armor, both of them glowing faintly with residual defensive magic. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, observing. Then he went to find Strange. You're sure? Strange asked, hours later, having returned from Tokyo to find his cloak refusing to leave Harry's side. I'm sure. Wong's voice was calm, but his eyes held something unusual, wonder, maybe, or concern. The cloak intercepted a dimensional attack, shielded the boy completely. And now, he gestured at the scene before them. The cloak had arranged itself across Harry's shoulders like a cape, its collar lifted, its fabric moving gently even in the still air. It looked content, protective, as if it had finally found where it belonged. Strange's expression was complicated. The cloak chose me, he said slowly. Years ago, when I was still learning, still struggling, still trying to prove myself worthy of the Sanctum's power. It's been with me ever since. Through everything. And now it's choosing him. Partially. Temporarily. I don't know. Strange moved closer, reaching for the cloak's fabric. May I? The cloak pulsed, permission, but reluctant. As if it was allowing Strange to touch it only because he'd asked nicely. Strange's hand closed on the fabric. For a moment, nothing happened. Then his eyes widened. What? Wong asked. What is it? Strange was silent for a long moment, his expression shifting through several emotions. Then he laughed, a genuine laugh, surprised out of him. The cloak says he smells like home. Wong blinked. It can smell, metaphorically. It means, Strange shook his head slowly. It means the cloak recognizes something in him. Something that resonates with its own nature. Protection, loyalty, the need to guard those who can't guard themselves. Harry stirred in his sleep, the cloak adjusting around him automatically. It's never done this before, Strange continued quietly. Not with anyone, not even with me, not really. It chose me, yes, but it never, he gestured helplessly, adopted me. This is different. Is it dangerous? I don't think so. But it's unprecedented. Like everything else about that boy. Strange stepped back, letting his hand fall. The cloak is one of the most powerful relics in the Sanctum. It has its own will, its own awareness, its own ancient magic. If it's choosing to protect Harry, fully, completely, as more than just an extension of my will, then that means something. What? I don't know yet. But we're going to find out. Harry woke the next morning to find the cloak still wrapped around him. And Strange sitting in the chair by his window, watching him with an expression he couldn't read. Good morning, Harry ventured. Good morning. Strange's voice was neutral. How do you feel? Harry took stock. Tired, the monster's attempt had drained him more than he realized. But safe, warm, protected in ways he hadn't felt since Strange first held him in the cupboard. I feel okay, he said. The cloak protected you last night. From a dimensional attack. Strange's eyes were intent. Do you know who sent it? Harry hesitated. Then, the monster. The other me. He tried to reach me, and the cloak, he looked down at the fabric still draped across him, the cloak stopped him. Strange nodded slowly. That's what I thought. The cloak has never done that before. Never intervened against a threat without being directed. It acted on its own instinct. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. The cloak has its own will, but it usually defers to its wearer's choices. Last night, it decided that protecting you was more important than waiting for permission. Strange paused. Harry, do you understand what that means? Harry shook his head. It means the cloak has accepted you. Not just as someone to guard while I'm away, as someone worthy of its loyalty in its own right. Strange's voice was quiet, almost awed. That's not something it does lightly. The cloak has existed for centuries. It's seen countless sorcerers come and go. And it's chosen to protect you. Harry looked at the fabric around him. It pulsed warmly, as if agreeing with Strange's words. But it's yours, he said. It belongs to you. The cloak doesn't belong to anyone. It chooses. It chose me once, and I've been grateful ever since. Now it's choosing you, at least partially. Strange's expression softened. That doesn't mean it's abandoning me. It means it's expanding its loyalty. Including you in the circle of those it protects. Harry didn't know what to say. The cloak pulsed again, and this time Harry could have sworn he felt something like affection in the gesture. I'm not, he started, then stopped. I'm not special. I'm just a boy who got saved. Strange leaned forward, his eyes intense. You tore reality at 4 years old. You made the mirror dimension self-aware. You talked to dimensional wounds and convinced them to heal. You carry connections to infinite versions of yourself and haven't gone mad. And now one of the most powerful relics in existence has decided you're worth protecting. He shook his head slowly. Harry, you are extraordinary. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you can start living up to it. Harry's eyes burned. The cloak tightened around him gently, a wordless echo of Strange's words. I don't feel extraordinary, he whispered. You don't have to feel it. You just have to be it. Strange stood, moving toward the door. The cloak will stay with you today. I want to see how you interact when you're both awake and aware. Consider it a test. A test of what? Of trust. Of compatibility. Of whether the cloak's instinct was right. Strange paused at the door. And Harry, if it feels right, if the connection feels natural, don't fight it. The cloak knows what it's doing. Trust it the way it's trusting you. He left. Harry sat in bed, the cloak warm around his shoulders, and wondered what he'd done to deserve any of this. The day that followed was strange in ways Harry couldn't fully articulate. The cloak didn't leave him. Not once. When he walked to the kitchen for breakfast, it floated behind him like a second shadow. When he sat to eat, it draped across the back of his chair. When he moved to the library for his morning reading, it drifted alongside him, its fabric occasionally brushing his cheek as if checking that he was still there. Wong watched with an expression caught between amusement and wonder. It likes you, he observed. It likes everyone. No. It tolerates everyone. It likes Strange. But you, Wong shook his head slowly. I've never seen it act like this. Like a mother hen with one chick. Harry didn't know what a mother hen was, but he understood the sentiment. The cloak was protective, and not in the way it protected Strange. That was different, more partnership than guardianship. This was something else, something softer. Around midday, Strange appeared in the library. How's it going? Harry looked up from his book. He glanced at the cloak, which had arranged itself across his shoulders like a cape, different. It won't leave me alone. Does that bother you? Harry thought about it. The cloak's constant presence should have felt suffocating. After years of the cupboard, of being ignored and forgotten, constant attention should have felt like a threat. Instead, it felt like safety. No, he said honestly. It feels nice. Like someone's watching out for me. Strange nodded slowly. Good. That's how it should feel. He moved closer, reaching for the cloak. May I? The cloak pulsed, permission, but with a hint of reluctance. Strange touched its fabric, and Harry felt the connection between them, decades of partnership, of trust, of shared battles and quiet moments. But beneath that, something new. A shift in the cloak's loyalty, not away from Strange, but toward Harry as well. It's expanding, Strange murmured. Its awareness of you is becoming part of its core identity. You're not just someone it protects anymore. You're someone it belongs to. But it's still yours. Partly. But partly yours now too. Strange stepped back, letting his hand fall. I didn't think this was possible. The cloak has never bonded with two people simultaneously. But then, he smiled wryly, you've made a habit of doing impossible things. Harry looked at the cloak, at its deep red fabric and high collar, at the way it seemed to watch him even without eyes. What do I do? Nothing. Let it happen. Trust the connection. Strange's voice was gentle. The cloak knows what it's doing. If it's chosen you, there's a reason. We just have to trust that reason will become clear. That afternoon, Strange decided to test the bond. They moved to the training room, not the mirror dimension, but one of the sanctum's ordinary practice spaces. The cloak stayed with Harry, its fabric brushing his shoulders constantly, as if reassuring itself he was still there. I'm going to attack you, Strange announced. Nothing serious, just basic magical projections. I want to see how the cloak responds. Harry's heart rate increased. Attack me. Defensively. You'll be safe. The cloak won't let anything hurt you. Strange raised his hands. Ready. Harry nodded. The first projection came fast, a bolt of golden energy that streaked toward Harry's chest. Before he could react, the cloak was there, fabric spreading to form a shield that absorbed the impact completely. Good, Strange murmured. Again, more projections came, faster now, from different angles. The cloak moved like liquid, blocking each one, its fabric flowing and reforming with impossible speed. Harry barely had to think. The cloak anticipated every attack, positioned itself before Harry even registered the threat. Interesting, Strange said, pausing the assault. It's not just reacting, it's predicting, reading the patterns of my attacks before I launch them. Can it read minds? No, but it can read intent. It knows what I'm going to do because it understands how I fight, decades of partnership. Strange's eyes narrowed. But that doesn't explain how it's protecting you. It should be slower with a new wearer. Less coordinated. Instead, it was perfect. Flawless. As if it had been protecting Harry its whole existence. May I try something? Strange asked. Harry nodded. Strange raised his hands, and this time the attack was different, not projections, but actual spellwork. Complex magic designed to test the cloak's defenses in ways simple energy bolts couldn't. The cloak responded by expanding. Asterisk. Suddenly Harry was wrapped in layers of fabric, not constricting, but protective. Each layer absorbed a different aspect of Strange's spell. Heat, force, dimensional shifting. The cloak handled them all, its ancient magic flaring bright, until Strange's attack dissipated completely. Harry stood in the center of a cocoon of red fabric, completely unharmed. The cloak pulsed, triumphant, almost smug. Strange lowered his hands slowly. That's not possible, he said quietly. The cloak shouldn't be able to operate at that level. With a new wearer. It takes years to build that kind of synchronization. Maybe it's not new, Wong offered from the doorway. He'd appeared at some point during the testing, watching silently. Maybe the cloak recognized something familiar in him. Something it's been waiting for. Strange turned to him. What do you mean? Wong moved into the room, his eyes on Harry and the cloak. The cloak is ancient. It's seen empires rise and fall, sorcerers come and go, threats that would destroy everything we know. But in all that time, it's never bonded with anyone the way it's bonding with him. He paused. What if it's not bonding now? What if it's remembering? Remembering what? I don't know. But the cloak's magic is connected to time in ways we don't fully understand. What if it's seen something? What if it knows something about this boy's future that we don't? The room went quiet. Harry looked at the cloak. It pulsed warmly, reassuringly, but beneath that warmth, something else flickered. Something ancient and knowing and patient. What do you see? Harry thought at it. What do you know? Asterisk. The cloak didn't answer in words. But Harry felt something, a sense of certainty. The cloak knew why it was here, why it had chosen him. Knew and approved and waited for Harry to discover it himself. Okay, Strange said finally. We're not going to solve this today. But we're going to keep observing. Keep testing. And Harry, he met the boy's eyes, if the cloak shows you something, tells you something, you come to me immediately. Understood. Harry nodded. But even as he did, he felt the cloak pulse, a secret shared between them. Not yet, asterisk it seemed to say. But soon, asterisk. That night, Harry dreamed of the cloak's past. He saw centuries unfold, battles fought, sorcerers worn, threats defeated. The cloak had served many masters, protected many lives, witnessed history that no book could contain. Through it all, it had waited. Watched. Searched for something it couldn't name. And then, a flash of green light. A child's cry. A scar that would shape destiny. The cloak had felt that moment across time and space. Had known, instantly, that this child was why it existed. Why it had waited so long. Why it had never given its full loyalty to anyone before. You, asterisk the dream seemed to say. We were always waiting for you. Asterisk. Harry woke with tears on his cheeks and the cloak wrapped around him like a promise. The next morning, Strange found him in the library again. The cloak showed you something last night, he said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded slowly. It showed me, waiting. Centuries of waiting. For me. Strange's expression flickered. That's not possible. The cloak can't see the future. I don't think it saw the future. I think it felt, Harry struggled for words, potential. The possibility of me. Across all those years, it was looking for someone who would need it the way I need it. And it found you. It found me. Harry looked at the cloak, warm on his shoulders. It says I'm why it existed. Why it waited. All those centuries, protecting other sorcerers, other people, it was practice. Preparation. For now. Strange was quiet for a long moment. Then he sat heavily in the chair across from Harry. The cloak has been with me for years, he said slowly. Through everything, Dormammu, Thanos, the endless crises of being Sorcerer Supreme. I thought, he shook his head. I thought it chose me because I was worthy. Because I'd proven myself. You were worthy. It did choose you. But I wasn't the end of its journey. I was just, Strange's voice caught, just slightly. I was a stop along the way. Someone to protect until the real person came along. Harry's chest tightened. That's not. It's okay. Strange held up a hand. Really. I mean that. The cloak's loyalty isn't a zero-sum game. It can love us both. And if I was part of preparing it for you, he smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine, then I'm honored. Truly. Harry didn't know what to say. The cloak pulsed, and Harry felt it reach towards Strange, an affirmation, a reassurance. You matter too. You always will. Asterisk. Strange felt it too. His eyes went bright for just a moment before he blinked and looked away. Sentimental relic, he muttered. The cloak rustled indignantly. Despite everything, Harry laughed. The acceptance became official 3 days later. Strange called Harry to the main hall of the sanctum, the grand entrance with its floating staircase and ancient artifacts and the massive circular window that looked out on dimensions that shouldn't exist. Wong was there. Several other sorcerers Harry didn't know. And at the center of it all, the cloak floated alone, waiting. Harry Potter, Strange said formally, the cloak of levitation has chosen to extend its protection to you. This is a rare honor, one that has not occurred in centuries. Do you accept this bond? Harry looked at the cloak. It pulsed warmly, waiting for his answer. I accept, he said. The cloak flew to him. But instead of simply draping across his shoulders as it always had, it did something new. It wrapped, not just around him, but into him. Harry felt its magic merging with his own, its ancient awareness becoming part of his consciousness. He could feel its thoughts now, not words, but impressions. Emotions. Intentions. It was like gaining a second heart, a second mind, a second self that existed alongside his own. We are one, asterisk the cloak seemed to say. Finally. After all this time, asterisk. Harry gasped as the connection completed. Around him, the watching sorcerers murmured in wonder. Strange stepped forward, his expression caught between pride and something softer. How do you feel? Harry took a moment to answer. The cloak's presence was overwhelming at first, centuries of experience, of magic, of awareness flooding into his young mind. But slowly, the flood became a stream. The stream became a whisper. And the whisper became simply there, part of him, like breathing, like heartbeat, like thought itself. I feel, Harry paused, searching for words. I feel whole. Like something I didn't know was missing just got found. Strange nodded slowly. That's how it should feel. That's how I felt when it first chose me. He paused. But this is different. Deeper. The cloak has never bonded this completely with anyone. It says, Harry listened to the cloak's wordless voice, it says it was waiting. For someone who needed it the way I do. Someone who would let it be more than just a tool. And will you let it be more? Harry thought about it. The cloak wasn't just a cape, it was a friend, a guardian, a second self. It had protected him without being asked, defended him against threats it couldn't fully understand, chosen him over centuries of waiting. Yes, he said, I will. The cloak pulsed with joy. After the ceremony, after the other sorcerers had dispersed and Wong had returned to his duties, Harry and Strange sat together in the library. The cloak will never leave you now, Strange said quietly. Not completely. Even when it's with me, part of it will always be aware of you. Always watching. Always ready to return if you need it. Is that okay? With you? Strange was quiet for a moment. Then, it's more than okay. It's right. The cloak knew what it was doing, even if I didn't understand at first. He glanced at Harry. You're going to need protection, Harry. More than most. The monster who's reaching for you, the versions of yourself across dimensions, the threats that will inevitably come because of what you are, he shook his head slowly. The cloak will help keep you safe. And he paused, then continued, quieter, I will too. Always. Harry's eyes burned. He didn't cry. He was too old for that, too used to holding things inside. But he moved closer to Strange on the couch, letting the warmth of another person soak into his skin, and felt the cloak settle more comfortably around his shoulders. 3 hearts beating together. 3 souls bound by choice and magic in something deeper. Family, asterisk the cloak whispered in its wordless way. This is what family feels like. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes and let himself believe it. That night, the monster reached again. But this time, when his presence pushed against Harry's shields, the cloak was ready. It didn't just block, it answered. Pushed back with centuries of accumulated power, sending a clear message across dimensions. He is protected. He is loved. You cannot have him. Asterisk. The monster recoiled. And somewhere across infinite realities, on a throne of skulls, a dark version of Harry Potter felt something he hadn't felt in years. Fear. Not of the cloak's power, that was nothing to him. But of what it represented. Connection. Loyalty. Love. All the things he'd destroyed in himself, all the things he'd convinced himself he didn't need. Little one, asterisk, he whispered into the void. You're building something dangerous. Something that might actually save you. Asterisk. Or destroy me. Asterisk. The thought came from somewhere deeper, the part of him that still remembered the cupboard, still remembered wanting someone to care. He crushed it, as he crushed everything soft and human and weak. But the echo lingered, and in the sanctum sanctorum, a 5-year-old boy slept peacefully, wrapped in an ancient relic's embrace, protected by a love he was only beginning to understand. Chapter 7. The First Rift Crisis. The sanctum felt different with the cloak bonded to him. Harry noticed it immediately in the days following the acceptance ceremony. The ancient building, which had always been aware and responsive, now seemed to greet him when he entered rooms. Doors opened before he reached them. Staircases adjusted their paths to lead him where he wanted to go. The very walls hummed with a warmth that hadn't been there before. The sanctum recognizes you now, Strange explained during one of their training sessions. Not just as a resident, as part of its family. The cloak's bond extends to the building itself. You're connected to its magic in ways most sorcerers never achieve. Harry touched the wall beside him. It pulsed warmly in response. Does it hurt, being connected to so much? No, but it takes getting used to. Strange's expression was thoughtful. The sanctum has its own awareness. Its own will, in a sense. You'll feel its moods, its concerns, its warnings. Pay attention to them. The sanctum has protected this reality for centuries, it knows when something's wrong. Harry filed that information away. He was 5 years old. He had a sentient cloak, a magical building that recognized him, and connections to infinite versions of himself across the multiverse. His life had become something he couldn't have imagined in the darkest days of the cupboard. And soon, it would become even stranger. The first sign of trouble came 3 weeks later. Harry was in the library, as usual, working through a text on dimensional stabilization that Wong had recommended. The cloak was draped across his shoulders, its familiar warmth a constant comfort. Everything was ordinary, peaceful, normal. Then the sanctum screamed. Asterisk. Not audibly, Harry heard nothing with his ears. But in his mind, in his bones, in the new connection he shared with the building, he felt a pulse of pure alarm. Something was wrong. Something was attacking. Asterisk. He was on his feet before conscious thought caught up. The cloak wrapped tighter around him, already moving, already guiding him toward the source of the disturbance. Harry ran through corridors that shifted to speed his path, down staircases that formed beneath his feet, toward the main hall where reality was tearing open. The rift was smaller than the one Harry had created in the cupboard, but more violent. It thrashed and spat, dimensional energy lashing out in all directions, scorching the walls of the sanctum, shattering artifacts that had survived centuries. And at its center, fighting to control it, was a man Harry didn't recognize. He wore robes like Strange's, the same deep blue, the same symbolic embroidery, but his eyes were wild, his movements desperate, his magic flailing instead of flowing. He'd torn the rift trying to open a portal, Harry realized. Torn it because he didn't have the control, didn't have the precision, didn't have the care that Strange always emphasized. And now it was consuming him. Help, the man gasped, seeing Harry. Child. Run, tell Strange. The rift surged, cutting him off. Harry should have run. He was 5 years old. He had no business near a dimensional rupture. Strange would want him safe, far away, protected by the sanctum's deepest wards. But the cloak was already moving. And Harry's magic was already rising. He didn't think, didn't plan, didn't calculate the geometry or prepare the spells. He simply reached. Asterisk. The same way he'd reached for the tear in the cupboard, the same way he'd reached for the rift in the mirror dimension, the same way he reached for the loved version across infinite realities. His magic flowed outward, responding to his will before his conscious mind could shape it. And the rift felt him. It turned toward his presence like a flower toward the sun. Hungry. Desperate. Wanting connection in ways that transcended physical laws. I know, Harry thought at it. I know what you want. I know what you need. But this isn't the way. The rift pulsed, confusion, maybe, or curiosity. Around it, the dimensional energy continued to lash out. Harry felt each strike against the sanctum's walls, felt the building's pain as ancient wards were scorched and broken. But beneath that pain, the sanctum was also watching. Waiting. Trusting him to handle this. Why? Harry thought at the building. I'm 5. I don't know what I'm doing. The sanctum's response was wordless but clear. You know more than you think. Trust yourself. Harry trusted. The rogue sorcerer had collapsed now, his energy spent, his body smoking from contact with dimensional forces no mortal should touch. The rift loomed above him, still growing, still feeding on the instability he'd created. Harry stepped closer. The cloak pulsed a warning, danger, proximity, risk, but didn't try to stop him. It trusted him too. I'm going to close you, Harry told the rift. Not with force, not with fighting, he searched for the right word, with understanding. Will you let me? The rift pulsed again. Harry felt its hunger, its loneliness, its desperate need to connect with something, anything, that would acknowledge its existence. It was a wound, yes. But wounds wanted to heal. They just didn't know how. I'll show you. Harry raised his hands. The spell circles formed automatically, not the rigid geometry Strange taught, but something more organic. Layered. Connected. They spun around him like orbiting planets, each one resonating with a different aspect of the rift's nature. Hunger. Loneliness. Fear. Need. Harry fed them all. Not with his own magic, with understanding. He showed the rift that he knew what it felt like to want connection so badly it hurt. Showed it that he'd been lonely too, desperate too, willing to tear reality apart just to have someone notice him. But someone did notice, he told it. Someone came. Someone saved me. And that's why I'm here now, to show you that you don't have to stay open forever. You can heal. You can close. You can become something other than a wound. The rift trembled. Around it, the dimensional energy began to slow. That's it, Harry encouraged. You're doing it. You're choosing to heal. The rift pulsed one last time, gratitude, maybe, or simply acknowledgement. Then it began to close. The process took minutes, though it felt like hours. Harry stood at the center of his spell circles, pouring understanding into the rift, helping it remember how to be whole. The cloak fed him energy when his own flagged. The sanctum lent its ancient strength to the effort. And slowly, gently, the dimensional tear knitted itself closed. When the last trace of it vanished, Harry collapsed. The cloak caught him before he hit the ground, wrapping him in soft fabric, holding him close. He was exhausted, more exhausted than he'd ever been. Using magic this way, connecting this deeply, had drained something fundamental. But the rift was closed. The sanctum was safe. And the rogue sorcerer was alive, thanks to Harry's intervention. Strange arrived moments later. He'd been in the lower chambers, mediating a dispute between dimensional ambassadors, and had felt the disturbance too late to intervene. By the time he reached the main hall, the crisis was over, Harry unconscious in the cloak's embrace, the rogue sorcerer slumped against a wall, the air still shimmering with residual magic. For a long moment, Strange simply stared. Then he moved to Harry's side, checking his pulse, his breathing, his magical signature. All stable. All intact. The boy had done something impossible again, and survived it. What happened? Strange asked the cloak. The cloak pulsed its answer, images, impressions, the sequence of events as it had witnessed them. The rogue's failed portal. The growing rift. Harry's intervention. The boy talking to dimensional damage like it was a living thing, convincing it to heal. Strange closed his eyes briefly. Of course he did, he muttered. Of course. Harry woke hours later in his own bed. The cloak was wrapped around him, as always, and Strange sat in the chair by the window, watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You're awake, Strange said. Not a question. Harry nodded slowly. His body ached. His magic felt thin, stretched, like a rubber band that had been pulled too far. The rift closed, stabilized, gone. Strange leaned forward. Harry, do you have any idea what you did? Harry thought back. I talked to it, like the one in the mirror dimension. I showed it I understood. And it chose to heal. Strange was quiet for a long moment. Then, the rogue sorcerer is in the infirmary. He'll recover. Thanks to you. He paused. He's been practicing for 20 years. 20 years of training, of study, of preparation. And when he faced a dimensional crisis, he failed. He lost control. He nearly died. Harry didn't know what to say. You're 5 years old. You've been training for less than a year. And you walked into a situation that would have killed most experienced sorcerers, and you fixed it. By talking to it. By treating dimensional damage like it had feelings. It did have feelings. It was lonely. And scared. And it wanted someone to understand. Strange's expression shifted. Wonder, maybe, or something like it. That's not how dimensional physics works, Harry. Rifts aren't alive. They don't have feelings. They're damage, pure, destructive damage. Then why did it listen to me? The question hung in the air. Strange had no answer. The rogue sorcerer's name was Corvus. He came to thank Harry 3 days later, when the boy was finally well enough to receive visitors. He looked different than he had during the crisis, calmer, steadier, his eyes holding none of the desperate wildness that had preceded the rift. I owe you my life, Corvus said simply. And more than that, I owe you my sanity. I was seconds from being consumed by that rift. If you hadn't acted, I just did what felt right, Harry said uncomfortably. He wasn't used to gratitude. Wasn't used to people looking at him like he'd done something good instead of something wrong. Most people don't do what feels right. They do what's easy, what's safe, what protects themselves. Corvus shook his head slowly. You ran toward danger, toward a threat that should have killed you. And you saved me without hesitation. Harry didn't know how to respond. The cloak pulsed warmly against his shoulders. Strange tells me you talked to the rift, Corvus continued. Convinced it to heal. Is that true? I guess. Corvus's expression grew complicated. I've been studying dimensional magic for 2 decades. I've read every text, practiced every technique, sought out every teacher I could find. And in all that time, I never once thought to talk to a rift. To treat it as something that could be reasoned with. He laughed softly, without humor. Maybe that's why I failed. I was so focused on control, on force, on imposing my will on the magic, I forgot that magic has its own will. Its own nature. Its own needs. Harry thought about that. Strange says magic isn't alive. It's just energy. Strange is wrong. Partly. Corvus met his eyes. Magic isn't alive in the way we are. But it responds to intent. To emotion. To the deepest parts of who we are. You understood that instinctively. You treated the rift like a frightened child, and it responded like one. Because I know what it's like to be frightened. Corvus was quiet for a moment. Then, yes, I imagine you do. He stood, bowing slightly, a gesture of respect that made Harry deeply uncomfortable. If you ever need anything, anything at all, you have only to ask. I owe you a debt I can never fully repay. He left before Harry could protest. That night, Strange found Harry in the library again. You've made an ally, Strange observed, sitting across from him. Corvus is one of the most powerful sorcerers in the Eastern Orders. Having his loyalty is no small thing. I didn't do it for loyalty. I did it because he was going to die. I know. That's why he's loyal. Strange's eyes were thoughtful. You have a gift, Harry. Not just for magic, for connection. For making people want to protect you, follow you, believe in you. That's rare. And dangerous. Why dangerous? Because power attracts power. The more people who believe in you, the more responsibility you carry. The more expectations you have to meet. Strange leaned forward. You're 5 years old. You shouldn't have to carry that weight. But you do, because of what you are and what you can do. Harry thought about Corvus's gratitude, the rift's healing, the loved version's steady warmth. I don't feel like I'm carrying weight, he said slowly. I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Doing exactly what I'm supposed to do. Strange studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, warm and proud. That's called purpose, Harry. And finding it at 5 years old, He shook his head slowly. That's rarer than any magic. The days that followed were quieter. Harry continued his training, but with a new focus now. Strange pushed him harder on dimensional theory, on rift identification, on the specific techniques required to stabilize reality tiers. The cloak assisted, its ancient knowledge supplementing Strange's teaching. And through it all, the connections hummed in the background. The monster still reached, but less frequently now. The cloak's protection had made him cautious, or perhaps simply patient. The loved version still waited in his garden, ready to offer comfort when Harry needed it. The Hogwarts version sent curiosity and friendship across dimensions, and Harry sent warmth back. But something had changed. Harry could feel it, a shift in the multiversal currents, a gathering of energy, a convergence approaching. The rift crisis had been a warning. A sign that the boundaries between dimensions were thinning, becoming unstable. Something was coming. Something big. You feel it too, Strange said one evening, when they sat together watching the sunset through a window that looked out on 3 different realities simultaneously. Harry nodded. The dimensions are restless. Like before a storm. That's exactly what it is. A storm. Strange's expression was grave. I've been monitoring the fluctuations. They're spreading. Multiple universes are beginning to overlap, just slightly, just at the edges, but enough to cause instability. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. The multiverse has its own rhythms, its own cycles. This isn't a cycle. This is something else. Strange glanced at him, and it started around the time you arrived at the sanctum. Harry's heart clenched. You think I'm causing it? I think you're connected to it. Not causing, responding. The multiverse is shifting, and you're shifting with it because you're part of its fabric in ways most beings aren't. Strange's voice was gentle. This isn't your fault, Harry. It's your nature. And your nature might be exactly what we need when the storm hits. Harry didn't feel reassured, but he felt the cloak tighten around him, felt the sanctum pulse with ancient awareness, felt the connections humming with the presence of infinite versions of himself. Whatever was coming, he wouldn't face it alone. The second rift appeared 3 weeks later. This time, Harry sensed it before it formed, a pressure in the dimensional fabric, a thinning of boundaries, a gathering of energy that felt wrong in ways he couldn't articulate. He was in the middle of a meditation exercise when the sensation hit, and he was on his feet and running before Strange could call out. Harry. But Harry was already moving, the cloak guiding him, the sanctum opening paths before him. He reached the source of the pressure just as the rift began to tear. And this time, he was ready. The rift was larger than Corvus's, more violent, more angry. It thrashed and spat, lashing out at everything around it, and Harry felt the intent behind it, not hunger or loneliness this time, but pure destructive fury. This one doesn't want to heal, he realized. This one wants to destroy. He raised his hands anyway. The spell circles formed, not the gentle, understanding patterns he'd used before, but something harder. Containment circles. Stabilization matrices. Dimensional anchors layered thick enough to hold back a tidal wave. The rift screamed at him. Harry screamed back. The battle lasted minutes that felt like hours. Harry poured everything into the containment, his magic, his will, his understanding of dimensional physics. The cloak fed him energy, supplemented his strength, protected him from the rift's lashing fury. The sanctum lent its ancient power to the effort, reinforcing his circles with its own. But the rift fought back. It wanted to destroy, wanted to spread, wanted to consume everything in its path. And every time Harry thought he had it contained, it found a new weakness, a new gap, a new way to lash out. I can't do this alone, Harry realized. I need Harry. Strange's voice. Strange's magic joining his own. Strange's presence at his back, solid and steady in there. You're not alone, Strange said. You never were. Together, they fought. The rift collapsed an hour later. Harry slumped against Strange, exhaustion overwhelming him, but the rift was gone. Contained. Stabilized. The dimensional fabric was knitting itself back together, healing the way it was supposed to. You did it, Strange breathed. We did it. Harry couldn't respond. His eyes were closing, his body giving out, the last of his energy spent. But as darkness claimed him, he felt something new in the connections, A pulse of approval from the loved version, a nod of acknowledgement from the Hogwarts version, and from the monster. Surprise, respect, and something that might have been hope. Dash dash dash. Harry woke in his bed, the cloak wrapped around him, Strange and Wong both present. He's awake, Wong said unnecessarily. Strange moved to the bedside. How do you feel? Tired. Harry's voice was a croak. Really tired. You should be. You held a class 4-dimensional rift for 47 minutes. Strange's eyes were wide with something like awe. That's not supposed to be possible. Not for a child. Not for most adults. I had help. The cloak. The sanctum. You. And your own magic. Your own will. Your own stubborn refusal to give up. Strange shook his head slowly. Harry, do you understand what you're becoming? Harry thought about it. The rifts he'd closed. The connections he carried. The versions of himself across infinite realities, watching and waiting. I'm becoming someone who can help, he said finally. Someone who can fix things. Someone who, he paused, searching for words, someone who matters. Strange's expression softened. You always mattered, he said quietly. Even in that cupboard. Even when no one saw you. You always mattered. Harry's eyes burned. He didn't cry. But he reached for Strange's hand and held on, and Strange held back. Dash dash dash. That night, the loved version visited his dreams. You did well, he said, sitting beside Harry in the garden. The rifts are dangerous. The one today, it could have destroyed everything. I felt it. Its anger. Its need to destroy. Yes. Some wounds don't want to heal. Some want to spread, to consume, to make everything else as broken as they are. The loved version's eyes were sad. You'll face more of those. The ones that can't be reasoned with, can't be soothed, can't be saved. What do I do with them? Contain them, stop them, and mourn them, afterward, for what they could have been. The loved version reached out, touching Harry's shoulder. You can't save everyone, Harry. Not even yourself, sometimes. But you can try. And trying, that's what matters. The garden began to fade. Wait, Harry said. The monster, he felt different today. After the rift, he felt, I know, he's changing. Watching you is changing him. The loved version smiled sadly. You're saving him too, just by being who you are. Showing him what he could have been. What he still could be, if he let himself. I don't understand. You will. When you're ready. The loved version faded. Until then, keep fighting. Keep hoping. Keep being you. Harry woke with the words echoing in his mind. Keep being you. Asterisk. He looked at the cloak, warm on his shoulders. Felt the sanctum pulse around him. Sensed the connections humming with the presence of infinite versions of himself. He was 5 years old. He'd closed 2-dimensional rifts. And somewhere across the multiverse, a monster was watching him with something like hope in his hollow eyes. Harry closed his eyes and slept, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 8, Forbidden Knowledge. The sanctum's restricted section existed in a space that wasn't quite real. Harry discovered it 3 days after the second rift crisis, when he was wandering the library looking for a specific text on dimensional stabilization. One moment he was walking between familiar bookshelves, the next, the world shifted, and he stood before an archway that hadn't been there before. Black stone, silver runes that pulsed with warning. And beyond the arch, shelves that stretched into infinite darkness, lined with books that seemed to breathe. Hello, Harry whispered. The runes pulsed brighter. Warning, asterisk they seemed to say. Danger. Turn back. Asterisk. Harry turned back, but the archway stayed in his mind. Dash dash dash. He asked Strange about it that evening. The restricted section, Strange said, his expression tightening. You found the restricted section. I didn't mean to. I was looking for the stabilization book and suddenly, it was just there. Strange was quiet for a long moment. Then, the restricted section contains knowledge that most sorcerers aren't ready for. Books that can corrupt the reader. Spells that should never be cast. Information about realities that don't exist anymore, and some that shouldn't exist at all. Is that where the books about me are? The question hung in the air. Strange's eyes flickered, surprise, maybe, or concern. What makes you think there are books about you? The connections. The other versions. When I reach for them, I feel, Harry struggled for words, patterns. Like someone mapped us. Like someone knew we would exist. Strange leaned back in his chair, his expression complicated. There are texts, he admitted slowly. Ancient ones. They speak of nexus points, beings whose existence spans multiple dimensions, whose choices echo across realities. They're rare. Centuries can pass without a nexus point appearing. And I'm one. Yes. One of the most powerful ever recorded. Strange's voice was careful. The texts say nexus points can either stabilize the multiverse or destroy it. It depends on their choices. Their nature. He paused, their heart. Harry thought about the monster. The loved version. The infinite Harrys stretching across dimensions, each one shaped by different choices. The texts, they could help me understand what I am, what I'm supposed to do. They could also destroy you. Strange leaned forward, his eyes intense. Forbidden knowledge is forbidden for a reason, Harry. Some truths can't be unlearned. Some paths, once seen, can't be unseen. I'm not afraid. You should be. Strange's voice was gentle but firm. The multiverse is full of things that would love to corrupt a nexus point. To twist you into something that serves their purposes instead of your own. The restricted section contains knowledge that could make you powerful beyond imagining, and lost beyond recovery. Harry absorbed this. Then, will you teach me? Not the dangerous parts, just what I need to know. To understand myself. To prepare for whatever's coming. Strange studied him for a long moment. Then, I'll think about it. The dreams that night were different. Not the loved version's garden. Not the monster's throne room. Something else, a library that stretched into infinity, filled with books that whispered secrets. And at its center, a figure waiting. Not a version of himself. Something older. Something that had always been here, watching. You seek knowledge, the figure said. Its voice was the sound of pages turning, of ink drying, of centuries passing. Knowledge of what you are. Knowledge of what you may become. Who are you? A librarian. A guardian. The one who decides which truths are ready to be known. The figure moved closer, and Harry saw that it wasn't human. It was made of books, its form constructed from bound knowledge and ancient wisdom. You have been seen by the multiverse, little nexus. Watched by beings beyond counting. And now you seek to understand your own nature. Strange says it's dangerous. Strange is wise. But wisdom and fear are not the same. The librarian tilted its head. There are truths you are ready for. Truths that will help you grow. And there are truths that would shatter you, if encountered too soon. My purpose is to know the difference. Harry's heart pounded. Will you help me? The librarian was silent for a long moment. Then it reached toward a shelf, pulling down a book that glowed with soft golden light. This is the first truth, it said, offering the volume. The nature of nexus points. Read it, and begin to understand. Harry reached for the book. And woke. The book was on his bedside table. Harry stared at it for a long moment, heart pounding. It was the same one from the dream, the golden glow, the ancient leather binding, the symbols on its cover that shifted when he tried to read them. The cloak pulsed against his shoulders, not alarm, but curiosity. It recognized this book, knew it was important. Harry opened it. The text was dense, ancient, written in languages that should have been impossible for a 5-year-old to understand. But as Harry read, the words translated themselves in his mind. Magic recognizing magic, knowledge flowing into the spaces where understanding waited. Nexus points, the book explained, are beings whose existence spans multiple dimensions. Unlike ordinary creatures, who exist in a single reality with limited connection to others, nexus points are anchored across the multiverse. Each choice they make echoes through infinite versions of themselves. Each action ripples across boundaries that should be impassable. Harry absorbed this slowly. The origin of nexus points is unknown. Some theories suggest they are born, not made, chosen by the multiverse itself to serve as anchors for dimensional stability. Others propose that nexus points are the result of cosmic accidents, convergences of energy that create beings capable of holding multiple realities within themselves. What is known as this, nexus points are rare. Centuries can pass without one appearing. And when they do appear, they attract attention. From cosmic entities. From dimensional powers. From those who would use them, or destroy them. Harry turned the page. The first nexus point recorded in these texts existed before the current universe was formed. It held together realities that would otherwise have collapsed, serving as an anchor for creation itself. When it finally passed from existence, the multiverse mourned, and fragments of its consciousness scattered across dimensions, becoming the seeds from which future nexus points would grow. Asterisk. You are one of those seeds. Asterisk. Harry's breath caught. You carry within you the echo of that first being. The potential to serve as anchor, as stabilizer, as heart of the multiverse itself. But potential is not destiny. You must choose what you become, and your choices will echo across infinite realities forever. Asterisk. The book ended there. Harry closed it, his hands shaking. He was more than a boy who tore reality. More than a child with connections to other versions of himself. He was part of something ancient, something fundamental, something that had existed before the universe was born. And the multiverse was watching to see what he would become. He told Strange everything the next morning. Strange listened without interrupting, his expression shifting through several emotions before settling into something Harry couldn't read. The librarian, Strange said finally. You saw the librarian. It was in my dream. It gave me the book. Strange nodded slowly. The librarian is real. It guards the restricted section's deepest knowledge, deciding who is ready for which truths. The fact that it appeared to you, he shook his head, that's significant. What does it mean? It means you're ready. For some truths, at least. The librarian wouldn't have come otherwise. Strange paused. What did the book tell you? Harry explained, the origin of nexus points, the first being, the echoes that became seeds across dimensions. Strange listened, and when Harry finished, he was quiet for a long moment. There's more, Strange said finally. Texts I haven't shown you. Knowledge I've been protecting you from, hoping you wouldn't need it until you were older. I need it now. I know. Strange stood, moving toward the door. Come with me. The restricted section looked different in person. The archway was still there, black stone, silver runes, the sense of warning that pulsed like a heartbeat. But now Harry could see beyond it, into the darkness where books breathed and knowledge waited. Strange paused at the threshold. Once we enter, you can't unsee what you see. Can't unknow what you learn. Are you sure? Harry thought about the rifts. The monster. The loved version. The infinite Harry's watching and waiting. I'm sure. Strange nodded and stepped through. The restricted section was endless. Shelf after shelf stretched into darkness, each one lined with books that seemed to watch as they passed. Some whispered warnings. Some whispered temptations. Some simply waited, patient as stone. Strange led Harry deeper, past sections devoted to forbidden spells, to realities that no longer existed, to beings that should never have been born. Finally, they reached a small alcove where a single book floated, bound in what looked like living shadow. This is the text that matters most, Strange said quietly. The one that speaks directly about you. About what you are and what you may become. Harry reached for it. The book opened itself. The Potter Nexus. Asterisk. That was the title. Harry stared at it, heart pounding, as the pages began to turn. The being known as Harry Potter is unique among nexus points. While others have existed before him, none have carried the specific configuration of energies, connections, and potential that he embodies. Born of prophecy, marked by enemy, anchored across dimensions by forces he does not yet understand, he is unprecedented in the history of multiversal observation. Asterisk. Harry read on. His connections to alternate selves are unusually strong. Most nexus points sense other versions vaguely, as distant echoes. Harry Potter experiences them as presences, sometimes as vivid as his own reality. This is both gift and danger. Gift, because it gives him access to knowledge and power beyond normal reach. Danger, because it makes him vulnerable to corruption by darker versions of himself. Asterisk. One such version has been noted with particular concern. Asterisk. Harry's blood went cold. Designated, the monster, by observers, this alternate Harry Potter has achieved power beyond any other known variant. He rules a reality reduced to ash and bone, commanding armies of darkness, wielding magic that corrupts everything it touches. He is what Harry Potter could become, if every hope died and every choice led to destruction. Asterisk. He watches his younger self with obsessive interest. He reaches across dimensions constantly, testing shields, probing weaknesses, waiting for the moment when he can. The page ended there. Harry turned it. The next page was blank. Why? He whispered. Why is it blank? Strange's voice was gentle. Because what happens next hasn't been written yet. The monster's intentions, his plans, his ultimate goal, those depend on choices you haven't made. The book can only record what is. It can't predict what will be. Harry stared at the blank page. Somewhere across dimensions, the monster was watching. Waiting. They left the restricted section hours later. Harry's mind was full of what he'd learned, the nature of nexus points, the danger of his connections, the monster's obsessive attention. He felt heavier now, burdened by knowledge he couldn't unlearn. Strange walked beside him, silent, letting him process. Finally, Harry spoke. The monster wants something from me. Something specific. The book didn't say what. Because it doesn't know. Or because the monster himself doesn't know. Strange glanced at him. Desire and need aren't always clear, even to those who feel them. The monster may be reaching for you without understanding why. To corrupt me. To make me like him. Maybe. Or maybe, Strange paused, choosing his words carefully, maybe to save himself. To see if you can resist what he couldn't. To prove that it was possible all along, and he just didn't try hard enough. Harry thought about that. The small boy crying beneath the monster's surface. The hope he'd felt flickering across their connection. Can he be saved? I don't know. That's not a question with an easy answer. Strange stopped, turning to face him. But I know that trying to save him could destroy you. Corrupt you. Turn you into what you're trying to prevent. I know. And you're still considering it. Harry met his eyes. He's me. A version of me that no one saved. If I can reach him, if I can show him that someone cares. You could also fall. The darkness in him is real, Harry. It's powerful. It's been growing for decades. One connection, one moment of compassion, might not be enough to counter that. Then I'll connect again, and again, until it is enough. Strange studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, sad and proud and worried all at once. You have too much heart for your own good. Is that bad? No. It's just dangerous. Strange resumed walking. We'll work on your shields. Strengthen them. Make sure that when you finally connect with him fully, you're protected enough to survive it. Harry nodded. But in his heart, he knew, protection wouldn't matter. When the time came, he would open himself completely, shields down, walls lowered, heart exposed. Because that was the only way to save someone. He'd learned that from Strange. That night, the monster reached again. But this time, instead of blocking him, Harry listened. Little one, the monster's voice came, cold and ancient and hungry. You've been reading about me. Yes. Learning what I am, what I've done, what I could do to you. Learning what you could become. What you still could be, if you chose. Silence. Then, softer, you think you can save me. I think I can try. Why? Harry thought about the loved version, warm in his garden. About Strange, steady and present. About the cloak, protective and loyal. About all the people who had shown him that he mattered, that he was worth loving, that he didn't have to be alone. Because someone saved me, he answered. And I want to pass that on. The connection held for a long moment. Then, quietly, almost inaudibly, you're a fool, little one. Maybe. But I'm a fool who cares. The monster withdrew. But in the space he left behind, something lingered. Something warm. Something that might have been hope. Harry told Strange about the conversation the next morning. Strange listened without comment, but his expression grew more concerned as Harry spoke. He's changing, Strange said when Harry finished. Your compassion is affecting him. Is that bad? I don't know. It could be good, if it softens him, makes him reconsider his path. Or it could be terrible, if it makes him more obsessed, more determined to possess you, to make you his. Harry thought about that. He didn't feel possessive last night. He felt confused, like he didn't understand why I would care. Because he's forgotten what caring feels like. It's been too long. Strange shook his head slowly. Be careful, Harry. Please. You're walking a knife's edge with that version of yourself. I know. But I have to try. Strange nodded, accepting. They returned to training. Weeks passed. Harry studied the forbidden texts, learning more about nexus points, dimensional anchors, the nature of multiversal connection. He practiced his shields until they were second nature. He strengthened his bond with the cloak, letting its ancient wisdom supplement his own. And through it all, he maintained the connection with the monster. Not constantly, that would be dangerous. But regularly enough that the monster grew accustomed to his presence. Accustomed to his warmth. Accustomed to being reached out to instead of feared. "Why do you keep coming back?" the monster asked one night. "Because you're alone. And I know what that feels like. I chose to be alone. Did you? Or did you just stop believing anyone would choose you?" The monster had no answer. The loved version noticed the change. In their garden meetings, he looked at Harry with new understanding. "You're reaching him," he said. The monster. "You're actually reaching him. I'm trying. It's working. I can feel it, across dimensions, across all of us. He's changing. Just slightly, just at the edges, but changing." The loved version smiled. "You're doing what none of us could." "What do you mean?" "Some of us tried. Other versions, across other realities. We reached for him, tried to save him, tried to pull him back from the darkness. But he always rejected us. Always pushed us away." The loved version's eyes were bright. "But you're different. You're the one who connects. The one who holds all the threads. And he feels that. He feels that you're not just another version, you're the center. The anchor. The one who might actually bring us all together." Harry didn't know what to say. "You're special, Harry. Not because of your power, because of your heart." The loved version reached out, touching his shoulder. "Don't lose that. No matter what happens." The garden began to fade. "I won't," Harry promised. And meant it. The next rift appeared without warning. Harry felt it forming, a massive tear, larger than any before, ripping open in the heart of New York City. Thousands of lives were at risk. The dimensional fabric was unraveling. And Harry was the only one close enough to stop it. He ran. The cloak carried him faster than his legs could manage, soaring through the sanctum's corridors, out into the streets of New York. People screamed and scattered as the rift opened above them, a wound in the sky, bleeding impossible colors, reaching down with grasping hands of pure energy. Harry landed in the center of the chaos. The rift turned toward him. And Harry raised his hands. This time, he didn't try to soothe it. This time, he anchored it. The forbidden texts had taught him how. Nexus points could serve as anchors for dimensional stability, could hold reality together through sheer force of will. It was dangerous, exhausting, potentially fatal. But it was the only way. Harry reached into the rift with his magic, with his will, with his very self. He found its chaotic core and wrapped himself around it, not fighting, not soothing, just holding. Holding it together. Holding it stable. Holding it until help could arrive. The rift screamed. Harry held tighter. Strange found him there 20 minutes later. Harry was on his knees, barely conscious, the cloak wrapped around him in desperate protection. Above him, the rift pulsed, not violent now, but contained. Stabilized. Held. Strange's spell circles joined Harry's, reinforcing the containment. Other sorcerers arrived, adding their power to the effort. Together, they sealed the rift completely. When it was done, Harry collapsed. Strange caught him before he hit the ground. "You held a rift open for 20 minutes, Strange breathed. "You anchored it with your own existence. Harry, that should have killed you." "Didn't," Harry mumbled. "Read how." "In the books." Strange's eyes widened. Then he laughed, a sound caught between relief and wonder. "You read how to anchor dimensional rifts in the forbidden section, and you just decided to try it." "Had to. People would have died." Strange held him tighter. "You're impossible," he whispered. "Absolutely impossible." Harry smiled weakly. Then darkness claimed him. He woke in his bed, the cloak wrapped around him, Strange and Wong both present. "You're going to stop doing that," Wong said flatly. "Putting yourself in danger. Holding rifts open with your own existence. It's bad for my health." Harry laughed weakly. "Sorry." "No, you're not." "No," Harry admitted. "I'm not." Strange moved to the bedside, his expression serious. "The forbidden texts, you've been reading more than I realized. I needed to understand. To be ready. And are you ready?" Harry thought about the monster, still watching across dimensions. About the loved version, warm and steady. About the infinite Harry's stretching across realities, waiting to see what he would become. "I'm getting there," he said. Strange nodded slowly. Then we'll keep teaching, keep training, keep preparing you for whatever comes. He paused. But Harry, next time you decide to anchor a rift with your own existence, warn me first. So I can have a heart attack prepared. Harry smiled. Deal. That night, the monster reached again. But this time, his presence was different. Softer. Almost respectful. You held a rift open with your own existence. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. That's something I would have done. Once. Before. Asterisk. He stopped. Before what? Asterisk. Before I forgot why it mattered. Asterisk. Harry felt the connection deepen, not an attack, not a probe, just presence. Two versions of himself, reaching across dimensions, sharing a moment of understanding. You're not as far gone as you think, asterisk. Harry offered. You still remember wanting to help. I can feel it, asterisk. It's buried deep, asterisk. Then let me help you dig it up. Asterisk. Silence. Then, quietly, maybe. Asterisk. The connection held for a moment longer. Then the monster withdrew, leaving behind something warm and fragile and new. Hope. Harry closed his eyes, the cloak warm around him, the connections humming softly in the back of his mind. He was 5 years old. He'd read forbidden texts, anchored dimensional rifts, and started to save a monster. And somewhere across infinite realities, the loved version smiled. Keep going, asterisk. He seemed to say. You're doing exactly what you were meant to. Asterisk. Harry slept and dreamed of gardens. Chapter 9. Time Loop Error. The idea came to Harry on an ordinary Tuesday. He was in the library, as usual, working through a text on temporal mechanics that Wong had recommended. The book was dense, complicated, full of theories about time that made his head hurt. But one passage caught his attention. Time, unlike space, resists manipulation. To fold time is to invite paradox. To loop time is to risk erasure. The wise sorcerer respects these boundaries, for crossing them leads to consequences that echo beyond any single moment. Asterisk. Harry read the passage 3 times. Time loop. Asterisk. The words lodged in his mind like seeds waiting to sprout. He asked Strange about it that evening. Time magic, Strange said, his expression immediately sharpening with warning. Why are you asking about time magic? I was reading. In the library. There was a passage about time loops and paradoxes and, Harry hesitated, seeing Strange's expression. I was just curious. Curiosity about time magic is dangerous. More dangerous than dimensional rifts, more dangerous than forbidden knowledge. Strange set down his book, giving Harry his full attention. Time isn't like other dimensions. It doesn't just exist, it flows. Interrupting that flow, changing it, looping it back on itself, those actions have consequences that ripple forward and backward simultaneously. I know. The book said that. And yet you're still curious. Harry nodded slowly. I want to understand. Not to do, to understand. Why it's dangerous. What makes it different from other magic. Strange studied him for a long moment. Then, tomorrow. We'll discuss it tomorrow. But Harry, his voice was grave, promise me you won't experiment. Not even a little. Time magic isn't something to play with. I promise. Harry meant it. But promises, he was learning, were easier to make than keep. The dreams that night were strange. Not the loved version's garden. Not the monster's throne room. Something else, a corridor of mirrors, each one showing a different version of himself. But unlike the dimensional connections, these versions weren't separate. They were the same. The same moment, repeated infinitely, each reflection doing exactly what the one before had done. Time loop, asterisk. Harry thought, and the mirrors shimmered. You're curious, asterisk. A voice whispered. Not the librarian. Something older. Something that lived in the spaces between moments. You want to understand. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. Then understand this, time is a river. You can step in once, twice, 1,000 times, but each step changes the water. Each return alters the flow. And the river remembers. Asterisk. The mirrors began to move. Harry watched himself, infinite versions, infinite loops, all doing the same thing, all trapped in the same moment, all unable to escape. This is what happens when time breaks, asterisk. The voice said. This is what waits for those who play with forces they don't understand. Asterisk. Harry woke gasping. The dream stayed with him all day. Dash dash dash. He should have let it go. He was 5 years old. He had no business experimenting with time magic. Strange had warned him, the dream had shown him, every text he'd read had emphasized the dangers. But the curiosity wouldn't leave. Just a little, asterisk, he told himself. Just a tiny loop. Just to see. Asterisk. The cloak pulsed against his shoulders, warning, maybe, or concern. It could feel his intent, his desire to understand, and it didn't approve. I'll be careful, asterisk, Harry promised it. The cloak pulsed again, doubtful, but accepting. Harry found an empty training room. And began. Dash dash dash. The spell was simple in theory. Create a contained temporal bubble. Isolate a small space, a few feet, a few seconds. Make time repeat within that bubble while the outside world continued normally. Harry had read the instructions in one of the advanced texts. Had memorized the gestures, the incantations, the precise geometric patterns required. It should work. It should. Asterisk. He raised his hands. The spell circles formed, temporal ones, different from anything he'd created before. They spun slowly, carefully, enclosing a small area in front of him. Initiate, Harry whispered. The bubble formed. Inside it, a mote of dust began to fall. Dash dash dash. For a moment, everything worked perfectly. The dust fell. Time passed. The bubble held. Then Harry sneezed. Dash dash dash. The sneeze broke his concentration. Just slightly. Just for an instant. But that instant was enough. The temporal bubble didn't collapse, it expanded. Faster than thought, faster than reaction, it spread outward from its contained space, swallowing Harry, swallowing the training room, swallowing everything in its path. The world went white. When it cleared, Harry was standing in the same spot, his hands raised, the spell circles spinning before him. Had the loop worked? Had something gone wrong? He lowered his hands. The training room looked normal. The cloak pulsed normally. Everything seemed. The mote of dust began to fall. Harry froze. He'd already seen that. Already watched that exact mote fall, that exact way, that exact moment. He was repeating, not the spell, but himself. The loop had expanded, and now he was trapped in it. How long? He whispered. The cloak pulsed. It didn't know. Couldn't know. Time magic affected perception in ways that made measurement impossible. Harry waited. The dust fell. And fell. And fell. Dash dash dash. The first hour was confusion. Harry tried everything, spells to break the loop, gestures to escape, even just walking out of the training room. But every time he reached the door, he found himself back at the starting position, hands raised, dust beginning to fall. The second hour was frustration. He shouted. He cursed. He threw magic at the walls, at the floor, at the very fabric of the loop. Nothing worked. Nothing changed. Every attempt reset to the same moment, the same position, the same falling dust. The third hour was despair. He sat on the floor, the cloak wrapped around him, and cried. 5 years old, trapped in a moment that would never end, unable to reach Strange or Wong or anyone who could help. The connections were silent, cut off by the temporal bubble. He was truly, completely alone. This is what happens when time breaks, asterisk, the dream voice had said. This is what waits for those who play with forces they don't understand. Asterisk. Harry understood now. And it was too late. Dash dash dash. The fourth hour, something changed. Not the loop, that remained, immutable, eternal. But Harry's perception shifted. In the endless repetition, he began to notice things he'd missed before. The way the dust sparkled as it fell. The exact angle of light through the window. The pattern of the cloak's pulse, different each time, subtly, as if it too was aware of the loop. You're here with me, asterisk, Harry realized. You're not trapped, you're choosing to stay. Asterisk. The cloak pulsed affirmation. You could leave. Asterisk. Another pulse. Yes. The cloak's ancient magic allowed it to perceive temporal boundaries, to move between moments in ways Harry couldn't. It was staying by choice. Why? Asterisk. The cloak's answer was wordless but clear, because you need me. Because I won't leave you alone. Asterisk. Harry cried again, different tears this time. Not despair. Gratitude. Dash dash dash. The fifth hour, Harry started thinking. Not about escape, that had failed. Not about breaking the loop, that seemed impossible. About understanding. About why the loop existed and what it wanted. It's not malicious, asterisk he realized. It's just, stuck. Like me. A wound in time, repeating because it doesn't know how to stop. Asterisk. Like the dimensional rifts. Like the tear in the cupboard. Like all the wounds he'd helped heal by understanding instead of fighting. Maybe this is the same. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. Instead of trying to break the loop, he reached for it. The same way he reached for rifts, for dimensions, for the versions of himself across realities. He found the temporal fabric of the loop and touched it gently. Hello. Asterisk. The loop pulsed, surprise, maybe, or curiosity. Nothing had ever reached out to it before. I'm sorry I created you, asterisk Harry thought. I didn't mean to. I was curious, and I made a mistake, and now we're both trapped. Asterisk. The loop pulsed again, not agreement, but acknowledgement. But maybe we don't have to be trapped. Maybe we can figure this out together. If you show me what you are, I'll show you how to heal. Asterisk. The loop considered. Then, slowly, it opened itself to him. Harry saw everything. The moment of creation, his sneeze, the concentration broken, the bubble expanding. The first repetition, himself, confused, trying to understand. The second, the third, the thousandth, all the Harrys who had lived and failed and reset, each one a ghost in the temporal fabric. But beneath those ghosts, deeper, he saw the loop's true nature. It wasn't a prison. It was a question. Asterisk. Why? It asked. Why did you create me? Why do you keep trying? Why do you refuse to give up? Asterisk. Harry answered honestly. Because I'm scared. Because I made a mistake. Because I have people who love me and I need to get back to them. Asterisk. The loop pulsed. But also, because I believe things can get better. Because I've seen wounds heal, rifts close, darkness turn to light. Because I know that giving up is the only real failure. Asterisk. The loop was quiet for a long moment. Then it began to change. The repetition slowed. Not stopped, slowed. Harry felt the temporal fabric shifting, the loop's rigidity softening, the endless cycle beginning to loosen its grip. You're letting go, asterisk he realized. You're choosing to heal, asterisk. The loop pulsed, agreement, but also something else. Gratitude. For being seen. For being understood. For being treated as something more than damage. Thank you, asterisk Harry thought. For showing me what you are. For trusting me, asterisk. The loop pulsed one last time, warm, accepting, peaceful. Then it dissolved. Harry stood in the training room, hands at his sides, the dust long settled on the floor. The cloak pulsed against his shoulders, relief, joy, pride. The connections hummed back into existence, the loved version's warmth, the Hogwarts version's curiosity, even the monster's distant attention. He was free. He was free. Asterisk. Harry sank to his knees, shaking, tears streaming down his face. He'd been in the loop for, how long? Hours. Days. Time inside the bubble had no relation to time outside. But when Strange burst through the door moments later, his expression wild with worry, Harry understood. Outside the loop, only seconds had passed. Harry. Strange was there, hands checking him for injuries, magic scanning for damage. What happened? I felt a temporal disturbance, you're pale as death. I'm okay. Harry's voice was hoarse. I'm okay. He couldn't finish. Strange's hands stilled. He looked at Harry, really looked, and something in his expression shifted. How long? He asked quietly. Harry shook his head. I don't know. Hours. Maybe more. Strange closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, they held something Harry had never seen before. Fear, yes, but also understanding. The look of someone who had faced impossible things and knew what it cost. A time loop, Strange said. You got caught in a time loop. I created it. By accident. I was trying to understand, just a little, and I sneezed and Harry's voice broke. I'm sorry. I promised I wouldn't experiment. I promised, and I broke my promise, and I almost. Shish. Strange pulled him close, holding him tight. You're alive. You're here. That's what matters. But you made a mistake. A dangerous one. But you survived it, and you learned from it, and now you know why I warned you. Strange pulled back, meeting his eyes. Time magic isn't like other magic. It doesn't forgive. It doesn't forget. And it almost took you from me. Harry's tears fell faster. I'm sorry, he whispered again. I'm so sorry. Strange held him until the shaking stopped. Dash dash dash. Wong appeared eventually, took one look at them, and went to make tea. They sat in the kitchen, Harry wrapped in the cloak, Strange beside him, Wong handing out mugs of something warm and sweet. The silence was comfortable, healing, full of the unspoken understanding that came after crisis. Finally, Strange spoke. Tell me what happened. Everything. Harry told him. The curiosity, the spell, the sneeze, the loop. The hours of repetition, the despair, the moment when he'd reached out to the loop instead of fighting it. The understanding that had set them both free. When he finished, Strange was quiet for a long moment. You talked to it, he said slowly. You treated a temporal wound like a living thing, and it responded. Like the rifts, like the dimensional damage. It was scared and confused and it just wanted someone to understand. Strange shook his head slowly. Harry, time loops aren't alive. They're mathematical anomalies, breakdowns in causality, errors in the fabric of existence. They don't have feelings. They don't want understanding. This one did. Apparently. Strange's voice held wonder now. Apparently, when you're involved, even time itself becomes something that can be reasoned with. Harry didn't know what to say. The cloak pulsed warmly against his shoulders. Dash dash dash. The next days were quiet. Harry's training continued, but with a new focus on temporal theory, not practical application, but understanding. Strange wanted him to know everything about time magic, so that if curiosity struck again, it would be informed curiosity instead of reckless experimentation. You have a gift, Strange told him during one session. A gift for connection that transcends normal boundaries. That gift saved you in the loop, allowed you to do what no other sorcerer could have done. But it also led you to experiment in the first place. I know. So we need to find balance. Channel your curiosity into study instead of experimentation. Let the texts teach you instead of your own trial and error. Strange's eyes were serious. Can you do that? Harry nodded. I'll try. Trying is all I ask. Dash dash dash. The loved version visited his dreams that night. You scared me, he said, sitting in the garden. When the loop cut off our connection, I thought I'd lost you. I scared myself. Harry sat beside him, exhausted even in dream. I didn't mean for it to happen. I was just curious. Curiosity is dangerous. You know that now. Yeah. Harry paused. But it also saved me. If I hadn't been curious about the loop, if I hadn't reached out to understand, I'd still be trapped. The loved version considered this. So curiosity is both danger and salvation. Maybe everything is. Both things at once. The loved version smiled. You're growing up. Harry didn't feel grown up. He felt 5 years old and very, very tired. What did you learn? The loved version asked. In the loop, when you thought you might never escape, what did you learn about yourself? Harry thought about it. The hours of despair. The moment when the cloak's presence had reminded him he wasn't alone. The reaching out, the understanding, the healing. I learned that giving up is the only real failure, he said slowly. As long as I keep trying, keep reaching, keep hoping, there's always a chance. The loved version nodded. That's the most important lesson. The one that will save you, again and again. The garden began to fade. Will I see you again? Harry asked. Whenever you need to. Whenever you need to remember. The loved version smiled. That's what I'm here for. Harry woke with the words echoing in his mind. Dash dash dash. The monster reached that night too. But his presence was different, softer, more tentative. Almost gentle. You survived. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. Time loops kill most who enter them. You should be dead. Asterisk. I had help. The cloak. And, asterisk Harry paused, I talked to the loop. Treated it like it mattered. It let me go. Asterisk. Silence. Then, you treat everything like it matters. Rifts. Loops. Even me. Asterisk. Because you do matter. All of you. Asterisk. Another long silence. Then, so quietly Harry almost missed it, thank you. Asterisk. The connection faded. But the word lingered. Dash dash dash. Harry spent the next weeks studying temporal theory in depth. He learned about paradoxes, grandfather paradoxes, bootstrap paradoxes, predestination paradoxes. He learned about temporal mechanics, the flow of causality, the delicate balance that kept time moving forward instead of folding back on itself. He learned about the dangers he'd barely escaped, the fates that awaited those who broke time's rules. And through it all, he carried the memory of the loop. Not as trauma, though it was that too. As knowledge. As proof that even time itself could be reached, could be healed, could be understood. Everything wants connection, he realized. Everything wants to be seen. Even wounds. Even errors. Even the fabric of existence itself. The realization changed something fundamental in him. He started looking at magic differently, not as something to control, but as something to relate to. The spells he cast became conversations instead of commands. The dimensions he touched became neighbors instead of tools. The multiverse itself became a living thing, vast and ancient and waiting to be known. Strange noticed the change. You're different, he observed one afternoon. Your magic, it flows differently now. More naturally. Like you're speaking to it instead of demanding from it. I am, Harry admitted. The loop taught me. Everything responds to understanding. Strange nodded slowly. That's wisdom beyond your years. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just too young to know better. Strange laughed. Maybe both. Weeks turned into months. Harry turned 6. The sanctum celebrated quietly. Wong's cake, Strange's conjured decorations, the cloak's warm embrace. The loved version sent birthday wishes across dimensions. The Hogwarts version sent curiosity and friendship. Even the monster sent something, a wordless pulse that might have been acknowledgement. Harry was growing, not just in age, in understanding, in power, in the quiet certainty that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The rifts continued to appear, smaller now, less frequent, but still present. Harry helped close them when he could, learning each time, growing more skilled at understanding the wounds he healed. The connections continued to hum, infinite versions of himself, living infinite lives, making infinite choices. He learned to exist with them, to let them become background instead of foreground, to draw on their strength without losing himself. And the monster continued to watch. But the watching was different now. Softer. More like waiting than hunting. What are you waiting for? Harry asked one night. The answer came slowly, reluctantly, for you to prove it's possible. Prove what? That someone like me can be saved. Harry held the connection for a long moment. Then, I will. I promise. The monster didn't answer. But he didn't withdraw either. Time passed. Harry studied, trained, grew. The loop became a memory, painful but valuable, a scar that taught instead of haunted. He used what he'd learned to help others, to close rifts faster, to understand dimensional wounds more deeply. And always, in the background, the connections hummed. The loved version, the Hogwarts version, dozens of others, stretching across infinity. And the monster, watching and waiting. Harry was 6 years old. He'd survived a time loop, closed dimensional rifts, and started to heal a monster. And somewhere across the multiverse, the Watcher observed and noted. The nexus point is growing. Learning. Becoming. The convergence approaches. And nothing will ever be the same. Chapter 10. The Watcher's Warning. The presence arrived without warning. Harry was in the library, as usual, working through a text on multiversal theory that Strange had recommended. The cloak was warm on his shoulders. The connections hummed softly in the background. Everything was ordinary, peaceful, normal. Then the air changed. Not temperature, something deeper. The quality of existence itself shifted, as if the library had suddenly become aware that it was being watched. The books stopped their quiet whispering. The shadows stopped their subtle movement. Everything held perfectly still. Harry looked up. A figure stood before him. It was massive, taller than the shelves, taller than the room itself, yet somehow contained within normal space. Its form shifted constantly, never settling into a single shape. Sometimes it looked like a man in robes. Sometimes it looked like a collection of stars. Sometimes it looked like nothing at all. But its eyes, those were constant. Ancient. Infinite. Watching. Harry Potter, the figure said. Its voice was the sound of galaxies turning, of civilizations rising and falling, of time itself flowing like a river. The nexus point. The child who tears reality. We meet at last. Harry's heart pounded, but he forced himself to stay calm. The cloak pulsed against his shoulders, not alarm, exactly, but deep wariness. It recognized this being, knew what it was. Who are you? A watcher. One of my kind. We observe. We record. We do not interfere. The figure tilted its head, a gesture that somehow conveyed centuries of curiosity. Usually. You came to me. That's interfering. Yes. The Watcher's voice held something that might have been amusement. You are unusual. You have attracted attention across the multiverse. From beings who would use you, destroy you, worship you, fear you. My kind typically observes such situations without comment. But you, it paused, you concern me. Harry's blood went cold. Why? Because you do not understand what you are becoming. Because the forces gathering around you are beyond anything a mortal child should face. Because the convergence approaches, and you are its center, and you are not ready. The convergence, Strange mentioned it. Multiple universes overlapping, more than overlapping, converging, drawn together by a single point, by you. Your existence as a nexus point is creating gravitational pull across dimensions. Like a stone in a pond, but the pond is infinite and the ripples are reality itself. Harry tried to absorb this. I'm causing the convergence. You are its center. Not its cause, its focus. The convergence would happen with or without you. But because you exist, because you are who and what you are, it is happening here. Around you. And when it reaches its peak, the Watcher's form flickered, you will face choices that no mortal should have to make. Harry thought about the monster. The loved version. The infinite Harry's watching across dimensions. What choices? Whether to rule or serve. Whether to destroy or preserve. Whether to become the multiverse's greatest protector, or its greatest threat. The Watcher's eyes seemed to pierce through him. You carry the potential for both within you. Every version of yourself does. But you are the nexus. Your choice will echo through all of them. The weight of the words settled on Harry like a physical thing. I don't want to be a threat. I want to help. To protect. He struggled for words, to be like Strange. To save people. Strange is mortal. Limited. He protects one reality with great effort. You could protect infinite realities with equal effort. Or you could destroy them. The Watcher's form shifted again, becoming something almost gentle. I did not come to frighten you, child. I came to warn you. To prepare you. To tell you that you are not alone in what approaches. Not alone. There are those who would help you. Who have watched you since your birth, since before your birth, since the moment your potential was first perceived. We cannot interfere, it is not our way. But we can advise. We can warn. We can, the Watcher paused, care. Harry's eyes burned. Why? Why would you care about me? The Watcher was silent for a long moment. Then, because we have watched countless beings rise and fall. Have seen empires born and destroyed, civilizations flourish and fade, heroes become tyrants and tyrants find redemption. And in all that watching, we have learned one truth above all others: the smallest choices matter most. The kindness of a child. The courage to reach out. The refusal to give up hope. It moved closer, not physically, but in presence. You have all of those, Harry Potter. You reached for the monster when others would have fled. You healed dimensional wounds when others would have fought. You survived a time loop by treating it with compassion instead of force. These choices, small, quiet, seemingly insignificant, they are what make you different. What make you worthy. Harry didn't know what to say. The Watcher's form began to fade. I cannot stay. To remain longer would be to interfere, and interference has consequences even I cannot predict. But remember this, the convergence comes. The choices approach. And when they do, its voice grew softer, trust your heart. It has not failed you yet. Wait, Harry called out. Will I see you again? The Watcher paused at the edge of existence. When the moment comes, I will be watching. As I always have. As I always will. It vanished. The library returned to normal. The books resumed their whispering. The shadows resumed their movement. But Harry sat frozen, the weight of the Watcher's words pressing down on him. Strange found him there an hour later. Harry, what happened? The sanctum sensed a presence. He stopped, seeing Harry's face. What is it? The Watcher came, Harry said quietly. One of them. It warned me about the convergence. About the choices I'll have to make. Strange's expression shifted through several emotions: shock, concern, and something that looked almost like fear. The Watchers don't interfere, he said slowly. They observe. They record. They never interfere. This one did. It said I was, Harry struggled to remember the exact words, unusual. That I concerned them. That they wanted to warn me because they, his voice caught, because they care. Strange sat heavily across from him. Harry, do you understand what this means? The Watchers have existed since before this universe was formed. They've seen everything, every civilization, every catastrophe, every choice that ever mattered. And one of them chose to break their most sacred rule. For you. I know. Strange shook his head slowly. That's unprecedented. That's beyond unprecedented. It means whatever's coming is bigger than anything we've imagined. I know. Strange looked at him, really looked. Saw the fear Harry was trying to hide, the weight he was trying to carry, the 5-year-old boy who had just been visited by a cosmic entity. What did it tell you? Exactly. Harry recounted the conversation as best he could. The convergence. The choices. The warning about ruling or serving, destroying or preserving. The Watcher's final words about trusting his heart. When he finished, Strange was quiet for a long moment. It's right, he said finally. About the convergence. I've been tracking the fluctuations, they're getting worse. Multiple universes are beginning to press against each other, their boundaries thinning, their realities overlapping. It's only a matter of time before, he stopped. Before what? Before they merge, or collapse, or destroy each other. Strange met his eyes. And you're at the center of it. Not causing it, but anchoring it. The convergence is happening where you are because you're the strongest nexus point in this region of the multiverse. Harry thought about the weight he'd felt since the Watcher's visit, the sense of being watched, of being expected, of being something more than just a boy. What do? We prepare, we train, we learn everything we can about nexus points and convergences and what's coming. Strange reached out, gripping his shoulder. And we face it together. You're not alone in this, Harry. You never were. Harry nodded slowly. But the Watcher's words echoed in his mind. When the moment comes, I will be watching. Asterisk. The dreams that night were different. Not the loved version's garden. Not the monster's throne room. Something else, a vast emptiness where galaxies turned like wheels and stars were born and died in the space of heartbeats. And at its center, the Watcher waited. You came back, Harry observed. You needed to see, to understand. The convergence cannot be explained in words alone. The Watcher gestured, and the emptiness shifted. Harry saw it then, the multiverse spread before him like an infinite tapestry. Billions of realities, each one a thread in a pattern too vast to comprehend. And at the center, a knot forming, a convergence of threads, all drawn together by a single point. Him. This is what approaches, the Watcher said. Realities pressing together, boundaries dissolving, everything that is separate becoming one. It could be beautiful, a symphony of existence playing in harmony. Or it could be destruction, everything colliding, shattering, ending. What decides which? Choice. The choices of those at the center. The choices of those who influence them. The choices that echo across dimensions and determine the fate of everything. The Watcher's form shifted closer. Your choices, Harry Potter. And the choices of those who love you. Harry stared at the converging threads. I'm just a boy, he whispered. I'm 6 years old. I can't be responsible for all of this. You did not ask to be what you are. But you are. And denying it will not change what comes. The Watcher's voice softened. You are not alone. You have never been alone. The versions of yourself across dimensions, they feel your presence, your choices, your heart. They will help when the moment comes. Even the one you call monster. Harry's heart clenched. The monster will help. He watches you. He learns from you. He is changing because of you. When the convergence reaches its peak, he will have a choice too, and your example may determine what he chooses. The vision began to fade. Remember, Harry Potter, the smallest choices matter most. The kindness you show today shapes the being you become tomorrow. Trust your heart. It knows the way. Harry woke gasping, the cloak wrapped tight. Around him, the connections humming with new intensity. He told Strange everything the next morning. Strange listened without interrupting, his expression growing more serious with each word. The Watcher showed you the convergence, he said slowly. Gave you a vision of what's coming. Yes. And it said the monster might help. That he's changing because of me. Strange's eyes widened. The monster, your dark variant, is changing. I think so. The connections feel different now. Softer. Like he's waiting instead of hunting. Strange was quiet for a long moment. Then, Harry, if you've actually started to redeem a dark version of yourself, if that's possible, it changes everything. Not just for the convergence, but for the multiverse itself. Versions like that don't change. They can't change. It's against every law of dimensional physics. I know. But he is changing. I can feel it. Strange shook his head slowly. You're impossible. You know that. People keep telling me that. Because it's true. Strange almost smiled. But impossible or not, we need to prepare. The convergence is coming faster than I thought. Days, maybe weeks. We need to strengthen the Sanctum's wards, contact other sorcerers, build alliances. Can I help? Yes. But first, Strange's voice grew serious, we need to talk about what happens if you fail. Harry's blood went cold. Fail. If the convergence reaches its peak and you can't control it, if your choices go wrong, the multiverse could collapse. Everything. Every reality, every version of everyone you love, every possibility that ever existed. Gone. Harry's hands trembled. That's too much. I can't. You can. You will. Because you have something no other Nexus point has ever had. Strange gripped his shoulders. You have heart. You have compassion. You have the ability to reach across dimensions and make even wounds feel seen. That's not weakness, Harry. That's strength. The strongest kind. Harry wanted to believe him. The Watcher's words echoed. Trust your heart. It knows the way. Asterisk. I'll try, he whispered. That's all anyone can do. The days that followed were a blur of preparation. Strange contacted sorcerers across dimensions, building alliances, sharing information about the coming convergence. Wong reinforced the Sanctum's wards until they glowed with contained power. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his magic to new limits, learning to anchor reality in ways he'd never attempted. The connections hummed constantly now, infinite versions of himself, all feeling the approaching convergence, all watching to see what he would do. The loved version reached out frequently, offering comfort and encouragement. You can do this, asterisk he said. We're all with you, asterisk. The Hogwarts version sent curiosity and hope. I wish I could help, asterisk he sent. But I'm just a student. You're the one who matters. Asterisk. Even the monster reached, not with threat now, but with something almost like support. I will not let you fall, asterisk he sent. If the convergence threatens to destroy you, I will intervene. Asterisk. Harry didn't know what that meant. But the promise warmed something in his chest. The Watcher appeared one last time, 3 days before the convergence. Harry was in the training room, practicing anchor spells, when the presence materialized. This time, the Watcher looked almost human, an old man with kind eyes and a gentle smile. You've been preparing, asterisk, it observed. As much as I can. More than most. More than anyone could expect. The Watcher moved closer. I came to give you one last warning. When the convergence reaches its peak, you will face a choice. Not between good and evil, those are too simple. Between control and release. Between holding everything together and letting it find its own balance. Harry frowned. I don't understand. You will. When the moment comes. The Watcher's form began to fade. Remember, you are not the multiverse's master. You are its guardian, its protector. Its, asterisk, it paused, asterisk, its heart. Act like one. It vanished. Harry stood alone in the training room, the words echoing in his mind. Guardian, protector, heart, asterisk. He thought about the monster, changing because someone reached out. About the loved version, warm and steady. About Strange, who had saved him from the cupboard and never stopped believing in him. I can do this, asterisk he told himself. I have too, asterisk. The cloak pulsed against his shoulders, agreement, support, love. Harry took a deep breath. And waited for the convergence to begin. Chapter 11, Convergence Event. The convergence began at dawn. Harry felt it before any sensor could detect it, a deep thrumming in the fabric of reality, like a string being pulled taut across infinite dimensions. The connections blazed to life, every version of himself across the multiverse suddenly present in his awareness. The loved version, the Hogwarts version, dozens of others, and the monster, closer than ever, his attention fixed on Harry like a beacon in the dark. They're coming, Harry whispered. Strange stood beside him in the Sanctum's main hall, the cloak draped across both their shoulders in a gesture of shared protection. Wong waited by the dimensional gates, ready to seal them if necessary. Other sorcerers had gathered, Corvus and a dozen more, their faces grim with determination. The boundaries are thinning, Strange confirmed, his eyes distant with spell sight. Multiple universes are beginning to press against ours. In minutes, they'll start to overlap. Harry reached out with his awareness, feeling the approaching convergence like a wave about to break. It was beautiful and terrifying, colors that didn't exist, geometries that hurt to follow, possibilities blooming and dying in the space of heartbeats. So many, he thought. So many realities, all coming here. To you, the loved version's voice came across dimensions. To the center. I know. The first tear opened above New York City. It wasn't like the rifts Harry had closed before. This was bigger, vast beyond comprehension, a wound in the sky that stretched from horizon to horizon. Through it, Harry could see other realities pressing close. A world of eternal twilight, a world of crystalline structures, a world burning with colors that had no names. They overlapped, merged, separated, merged again, a chaotic dance of existence that threatened to tear everything apart. Seal the perimeter. Strange shouted. Containment circles, now. Sorcerers moved into action, spell circles blazing as they worked to stabilize the boundaries. But Harry could feel their efforts failing. The convergence was too strong, too vast, too hungry to be contained by ordinary magic. They need me, he realized. The cloak pulsed, agreement, but also warning. If he stepped into the convergence, he might not come back. Harry stepped forward anyway. The moment he crossed into the convergence, everything changed. Reality became suggestion. Time became fluid. Space became a concept rather than a law. He floated in an ocean of existence, surrounded by realities pressing together, and felt the full weight of what was happening. The multiverse was converging. All those separate threads, all those distinct realities, all those infinite variations of existence, they were being drawn together by forces beyond comprehension. And at the center of it all, holding the pattern together, was him. I'm the anchor, Harry realized. The Watcher was right. I'm what's keeping this from collapsing. But keeping it together wasn't enough. The convergence was still happening, still pressing, still threatening to shatter everything. He needed to do more than anchor, he needed to guide. How? The question echoed across dimensions. And the monster answered. You can't control it, his dark self's voice came, clearer than ever before. Control will fail. You need to become it. Become it. The convergence isn't destruction, it's transformation. Realities merging, becoming something new. You're not meant to stop it. You're meant to shape it. Harry understood. Not with his mind, with something deeper. The part of him that connected across dimensions, that healed wounds with understanding, that treated even time loops as beings worthy of compassion. That part knew what to do. He stopped fighting. He stopped anchoring. He opened. The convergence rushed into him. Every reality pressing against every other reality, all of them flowing through Harry like water through a channel. He should have been destroyed, should have been erased, unmade, scattered across dimensions. But instead, he held. Held because he didn't resist. Held because he became the space where realities could meet without destroying each other. Yes, the monster's voice came, filled with wonder. Yes, that's it. Harry saw everything. The loved version's garden, warm and safe. The Hogwarts version's castle, full of laughter and learning. The monster's throne room, empty now, abandoned as its occupant turned toward something new. Infinite Harrys, infinite lives, infinite choices, all of them connected, all of them part of the same pattern. And at the center of that pattern, holding it together, was him. I see, Harry thought. I see what I am. The convergence pulsed, not with chaos now, but with harmony. Realities continued to press together, but instead of destroying each other, they began to weave. New patterns formed, new connections emerged. The multiverse was becoming something different, something unified instead of separate. And Harry was its heart. Hours passed, or minutes, or years. Time had no meaning in the convergence. Harry floated at the center of everything, aware of every reality, every version, every possibility. The loved version sent warmth. The Hogwarts version sent wonder. The monster sent something new, a reaching out, a tentative connection, a question. Can you feel this? All of it, without losing yourself. Asterisk. Yes, asterisk, Harry answered. Because I'm not alone. You're all here with me. Asterisk. The monster was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, I never thought, I never believed. I know. But you're here now. That's what matters. Asterisk. The connection between them deepened, not the obsessive reaching of before, but something mutual. Something like family. Outside the convergence, Strange watched in awe. The tears were stabilizing. The dimensional chaos was settling. And at the center of it all, a 6-year-old boy floated in golden light, his eyes open but seeing things no one else could perceive. He's doing it, Wong breathed. He's actually doing it. He's becoming it, Strange corrected softly. The convergence isn't something to fight, it's something to become. And Harry, his voice caught with pride, Harry understood that. The cloak pulsed against Strange's shoulders, not leaving, but acknowledging. Its bond with Harry remained, stronger than ever, stretched across the convergence but unbroken. Bring him back, asterisk, Strange thought at it. When it's over, bring him back. Asterisk. The cloak pulsed affirmation. Inside the convergence, Harry felt the end approaching. The realities had woven themselves into new patterns, not separate anymore, but connected. The multiverse was no longer infinite isolated threads, it was a tapestry, each part touching every other part, existence flowing freely between dimensions. And at the center of that tapestry, a boy glowed with contained light. It's done, asterisk, he realized. The convergence is complete. Asterisk. Not complete, asterisk, the monster's voice came. Begun. This is the beginning of something new. And you, asterisk, wonder filled his voice, you made it possible. Asterisk. Harry felt the convergence releasing him, the realities settling into their new patterns. He began to drift back toward his own dimension, toward the sanctum, toward Strange. But before he left, he reached out one last time. To the loved version, thank you. For being my anchor. Asterisk. Always, asterisk, came the warm reply. I'll always be here, asterisk. To the Hogwarts version, someday, I'll visit. Properly. Asterisk. I'll hold you to that, asterisk, came the laughing response. And to the monster, you helped me. When it mattered most, you helped. Asterisk. A long pause. Then, softly, you showed me it was possible. To change. To become something else. Another pause. I'm not there yet, but I'm trying. Asterisk. That's all any of us can do. Asterisk. The connection held for one perfect moment. Then Harry drifted back into his own reality, into Strange's waiting arms, into the world he'd saved by becoming its heart. He woke in his bed, the cloak wrapped around him, Strange and Wong both present. How long? He asked, his voice a croak. 3 days, Strange said quietly. You were in the convergence for 3 days. Harry tried to sit up, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He felt hollowed out, emptied, like he'd poured everything he had into the convergence and barely survived. The multiverse. Changed. Transformed. United, in ways we're only beginning to understand. Strange's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. You did it, Harry. You saved everything. Harry thought about the tapestry he'd seen. Realities woven together, connections forming everywhere, the multiverse becoming something new and beautiful. It wasn't just me, he said. The other versions helped. Even the monster. Strange's expression flickered with wonder. The monster helped. He told me what to do. When I didn't understand, he showed me. Harry paused, searching for words, he chose to help. To be something other than what he was. Strange shook his head slowly. You're redeeming a dark variant. Across dimensional boundaries. While holding the multiverse together. He laughed, a sound of pure wonder. Harry, do you understand how impossible you are? I'm starting to. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of what had happened settling over them. Then Wong spoke, the Watcher was right about you. Harry looked at him. Guardian. Protector. Heart. Wong's voice was quiet, odd. That's what you are now. What you've always been, really. We just didn't see it until now. Harry didn't know what to say. The cloak pulsed warmly against his shoulders. Recovery took weeks. Harry's magic had been stretched thin by the convergence, his body exhausted by the strain of holding infinite realities together. Strange insisted on rest, on gentle training, on allowing himself to heal. But even in recovery, Harry felt the changes. The connections were different now, not just awareness but presence. Every version of himself across the multiverse was simultaneously near and far, part of the tapestry he'd helped create. He could feel them all the time, not overwhelming but comforting. Like family. The loved version visited his dreams regularly now, sitting with him in the garden, talking about nothing and everything. "You changed everything," he said one night. "Not just the multiverse, us. All of us. We're connected now in ways we never were before. Is that good? It's everything." The loved version smiled. "We're not separate anymore. We're one. Because of you." Harry thought about the monster, still watching, still changing, still reaching. The connection between them was stronger now, warmer. Almost like brotherhood. "He's getting better," Harry observed. "The monster. I can feel it." "You're saving him. One connection at a time." The loved version's eyes were bright. "That's what you do, Harry. You save people, even when they don't think they can be saved." "Strange saved me first." "And you're passing it on. That's how it works." The garden began to fade. "Will I see you again?" Harry asked. "Whenever you need to. I'm always here." The loved version smiled. "We all are." Harry woke with warmth in his chest. Strange found him in the library later that day, reading about the post-convergence multiverse. "How are you feeling?" "Better." Harry looked up from his book. "The connections are different now. Stronger, but easier. Like they're part of me instead of something separate." "That makes sense. You are part of them now, the tapestry you created includes you as a thread." Strange sat across from him. "Harry, I need to ask you something. And I need you to answer honestly." Harry nodded. "The Watcher said you'd face choices. About ruling or serving, destroying or preserving. During the convergence, you chose to serve, to become the multiverse's heart instead of its master. Was that a conscious choice, or did it just happen?" Harry thought about it. "It was conscious," he said slowly. "When the monster told me what to do, to become the convergence instead of fighting it, I understood. If I'd tried to control it, to force it into submission, I would have destroyed everything. But by opening myself, by letting it flow through me," he paused, "I became something else. Something that could hold it without breaking. And that something," Strange's voice was careful, "do you feel like it's still you? Or did you become someone else?" Harry considered the question. "I'm still me," he said finally. "But I'm more than I was. Like the cupboard Harry and the sanctum Harry are both me, but one is bigger. One contains the other." Strange nodded slowly. "That's growth. That's becoming who you're meant to be." He reached out, gripping Harry's shoulder. "I'm proud of you. More than I can say." Harry's eyes burned. "Thanks," he whispered. "For everything." Strange smiled, warm, real, full of love. "Always." That night, the monster reached. But this time, when Harry opened the connection, he found something unexpected. Not the throne room. Not the skulls, the ashes, the darkness. A garden. Small, just beginning, but growing. Flowers pushing through scorched earth. A tree reaching toward light that hadn't existed before. And at its center, the monster, different now. Softer. Younger. His eyes holding something that might have been hope. "You started a garden," Harry observed. "You showed me it was possible. To grow something new, even in the ashes." The monster gestured at the space around them. "It's small. Fragile. But it's mine." Harry moved closer, feeling the warmth of the connection between them. "It's beautiful. It's yours. What you gave me." The monster's voice was rough with emotion. "I didn't think, I never believed." "I know." Harry reached out, and after a moment's hesitation, the monster took his hand. "But you're here now. That's what matters." They stood together in the growing garden, two versions of the same person, connected across dimensions by choices that mattered. "Thank you," the monster whispered. Harry squeezed his hand. "Always." The Watcher appeared one last time, months later. Harry was on the sanctum's balcony, watching realities flow past, the tapestry he'd helped create, beautiful and infinite and connected. The cloak was warm on his shoulders. The connections hummed softly in the background. You did well, asterisk, the Watcher said, materializing beside him. Better than well. You exceeded every expectation. I had help. You always do. That's your gift, not power, not magic, but the ability to inspire help. To make others want to be part of what you're building. The Watcher's form shifted, almost smiling. The multiverse is different now. Better. Connected in ways it never was before. And it's because of you. Harry looked out at the flowing realities. Will it last? Nothing lasts forever. But what you've created has strength, the strength of connection, of understanding, of love. Those things endure longer than power ever could. The Watcher began to fade. I will continue to watch, Harry Potter. As will my kind. But we watch with hope now, not concern. That is your greatest achievement. It vanished. Harry stood alone on the balcony, the multiverse spread before him, infinite and beautiful and connected. He was 6 years old. He'd held reality together and started to save a monster. And somewhere across dimensions, the loved version smiled. Keep going, asterisk, he seemed to say. You're just getting started, asterisk. Harry smiled back. Then he turned and went inside, where Strange was waiting with tea and Wong was making dinner and the cloak was warm on his shoulders. Home. He was home. Chapter 12. The Dark Variant. The garden grew. Harry visited it often in the months following the convergence, that small patch of green pushing through the ashes of a destroyed reality. Each time, it was larger. More flowers. More trees. More evidence that something new could grow even in the darkest soil. And each time, the monster was there. He changed with the garden. His features softened. His eyes lost their hollow emptiness. His voice, when he spoke, carried less of the cold ancient malice and more of something that sounded almost human. You keep coming back, he observed one evening, as they sat together on a bench that hadn't been there before. You keep growing, Harry replied. I want to see what you become. The monster was quiet for a moment. Then, I don't know what I'm becoming. I've been the same for so long, the darkness, the power, the throne, that I forgot there was anything else. There was. There is. You're proving it. The monster looked at him, really looked. His eyes, Harry noticed, were the same green as his own. The same green as the loved versions. The same green as all of them, across infinite realities. You're not afraid of me. Should I be? Probably. A pause. I've done terrible things. Things I can never undo. Things that should make you run screaming. I know. Harry met his gaze steadily. The Watcher showed me. I've seen your throne, your armies, your choices. I know what you've done. Then why? Because you're changing. Because you want to be different. Because underneath all that darkness, there's still, Harry touched his own chest, this. The part of us that wants to matter. That wants to be good. The monster's eyes went bright. He didn't speak for a long time. Strange noticed the change in Harry's demeanor. You're spending more time in the connections, he observed one afternoon. With the dark variant. He's not dark anymore. Not completely. Harry searched for the right word, healing. Strange's expression was complicated. Harry, I understand your compassion. It's one of your greatest strengths. But a being who has destroyed entire civilizations is still a version of me. Still capable of change. Harry met his eyes. You saved me from the cupboard. From a life of darkness and loneliness. If someone hadn't reached out. That's different. Is it? Harry's voice was quiet but firm. He was alone. For years, decades, maybe longer. No one reached out. No one cared. No one showed him that he could be something else. And so he became what the darkness made him. Strange was silent. Now someone is reaching. Now someone cares. And he's changing, right in front of me. Harry shook his head slowly. How can I stop? How can I abandon him now? Strange studied him for a long moment. Then he sighed. You have too much heart. You know that. People keep telling me. Because it's true. Strange almost smiled. Just, be careful. Please. If he's truly changing, that's wonderful. But if it's a trick, if he's just waiting for the right moment. He's not. I'd feel it. The connection, I'd know. Strange nodded slowly. Then keep reaching. Keep helping. But promise me you'll protect yourself too. I promise. The garden grew faster after that. Harry visited daily now, watching as new life pushed through the ashes. Flowers of colors that didn't exist in his reality. Trees that seemed to reach towards something beyond the sky. A small stream that had appeared from nowhere, its water clear and cold. The monster changed with it. He stood taller now, not with arrogance, but with something that looked like peace. His eyes held light instead of emptiness. His voice, when he spoke, carried warmth instead of cold. "I've been thinking," he said one day, "about what comes next." "What do you mean?" "After the garden. After he gestured vaguely, become something else. What do I do? Where do I go? The reality I destroyed, I can't go back. The people I killed, they won't come back." Harry considered this. You build something new. Here. In this space you're creating. A whole reality. From ashes. Why not? You destroyed one. Maybe you're meant to create another. The monster stared at him. That's not how it works. Reality creation is what? Impossible. Like a monster changing. Like a garden growing in ashes. Harry smiled. We've already done impossible things. Why stop now? For the first time since Harry had known him, the monster laughed. Not a cold, cruel laugh, a real one. Surprised out of him by the simple truth of Harry's words. You're insane, he said. You know that. Probably. But I'm also right. The monster shook his head slowly. A reality. From ashes. Built by, he paused, by me. By us. I'll help. The monster looked at him, really looked. And Harry saw something in those green eyes that he'd never seen before. Tears. Why? The monster whispered. Why do you keep, after everything I've done? Because you're me. Because no one reached out before. Because, Harry moved closer, taking his hand, because everyone deserves a chance to be saved. The monster's tears fell, and in that moment, something fundamental shifted between them. Not just connection, union. Two versions of the same soul, reaching across dimensions, becoming something neither could be alone. We're family, Harry thought. All of us. Infinite versions, connected by choice and love. Yes, the monster's voice came, soft and wondering. Yes, we are. The garden exploded with growth. Flowers burst from the soil in waves of color. Trees soared toward the sky, their branches intertwining. The stream became a river, clear and cold and full of life. And at the center of it all, the monster stood transformed. Not a monster anymore. Just a man. Harry's age. No, older. His face carried lines of suffering, of age, of choices made and regretted. But his eyes were young again. Hopeful. Alive. I don't know what to call myself, he said. I'm not the monster anymore. But I'm not, he gestured helplessly, not what I was before either. Maybe you don't need a name. Maybe you just need to be. The man considered this. Then he nodded slowly. Just be. I think I can do that. They sat together by the river, watching the garden grow. The peace lasted 3 days. On the 4th day, Harry felt the disturbance, a tearing in the dimensional fabric near the garden, a presence forcing its way into the space the monster had created. He reached out through the connection, alarmed. What's happening? I don't know. Some things. The connection cut off. Harry was on his feet instantly, the cloak wrapping around him, his magic surging. Strange. Something's wrong, the monster's in danger. Strange appeared in the doorway. What kind of danger? I don't know. The connection just stopped. Something forced its way into his reality. Strange's expression hardened. Then we go. Together. The garden was burning. Harry emerged from the dimensional portal to find chaos. Flowers blackened and dying. Trees reduced to ash. The river choked with debris. And at the center of it all, a figure stood over the monster's crumpled form. Not a version of himself. Something else. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form shifting between shapes too quickly to follow. Its eyes burned with colors that didn't exist, and its presence made the very air feel wrong, corrupted, violated. So, it said, its voice the sound of reality screaming, this is the famous nexus point. The one who tamed a dark variant and wove the multiverse into a tapestry. Harry's hands raised, spell circles forming. Who are you? What have you done to him? Him. The figure glanced at the monster's unconscious body. He's merely collateral. A test subject for my real target. its eyes fixed on Harry. You. The cloak pulsed a warning, extreme danger, flee now, survive. Harry ignored it. You want me? Then leave him alone. He's done nothing to you. He's a dark variant who should have remained dark. Your interference disrupted patterns that have existed since before this universe was formed. The cosmic order requires balance, and you, little Nexus, have upset that balance. Harry's spell circles blazed brighter. I don't care about your cosmic order. I care about him. Foolish, sentimental, weak. The figure moved closer, its form shifting into something almost human, a mockery of a man, with eyes like voids and a smile that showed too many teeth. I am here to restore balance. To remove the variable you've introduced. And to ensure that no nexus point ever again interferes with the natural order. It raised a hand. Darkness gathered. Harry braced himself. The battle was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. The figure, it called itself the Corrector, fought with powers that seemed to come from outside the multiverse entirely. Its attacks didn't just hurt, they unmade. Spells that should have protected Harry dissolved on contact. Shields that should have held shattered like glass. But Harry fought back. The cloak moved like lightning, blocking attacks, deflecting energy, protecting him from strikes that would have killed any other sorcerer. His spell circles spun with desperate speed, layering protections, countering the Corrector's power with everything he had. You can't win, the Corrector hissed. I am beyond your reality, beyond your magic, beyond your comprehension. Maybe, Harry gasped, dodging another attack. But I'm not alone. The connections blazed. The loved version poured warmth into him, strength, hope, love. The Hogwarts version sent courage, the kind that came from facing impossible odds with friends beside you. Dozens of other versions added their power, their will, their belief. And from the garden, from the monster's crumpled form, a presence surged. No, his voice came, weak but fierce. You don't get to destroy what I've become. What he helped me become. The monster rose. He was battered, bleeding, barely standing, but standing nonetheless. And in his hands, light gathered. Not the dark power he'd once wielded, but something new. Something born of the garden, of the growth, of the change Harry had helped create. You want balance, the monster said. I'll give you balance. He struck. The light hit the Corrector with the force of a supernova, not destructive but transformative. It didn't unmake, it remade. Rewrote the Corrector's essence, his purpose, his very existence. The Corrector screamed. And then it was gone, not destroyed, but changed. Sent somewhere it could do no harm, somewhere it could learn what Harry had learned. The garden fell silent. The monster collapsed. Harry caught him before he hit the ground. You idiot, Harry breathed, tears streaming down his face. You could have died. Couldn't let him take you. The monster's voice was barely a whisper. You're the only one who, ever. I know. Just hold on. Strange appeared beside them, his hands already glowing with healing magic. He's bad. The Corrector's attack did more damage than I thought. Save him, please. Strange looked at Harry, saw the desperation, the love, the absolute refusal to lose what he'd gained. I'll try. Hours passed. Strange worked over the monster's body, pouring healing magic into wounds that should have been fatal. Wong brought supplies, reinforced shields, kept watch for any return of the Corrector. Harry sat beside them, holding the monster's hand, refusing to let go. The loved version's presence was warm in his mind. He'll make it, he said. He's strong. And he has something to live for now. I can't lose him. Not now. Not after. I know. But you won't. Trust him. Trust Strange. Trust, a pause, trust the love you've built. Harry held on. And finally, as dawn broke over the garden, the monster's eyes opened. You're still here, he whispered. I'm always here. Harry squeezed his hand. That's what family does. The monster's eyes filled with tears. I don't know how to. You don't have to know. You just have to stay. The monster nodded weakly. And in the garden that had grown from ashes, two versions of the same soul sat together, watching the sun rise over a reality still being born. The Corrector never returned. Harry didn't know what the monster had done to it, didn't want to know, really. Some things were better left unexplored. But he felt its absence in the cosmic fabric, a void where threat used to be, and knew that whatever had happened, it wouldn't bother them again. The monster healed slowly. His garden recovered faster, new growth pushing through the damage, life reasserting itself in the face of destruction. By the time he was well enough to walk again, the garden was more beautiful than before. "You did this," he said to Harry, gesturing at the renewed growth. "You and your impossible hope. You did it. I just believed." The monster shook his head slowly. "Believing was everything. No one believed in me. Not for centuries. Not until," he looked at Harry, his eyes bright, "not until you." Harry smiled. "Well, someone had to." They walked together through the garden, two versions of the same person, connected by something deeper than blood or magic. "What happens now?" the monster asked. Now we keep going, keep growing, keep becoming whatever we're meant to be." Harry paused. "And maybe you help with the next convergence. When it comes, there'll be another. Probably. The multiverse is big, and I'm still the center." The monster considered this. Then he nodded slowly. "I'll be ready. When you need me." Harry squeezed his hand. "I know. That night, the Watcher appeared one last time. "The dark variant has been redeemed, it observed. "Something that has never happened before in the history of multiversal observation. You have achieved the impossible, again." Harry stood on the balcony, watching realities flow past. "He did it himself. I just helped. You just loved him. You just believed in him. You just refused to give up when anyone else would have." The Watcher's form shifted, almost smiling. "That is not just anything. That is everything." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Will there be more? Other versions who need saving?" "Inevitably. The multiverse is infinite. Suffering is infinite. But so is hope, especially when you are its source." The Watcher began to fade. "Continue as you have begun, Harry Potter. Continue to love. Continue to believe. Continue to reach across dimensions and make even monsters feel seen." It vanished. Harry stood alone, the multiverse spread before him, the connections humming with the presence of infinite versions of himself. The loved version. The Hogwarts version. The monster, no, not monster anymore. Just another version, another self, another thread in the tapestry they'd created together. "We're all connected now," Harry thought. "All of us. One family, across infinite realities." The cloak pulsed warmly against his shoulders. "Yes," it seemed to say. "Yes, we are." Harry smiled. Then he turned and went inside, where Strange was waiting and dinner was ready and the garden of his heart continued to grow. Chapter 13, Master of Anchors. The multiverse had changed after the convergence. Harry felt it every moment now, the tapestry of realities, woven together by his choice to become the heart instead of the master. Dimensions that had been separate now touched. Boundaries that had been absolute now flexed. Existence itself flowed more freely, more connectedly, more alive. But with connection came instability. The rifts hadn't stopped after the convergence. If anything, they'd increased, smaller than before, less destructive but more frequent. Every day brought new tears in dimensional fabric, new wounds that needed healing, new crises that demanded attention. And every day, Harry answered. The first test came 3 weeks after the corrector's attack. Harry was in the library, studying as always, when he felt it, a dimensional tear opening in a reality he'd never visited. Not his own. Not the monster's garden. Somewhere else entirely. He reached through the connections. "Who's there?" he asked. "What's happening?" The answer came not in words but in feeling, panic, desperation, the sense of a world crumbling. A reality was collapsing, its dimensional anchors failing, its existence unraveling. And Harry was the only one who could help. He arrived through a portal the cloak created, stepping into chaos. The reality was beautiful, or had been. Towers of crystal rose toward skies of amber. Beings of light moved through streets of pure energy. But now those towers were cracking, those beings were screaming, those streets were dissolving into nothing. The dimensional fabric was unspooling. Harry's spell circles formed instantly, reaching for the failing anchors, trying to reinforce them. But they were too damaged, too far gone, nothing he could do would hold them. "Think, he told himself. Think, the forbidden texts, the knowledge he'd gained, the lessons from the convergence. Anchors don't have to be external. They can be internal. They can be me. Asterisk. Harry stopped trying to reinforce the failing anchors. Instead, he became one. Dash dash dash. The sensation was like nothing he'd experienced. His consciousness expanded, filling the gaps in the dimensional fabric, becoming the structure that held this reality together. He felt every crack, every weakness, every point of failure, and he supported them. Held them, kept them from breaking completely. The beings of light stopped screaming. The towers stopped cracking. The streets stopped dissolving. And Harry held. Dash dash dash. Hours passed. Or minutes. Time was strange when you were holding a reality together. The beings of light gathered around him, not attacking, not afraid, just watching. They could feel what he was doing, could sense that this strange child from another dimension was the only thing keeping their world from ending. Who are you? One asked, not in words, but in pure thought. Harry. I'm Harry. Asterisk. Why are you saving us? Asterisk. Because you needed saving. Because I could help. Asterisk. The being's thought form rippled with something like wonder. We have never encountered a being like you. One who gives without taking. One who holds without crushing. Asterisk. There are lots of us. In my reality. We try to help when we can. Asterisk. We would like to meet them. Asterisk. Harry smiled despite the strain. Maybe someday. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The rift healed eventually, not closed, but stabilized. The reality's own anchors, reinforced by Harry's presence, began to regenerate. By the time he finally released his hold, the world was stable again. The beings of light gathered to thank him. You have given us a gift beyond measure, asterisk, their leader said. We will remember you, Harry who holds. If you ever need us, I'll reach out. I promise. Asterisk. He returned to the sanctum exhausted but exhilarated. He'd held a reality together. By himself. With nothing but his will and his magic and his refusal to let a world die. Strange was waiting when he emerged. You did it again, he said quietly. Did something impossible. It felt. Harry searched for words, right. Like this is what I'm supposed to do. Strange nodded slowly. You're becoming something new, Harry. Something the multiverse has never seen. A nexus point who doesn't just exist at the center, who chooses to be there. Who holds realities together because he wants to. Is that bad? No. It's extraordinary. Strange gripped his shoulder. But it's also exhausting. You can't hold every reality together. You'll burn out. I know. But I can help. When it matters most. Strange smiled, proud, worried, loving. Yes, you can. Dash dash dash. The second test came a week later. Different reality. Different crisis. A dimensional collapse threatening to consume not just one world, but several, a chain reaction that would spread across the tapestry if not stopped. Harry arrived to find chaos. Multiple realities pressing together, their boundaries dissolving, their existence bleeding into each other. Beings from a dozen different dimensions screamed and fought and died as their worlds merged in violent, destructive ways. Too many, asterisk, Harry realized. I can't hold all of them alone. Asterisk. The connections pulsed. You're not alone, asterisk, the loved version's voice came. We're here, asterisk. And suddenly, Harry understood. He wasn't the only anchor. He was the center, the point where all connections met. But those connections went both ways. If he could reach through them, could channel their strength. Help me, asterisk, he thought at all of them. All of you. Lend me your power. We can hold this together. Asterisk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the loved version's power flowed into him, warm, steady, strong. The Hogwarts versions followed, young, eager, hopeful. Dozens of others, healers and warriors, scholars and explorers, versions of himself who had found different paths, different strengths, different ways of being. And finally, from the garden, the redeemed monster's power surged, vast and ancient and willing. Asterisk. We're with you, asterisk, he said. All of us. Hold. Asterisk. Harry held. Dash dash dash. The chain reaction stopped. The collapsing realities stabilized, not separate, but connected. Merged in ways that should have been destructive but became instead transformative. New worlds formed from the chaos. New beings emerged from the fusion. New possibilities bloomed where destruction should have reigned. And at the center of it all, Harry floated, surrounded by the light of infinite versions of himself, all working together to save what should have been lost. When it was over, he collapsed. But he wasn't alone when he fell. The loved version caught him, not physically, but through the connection. Held him steady as exhaustion claimed him. Kept him safe until Strange could arrive. You did it, asterisk, the loved version whispered. We did it, asterisk. Together, asterisk, Harry thought back. Always together, asterisk. Dash dash dash. He woke in the garden. Not his garden, the monster's. The one that had grown from ashes, that now bloomed with life and color and hope. The monster sat beside him, watching with eyes that held no trace of the darkness they'd once carried. You overdid it, the monster said mildly. Probably. Strange is furious. Worried. He'll be here soon. Harry nodded slowly. I couldn't let them die. All those realities, all those beings. I know. That's who you are. The monster's voice was gentle. But you need to learn limits. You can't save everyone every time. Says the person I saved. The monster smiled, a real smile, warm and human. Fair point. But I'm one person. You're trying to be everyone's savior. That's different. Harry considered this. When I feel them hurting, when I feel realities breaking, I can't not help. I know. That's your gift and your curse. The monster stood, offering his hand. Come on. Strange is pacing a hole in the sanctum's floor. You should probably go reassure him. Harry took the hand and let himself be pulled up. Thanks. For helping. During the collapse. Thank you for showing me I could. The monster's eyes held his. That's the thing about anchors, Harry. They work both ways. You anchored me when I was falling. Now I can anchor you. Harry's eyes burned. That's what family does, he whispered. The monster nodded. Yes. That's what family does. Dash dash dash. Strange was, indeed, pacing. When Harry emerged from the portal into the sanctum's main hall, Strange froze mid-step, his expression cycling through several emotions before settling on something between relief and fury. You, he said, pointing, or never doing that again. Which part? Holding a reality together, or passing out afterward? The second part. Definitely the second part. Strange moved closer, checking him for damage. The first part, the holding realities together, that's apparently what you do now. But you need to learn to do it without collapsing. I had help. All the other versions, they lent me their power. Strange's hands stilled. All of them. Most of them. Even the monster. Harry paused. He called himself an anchor. Said he could hold me up the way I held him. Strange stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a sound of pure wonder. You've built a network. A multiversal support system. Infinite versions of yourself, all connected, all willing to help when you need them. He shook his head slowly. Harry, that's not just unprecedented. That's impossible. And you did it by accident. Not by accident. Harry searched for words, by caring. By reaching out. By treating them like family instead of tools. Strange's expression softened. Yes, that's exactly how you did it. He pulled Harry into a hug, rare, but fierce. You extraordinary, impossible child. Harry hugged back. Dash dash dash. The third test came without warning. Harry was eating breakfast when the connections blazed, not one reality collapsing, not several, but hundreds. A cascade failure spreading across the tapestry, realities falling like dominoes, destruction racing toward the center. Toward him. Strange. Harry was already moving. Something's wrong. Massive collapse. Hundreds of realities. Strange appeared beside him, face pale. I feel it. The whole multiverse is unraveling. I know. Harry's spell circles were already forming. I have to go. Harry. I have to. If I don't, everything falls. Strange looked at him, saw the determination, the refusal to let anyone else die when he could help. Saw the boy who had become so much more than a boy. Then go. And come back. Harry nodded. The cloak wrapped around him. And he stepped into the chaos. Dash dash dash. The cascade was worse than he'd imagined. Realities collapsing in waves, each one pulling others down with it. The tapestry he'd helped create was unraveling, threads snapping everywhere, destruction spreading faster than any force could stop. But Harry didn't try to stop it. He anchored it. The spell circles formed, not one, not dozens, but hundreds. Each one reaching for a different collapsing reality, each one becoming a point of stability in the chaos. He couldn't hold them all alone, but he didn't have to. The connections blazed. The loved version poured strength into him. The Hogwarts version sent courage. Dozens of others added their power. And the monster, the redeemed monster from the garden, became a second anchor, holding realities on the other side of the cascade. Together, Harry thought at them all. We hold together. And they did. The cascade took hours to stabilize. By the end, Harry was barely conscious, held upright only by the cloak's support and the connection's relentless flow of power. But the cascade was stopped. The collapsing realities were anchored. The tapestry was intact. He'd done it. We did it, the monster's voice came, weak but proud. All of us. Yes. Harry smiled despite his exhaustion. All of us. The loved version's warmth enveloped him. Rest now. We'll watch. Harry's eyes closed. He woke in the sanctum, days later. Strange was there. Wong was there. The cloak was wrapped around him like a second skin. You're awake, Strange said quietly. How long? 3 days. You held the multiverse together for 3 days. Harry tried to sit up, failed. The cascade. Stopped. Contained. Stabilized. Strange's voice held wonder. You anchored hundreds of collapsing realities simultaneously. With help from versions of yourself across dimensions. He shook his head slowly. Harry, you've become something no sorcerer has ever been. A living anchor for the entire multiverse. Harry absorbed this. Is that good? It's necessary. The multiverse needs anchors. Points of stability that can hold when everything else fails. Before you, those anchors were random, dimensional anomalies, cosmic accidents. Now, Strange's eyes were bright, now there's you. A conscious, willing anchor who can choose to hold. Harry thought about the weight of that. Hundreds of realities, depending on him. Infinite beings, trusting him to keep them safe. I can't do it alone. No, but you're not alone. Strange gestured. The other versions, they'll help. The monster, he's becoming an anchor too. And as you grow, as your power develops, you'll find others. Build a network of anchors across the multiverse. Harry nodded slowly. That's what I want. To build something that lasts. Something that protects everyone. Then that's what we'll do. The months that followed were a blur of training and crisis. Every week brought new collapses, new rifts, new realities needing anchors. Harry answered them all, not alone anymore, but as the center of a growing network. The loved version anchored realities on his side of the multiverse. The Hogwarts version learned to help, his young power growing with each crisis. Dozens of others found their own strength, their own ability to hold. And the monster, the redeemed one, became Harry's second. His partner in holding. The anchor who could reach realities Harry couldn't, who could bear weights that would crush anyone else. We're building something, he said one night, as they rested in the garden between crises. Something that's never existed before. A network of anchors, Harry agreed. Connected across dimensions. Able to hold anything. Because of you. Because you believed in us. Harry shook his head. Because we believed in each other. The monster smiled, that warm, human smile that had grown from ashes and darkness and hope. Yes, because of that. The Watcher appeared one final time, months later. Harry was on the sanctum's balcony, watching realities flow past, when the familiar presence materialized beside him. You have done it, the Watcher said. Built what no being has ever built. A network of anchors spanning the multiverse, connected by choice and love instead of force and fear. It wasn't just me, but it started with you. Your choice to reach out instead of rule. Your choice to love instead of control. Your choice to become the heart instead of the master. The Watcher's form shifted, almost bowing. The multiverse is safer because of you, Harry Potter. And it will remember. Harry looked out at the flowing realities. Will there be more crises? Always. The multiverse is infinite. Suffering is infinite. But now there is hope. Now there are anchors. Now there is you. The Watcher began to fade. Continue as you have begun. Continue to hold. Continue to love. Continue to be the heart of everything. It vanished. Harry stood alone, the connections humming, the network pulsing, infinite versions of himself ready to help whenever he needed. He was 7 years old. He was the master of anchors. And he was just getting started. Chapter 14, The Sanctum Under Siege. The attack came without warning. Harry was in the library, as usual, working through an advanced text on dimensional stabilization. The cloak was warm on his shoulders. The connections hummed softly in the background. Everything was ordinary, peaceful, normal. Then the sanctum screamed. Asterisk. Not the warning pulse of the first rift crisis, this was different. This was pain. The ancient building, which had stood for centuries as a bastion against dimensional threats, was under direct assault. Harry was on his feet before conscious thought caught up. The cloak wrapped around him, already moving, already guiding him toward the source of the attack. He ran through corridors that shifted to speed his path, down staircases that formed beneath his feet, toward the main hall where the walls were bleeding. Asterisk. The main hall had become a war zone. Dimensional invaders poured through tiers in reality, creatures that had no names, forms that shifted and writhed, eyes that burned with hunger and malice. They swarmed through the breaches, attacking everything in sight, their touch leaving trails of corruption on the sanctum's ancient stones. Strange fought at the center of the chaos, his spell circles blazing, his voice thundering incantations that shook the air. Wong was beside him, defending the eastern flank, his face grim with determination. Other sorcerers had joined the battle, Corvus. And a dozen more, their magic flashing as they held the line. But there were too many. The invaders kept coming, pouring through the tiers faster than the sorcerers could seal them. Harry. Strange's voice cut through the chaos. Get back to the residential wing, the wards there will hold. No. Strange's eyes widened. Harry. I can help. Harry's spell circles were already forming, not attack patterns, but something else. Something he'd been developing since the convergence. Trust me. For a heartbeat, Strange hesitated. Then he nodded. Do it. Harry raised his hands. The spell circles spun outward, not toward the invaders, but toward the sanctum itself. Toward the ancient building's pain, its fear, its desperate need for protection. I'm here, asterisk he thought at it. I'm here, and I'm not leaving. Tell me what you need. Asterisk. The sanctum's response was wordless but clear. They're inside me. Tearing me apart. I can't hold them alone. Asterisk. You're not alone. Asterisk. Harry reached deeper, not into the building's structure, but into its heart. The same way he reached for rifts, for dimensions, for the versions of himself across realities. He found the sanctum's core, its ancient awareness, its will to survive. And he anchored it. The effect was immediate. The bleeding walls stopped bleeding. The screaming stones stopped screaming. The sanctum's wards, which had been failing under the assault, blazed back to life with renewed strength. Thank you, asterisk the building whispered. Hold them, asterisk Harry replied. I'll handle the rest. Asterisk. He turned to the invaders. They were still coming, still pouring through the tiers, still attacking with mindless hunger. But now Harry could see them differently, not as enemies, but as wounds. Beings driven by need so desperate they'd tear through reality to satisfy it. What do you want? He asked them, not aloud, but through the connections, through the same reaching that had healed rifts and tamed time loops. The invaders paused. For the first time since the attack began, they hesitated. Their eyes, those burning, hungry eyes, fixed on Harry with something that might have been recognition. Want, asterisk they echoed. Hunger. Need. Home lost. Home gone. Need new home. Asterisk. Harry understood. They weren't invaders, they were refugees. Creatures whose reality had been destroyed, whose home had collapsed, who were desperately seeking somewhere, anywhere, to exist. The tears they'd created weren't weapons, they were cries for help. Your home is gone, asterisk Harry said softly. I'm sorry. Asterisk. Need home. Need exist. Need. I know. Harry thought quickly. I can't give you this reality, it's already occupied, already has people who live here. But I can help you find somewhere else. Somewhere you can exist without destroying. Asterisk. The creatures, hunger wavered. Help. Asterisk. Yes. Help. If you'll let me. Asterisk. They hesitated. Then, slowly, they stopped fighting. Strange watched in wonder as the invaders lowered their weapons, their claws, their teeth, their terrible burning presence, and simply, waited. What's happening? He breathed. Harry's voice came from somewhere far away, his eyes distant with connection. They're not invaders. They're refugees. Their reality collapsed. They're just looking for somewhere to exist. Strange's mind raced. Refugees. not enemies. Creatures driven by desperation, not malice. Can you help them? I'm trying. Harry's spell circles shifted, reaching beyond the sanctum, beyond this reality, into the tapestry he'd helped create. Is there space? He asked the multiverse. Somewhere these beings can exist without destroying. Asterisk. The answer came from an unexpected source. The monster, the redeemed one from the garden, reached through the connections. There's a cluster of dying realities near my garden, asterisk, he said. Empty. Collapsing. But they could be saved, if someone anchored them, rebuilt them. Asterisk. Could you do it? Asterisk. A pause. Then, with help. From you. From the others. Asterisk. Harry nodded. Then that's what we'll do. Asterisk. He turned back to the waiting creatures. I've found a place, asterisk, he told them. A cluster of dying realities that need inhabitants. If you're willing to help rebuild them, they could become your new home. Asterisk. The creatures, hunger softened into something like hope. New home. Asterisk. Yes. If you'll work for it. If you'll build instead of destroy. Asterisk. They looked at each other, these strange, formless beings who had lost everything. Then, as one, they turned back to Harry. We build. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The process took hours. Harry, connected to the monster through the dimensional tapestry, guided the refugees toward the dying realities. The creatures poured through the tears, not attacking now, but flowing, moving, trusting. They entered the empty spaces and began to transform. The monster anchored the realities from his side, his ancient power holding them stable while the refugees worked. Harry fed strength through the connection, supporting both the monster and the creatures. The loved version sent warmth. The Hogwarts version sent hope. Dozens of other versions added their power to the effort. And slowly, impossibly, the dying realities began to heal. They're doing it, asterisk, the monster breathed. They're actually rebuilding. Asterisk. They just needed a chance, asterisk, Harry replied. A place to belong. Asterisk. Like me. Asterisk. Harry smiled through the connection. Like all of us. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. When the last refugee had passed through and the final tear sealed itself, Harry collapsed. The cloak caught him, wrapping him in soft fabric, holding him close. He was exhausted, more exhausted than he'd ever been. Holding the connection, anchoring the refugees, supporting the monster's efforts, it had drained something fundamental. But it was worth it. The sanctum was safe. The invaders were saved. And the multiverse had gained new inhabitants who would spend eternity rebuilding what had been lost. Strange appeared beside him, his face pale with exhaustion but his eyes bright with wonder. You did it again, he said quietly. Turned enemies into allies. Destruction into creation. They just needed someone to see them, Harry mumbled. To understand. That's what you do. Strange knelt beside him, checking his pulse, his breathing, his magical signature. You see what others miss. You understand what others fear. You reach where others run. Harry's eyes were closing. Is that good? It's everything. Strange's voice was soft, full of love. Now rest. We'll watch. Harry slept. Dash dash dash. He woke in his bed, the cloak wrapped around him, Strange and Wong both present. How long? He asked. 12 hours. Strange's voice was relieved. You needed it. Harry tried to sit up, succeeded with help from the cloak. The refugees, are they settled? Rebuilding? The monsters watching over them. Strange's expression was complicated. He's good at it, apparently. Protecting. Nurturing. Things he never thought he'd do. Harry smiled. He's changing. He's you. That's what you do, change people. Make them better just by existing. Strange shook his head slowly. I don't understand how. But I'm grateful. Harry leaned against the pillows, exhaustion still heavy in his bones. The sanctum, is it okay? Battered. Wounded. But healing. Strange's voice softened. It wants to thank you. You anchored it during the attack, held it together when it would have fallen. Harry felt the building's presence, warm and grateful in the back of his mind. You're welcome, asterisk, he thought at it. The sanctum pulsed with something like affection. Dash dash dash. The days that followed were quiet. Harry recovered slowly, his magic replenishing, his strength returning. Strange insisted on rest, on gentle training, on allowing himself to heal. The cloak rarely left his side, its protective presence a constant comfort. The connections hummed softly, the loved version checking in, the Hogwarts version sending curiosity, dozens of others offering support. And the monster, steady and strong, reporting on the refugees' progress. They're building something beautiful, he said during one connection. A new reality, shaped by their own hands. They've named it Haven, because of you, because of us. The monster's voice was warm. You showed them kindness when they expected destruction. You gave them hope when they had none. Harry smiled. That's what we do. Yes, that's what we do. The second attack came 3 weeks later. Different invaders. Different purpose. These weren't refugees seeking home, these were conquerors. Beings from a reality of pure aggression, who had learned of the Sanctum's weakened state and saw an opportunity. They struck at midnight. Harry felt them coming before they arrived, a wave of hostile intent pressing against the dimensional fabric. He was out of bed and moving before the first tier opened, the cloak wrapped around him, spell circles already forming. Strange, he shouted. They're coming, multiple breaches. Strange appeared beside him, face grim. I feel them. Wong, secure the eastern wing. Corvus, the library. The sorcerers moved into action. And the invaders poured through. This battle was different from the first. These creatures didn't hesitate, didn't pause, didn't respond to reaching or understanding. They came to destroy, and destroy they would. Harry's spell circles blazed, attack patterns now, not connection. He'd learned from Strange, from Wong, from all his training. He could fight when he needed to. The cloak moved like lightning, blocking strikes, deflecting energy, protecting him from attacks that would have killed any other sorcerer. His magic flowed with precision and power, each spell finding its mark, each attack pushing the invaders back. But there were too many. Harry. Strange's voice cut through the chaos. The main anchor, it's failing. Harry looked. At the center of the sanctum, the dimensional anchor that held the building stable was cracking. If it failed, the sanctum would collapse, taking half of New York with it. He moved without thinking. The anchor was a crystal, ancient and powerful, pulsing with contained energy. Now it was spider-webbed with cracks, each one spreading, each one threatening to release the power within. Harry placed his hands on it. The energy screamed, trying to escape, trying to destroy, trying to consume everything in its path. But Harry didn't fight it. He held it. The same way he'd held the converging realities. The same way he'd anchored collapsing worlds. I've got you, he thought at the crystal. I've got you. Just hold on. The crystal pulsed, confusion, maybe, or gratitude. It wasn't alive, not really, but it responded. To his touch, his will, his refusal to let it fall. The cracks stopped spreading. Harry poured himself into the anchor, his magic, his strength, his very existence. The crystal drank it in, stabilizing, healing, becoming whole. Behind him, the battle raged. But Harry didn't notice. He was somewhere else now, connected to the anchor, connected to the sanctum, connected to the very fabric of this reality. He could feel everything, every stone, every ward, every living being fighting and dying within these walls. And he held them, all of them. When the battle ended, when the last invader was defeated, the last breach sealed, the last threat neutralized, Harry was still holding. Strange found him there, hands on the crystal, eyes distant, magic flowing in steady streams from his small body. Harry. Strange's voice was gentle. It's over. You can let go. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Harry's eyes focused. He looked at Strange, saw him, really saw him, and smiled weakly. Did we win? We won. Strange moved closer, carefully, not breaking the connection. Because of you. You held the anchor. You held the sanctum. You held everything. Harry's hand slipped from the crystal. Strange caught him before he fell. Recovery took longer this time. Holding the anchor had drained Harry more deeply than any previous crisis. His magic was slow to replenish, his body slow to heal. Strange insisted on complete rest, on letting the sanctum itself support his recovery. The building did, gladly. Harry could feel it now, the sanctum's awareness, its gratitude, its fierce protectiveness. It had accepted him fully, completely, as one of its own. Not just a resident, family. Thank you, Asterisk he thought at it, lying in his bed, the cloak warm around him. The sanctum pulsed, always. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The monster visited through the connections. You overdid it again. Asterisk. Probably. Asterisk. Strange is worried. The loved version is worried. We're all worried. Asterisk. Harry smiled weakly. I know. I'm sorry. Asterisk. Don't be sorry. Just. Asterisk the monster paused. Learn limits. Please. We can't lose you. Asterisk. You won't. Asterisk. Promise. Asterisk. Harry thought about it. The weight he carried. The realities depending on him. The network of anchors he'd built across dimensions. I promise. Asterisk. The monster's presence softened. Good. Now rest. We'll watch. Asterisk. Harry's eyes closed. Dash dash dash. He dreamed of the garden, the monster's garden, grown now into something vast and beautiful. Trees taller than mountains. Flowers that sang. Rivers of light flowing through valleys of peace. This is what you've built, asterisk the loved version said, appearing beside him. Through all of us. Through all your reaching and holding and loving. Asterisk. It's beautiful. Asterisk. It's you. The loved version smiled. All of you. Spread across dimensions, touching everything, making everything better just by existing. Asterisk. Harry looked at the garden, at the life that had grown from ashes, from darkness, from a monster's desperate need for connection. I couldn't have done it alone. Asterisk. Number. But you started it. You believed when no one else did. The loved version touched his shoulder. That's what makes you the heart. Asterisk. The garden faded. Harry woke to sunlight and the cloak's warmth and the sanctum's steady presence. He was 7 years old. He'd held the sanctum together during a siege, turned invaders into refugees, and built a network of anchors across infinite realities. And he was just getting started. Chapter 15. The Balance of Infinite Magic. The dreams changed after the siege. Not the garden dreams, those remained, warm and steady, the loved version always present. Not the monster's growing world, that continued to flourish, haven taking shape under his careful guidance. Something else. Something deeper. Asterisk. Harry dreamed of infinity. Not the abstract concept, the actual experience. His consciousness expanding outward, touching every reality, every version of himself, every possibility that had ever existed or ever would. The full weight of the multiverse pressing against his awareness, demanding attention, begging for connection. And in the dream, he could give it. All of it. His magic flowed without limit, his awareness stretched without boundary, his existence became coextensive with existence itself. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was too much. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. He woke gasping, the cloak wrapped tight around him, his heart pounding against his ribs. The connections hummed, but differently now. Louder. More insistent. As if the dream had opened something that couldn't be closed. You felt it too, asterisk the loved version's voice came, soft with concern. The expansion. Asterisk. Yes. What was it? Asterisk. Growth. Your power is growing faster than your ability to contain it. The convergence, the anchors, the siege, each crisis has pushed you further, made you stronger. Now you're reaching the point where, asterisk a pause, where you might become too much to hold. Asterisk. Harry's blood went cold. What does that mean? It means you need to learn balance. To control your power instead of letting it control you. To be the heart without becoming everything. Asterisk. How? Asterisk. The loved version was silent for a moment. Then, ask Strange. He's faced this before, not at your scale, but the same principle. Power without limit destroys the wielder. You need boundaries. Asterisk. Harry nodded slowly. The dream still echoed in his mind. Dash dash dash. Strange listened without interrupting as Harry described the dream, the expansion, the terrifying beauty of infinite awareness. When Harry finished, Strange was quiet for a long moment. What you're describing, he said finally, is what happens when a sorcerer's power exceeds their ability to contain it. Most never reach that point, they die long before, or burn out, or simply stop growing. But you, he shook his head slowly, you've been growing exponentially since the day I found you. I know. The convergence multiplied your power. The anchors deepened it. The siege, Strange's eyes were serious, the siege showed you can hold realities together. But holding and containing are different. Your power needs structure. Boundaries. Limits that you choose instead of limits that choose you. Harry thought about the dream. the infinite expansion, the loss of self in the vastness of everything. How do I create boundaries? By understanding what you are, what you want to be, what you're willing to sacrifice to remain yourself. Strange leaned forward. Harry, you have the potential to become the most powerful being in the multiverse. More powerful than the Watchers. More powerful than anything that has ever existed. But power without identity, without you, is just chaos. Destruction. The monster you saved was once what you could become. Harry's heart clenched. I won't become him. You won't, if you choose boundaries. If you decide now what lines you won't cross, what limits you won't exceed, what parts of yourself you won't sacrifice for more power. Strange's voice was gentle but firm. The monster fell because he stopped choosing. He let the power flow, let it consume him, let it become him. By the time he realized what he'd lost, it was too late. Harry absorbed this. I need to choose, he said slowly. Now. Before it's too late. Yes. But how do I know what to choose? Strange smiled, sad and proud and hopeful all at once. That's what we're going to figure out. Together. The training that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Not spellwork. Not theory. Not dimensional manipulation. Something else, meditation, introspection, the slow and painful process of understanding himself. Strange guided him through it. What do you want? He asked, again and again. Not what the multiverse needs. Not what others expect. What do you want? Harry struggled to answer. He'd spent his whole life responding to others, the Dursleys, cruelty, Strange's rescue, the multiverse's demands. Wanting for himself was foreign, dangerous, selfish. But Strange was patient. Start small, he suggested. What do you want right now? In this moment, Harry thought about it. He paused, surprised by the answer, I want to sit in the library. With the cloak. Reading. Something easy. No crises. No connections. Just, quiet. Strange nodded slowly. That's a boundary. A small one, but a boundary. You're choosing quiet over chaos. Rest over demand. Harry blinked. That's all. That's everything. Boundaries aren't about big declarations, they're about small choices, made consistently, that build the structure of who you are. Strange smiled. Every time you choose rest over crisis, quiet over chaos, you're telling the multiverse that you're more than its demands. That you exist as yourself, not just as its anchor. Harry thought about that. So I need to keep choosing. Small things. Every day. Yes. And eventually, the small choices become habits. The habits become boundaries. The boundaries become, Strange paused, become you. The first small choice came that afternoon. Harry felt a dimensional tremor, small, insignificant, nothing compared to the crises he'd faced. But his instinct was to respond. To reach. To anchor. Instead, he sat in the library. Read his book. Let the cloak warm his shoulders. The tremor passed on its own. Harry smiled. The second small choice came that evening. The monster reached through the connections, concerned about something in Haven. Normally, Harry would have responded immediately, dropped everything to help. Instead, he thought, can it wait? I'm resting. A pause. Then, yes, it can wait. Harry rested. The third small choice came that night. The dream tried to pull him in, the infinite expansion, the loss of self in vastness. Harry felt it coming, felt the seductive pull of power without limit. He opened his eyes, sat up, reached for the cloak. Not tonight, he told the dream. Tonight, I choose myself. The dream faded. Days became weeks. Harry made small choices constantly, choosing rest over crisis, quiet over chaos, himself over the multiverse's demands. Each choice felt insignificant alone, but together they built something new. Structure. Boundaries. A self that existed apart from his power. Strange watched with pride. You're doing it, he said one afternoon. Building the framework that will hold you when the power threatens to overflow. It's hard, Harry admitted. The multiverse doesn't like being told no. No, it doesn't. But it will learn, the same way you're learning. Boundaries are good for everyone, even infinite realities. Strange smiled. You're teaching the multiverse that you're not just its anchor. You're its partner. With needs and limits and a self that matters. Harry thought about that. I like being its partner better than being its anchor. Good. That's exactly the right choice. Dash dash dash. The loved version noticed the change. In their garden meetings, he looked at Harry differently, with respect, with wonder, with something like awe. You're building yourself, he said. Choosing who you are instead of letting the power choose for you. I'm trying. It's working. I can feel it, across all of us. The boundaries are spreading. Other versions are learning from your example. The loved version smiled. You're not just saving us from destruction anymore. You're teaching us how to be. Harry didn't know what to say. The loved version touched his shoulder. That's the greatest gift, Harry. Not power. Not protection. Showing us how to exist as ourselves, with limits and choices and love. The garden glowed with warmth. Dash dash dash. The monster noticed too. In their connections, his presence was different, calmer, steadier, more at peace. You're changing, he observed. Growing in ways I never did. I'm choosing boundaries, limits, saying no sometimes. The monster was quiet for a moment. Then, I never learned to say no. To the power, to the darkness, to the hunger. It just kept flowing, kept consuming, until there was nothing left of me to say no with. Harry felt his pain across the connection. I'm sorry. Don't be. You're showing me it's possible. Even now, even after everything, I'm learning from you. A pause. I've started saying no to small things. Choices the old me would have made without thinking. It's hard, but good. Harry smiled. That's all any of us can do. Yes. That's all any of us can do. Dash dash dash. The Watcher appeared one evening, as Harry sat on the balcony watching realities flow past. You have learned the hardest lesson, asterisk, it observed. The lesson that destroys more sorcerers than any external threat. The lesson of limits. I'm still learning, Harry said. I make mistakes. Sometimes I choose wrong. Everyone does. The difference is that you keep choosing. Keep building. Keep becoming. The Watcher's form shifted, almost smiling. That is the balance of infinite magic, not stasis, but constant choice. Constant growth. Constant refinement of who you are. Harry looked out at the multiverse, the tapestry he'd helped create, the connections he'd built, the anchors that held everything together. It's beautiful, he said quietly. All of it, even the hard parts. Especially the hard parts. They are what make the beauty meaningful. The Watcher began to fade. Continue as you have begun, Harry Potter. Continue to choose. Continue to build. Continue to be the heart of everything. It vanished. Harry sat alone, the cloak warm on his shoulders, the connections humming softly. He was 7 years old. He was learning balance. And the multiverse was learning with him. Chapter 16, Passing the Mantle. The invitation came on a quiet Tuesday. Harry was in the library, reading, when Strange appeared in the doorway. His expression was serious, not worried, not angry, but focused in a way Harry had learned to recognize. Come with me, Strange said. It's time. Harry set down his book without question. Time for what? The final test. The one that determines whether you're ready for what comes next. Dash dash dash. Strange led him through the sanctum, past chambers Harry had never seen, through corridors that shifted and rearranged themselves as they walked. Eventually they reached a door that pulsed with ancient power, a door Harry had never noticed before. The astral plane, Strange said. Not the mirror dimension. Not the space between. Something deeper. The place where souls go when they leave their bodies, and where sorcerers go to prove themselves. Harry's heart rate increased. What's the test? Me. Strange met his eyes. You're going to face me, Harry. In the astral plane, where magic is stripped to its essence. Where only will an understanding matter. If you can hold your own against the Sorcerer Supreme, he paused, then you'll be ready. Ready for what? To carry what I carry. To protect what I protect. To become, Strange's voice softened, to become my equal. Harry stared at him. Your equal. You're 7 years old. You've held the multiverse together, anchored collapsing realities, redeemed a dark variant. Your power already exceeds mine in ways I can't comprehend. Strange's eyes were bright. But power isn't the same as readiness. The astral duel will show me, show you, whether you're ready to carry the weight of everything. Harry thought about it. About the weight he already carried. About the choices he'd made, the boundaries he'd built, the self he was becoming. I'm ready, he said. Strange nodded slowly. Then let's begin. Dash dash dash. They passed through the door together. The astral plane was nothing like Harry expected. Not the vast emptiness of the space between dimensions. Not the shifting chaos of the mirror dimension. Something else, a realm of pure awareness, where thought became form and will became action and souls existed without bodies to constrain them. Harry looked down at himself. He was still him, still the same shape, the same presence, but lighter somehow. Freer. As if he'd been carrying weight his whole life without realizing it, and only now felt its absence. Strange floated before him, similarly transformed. In the astral plane, he looked younger, less burdened, more at peace. The years of protecting reality had left their mark, but here, in this space, he could set them down. Beautiful, isn't it? Strange said. The place where we exist without pretense. Without armor. Just, ourselves. Harry nodded slowly. It feels like home. But not a place. A feeling. That's exactly what it is. The soul's true home. Strange's expression grew serious. Now, the test. He raised his hands. The astral plane shifted. The duel began without warning. Strange's attack came not as magic. There was no magic here, only will, but as pure intent. A wave of force that would have swept Harry away if he hadn't been ready. But he was ready. The cloak wasn't with him, it couldn't enter the astral plane, couldn't leave the physical realm. But Harry didn't need it here. Here, he had something stronger. Himself. He met Strange's attack with his own will, not blocking, but redirecting. Letting the force flow around him instead of against him. The same way he'd learned to handle dimensional rifts, temporal loops, the endless demands of the multiverse. Strange's eyes widened. Good. Again. The attacks came faster now, not physical, but conceptual. Ideas given force. Concepts made weapon. In the astral plane, thought was action, and Strange's thoughts were honed by decades of protecting reality. Harry answered each one. Not with equal force, he was still learning, still growing. But with understanding. He saw each attack for what it was, not aggression, but teaching. Strange was showing him, through combat, what it meant to face a threat without the tools he'd come to rely on. The cloak isn't here, Harry realized. The anchors aren't here. The connections are fainter. It's just me. Just me. Is that enough? Strange's voice came through the combat, gentle despite the force of his attacks. It has to be. In the end, it's always just you. The rest, the tools, the allies, the love, they help. But the final choice, the final stand, that's yours alone. Harry understood. He stopped meeting Strange's attacks. He became them. The shift was subtle but profound. Instead of opposing Strange's will, Harry absorbed it. Understood it. Made it part of himself. Each attack taught him something, about defense, about redirection, about the nature of will itself. He wasn't fighting Strange anymore, he was learning from him. Strange noticed immediately. What are you doing? His voice held wonder. Learning. From you. From your attacks. Harry's form in the astral plane shimmered with each new understanding. You're teaching me, showing me. I'm testing you. There's a difference. Is there? Harry smiled. You've been teaching me since the day we met. In everything you do. In every choice you make. This is just, more direct. Strange stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him by the simple truth of Harry's words. You're right, he said. I have been teaching you. And you've been learning better than I ever could have hoped. His attacks slowed, softened. But the test isn't over. There's one more thing you need to face. Harry waited. Strange's form shifted, not changing, but deepening. Becoming more of what he was. The Sorcerer Supreme, stripped to his essence. Myself, Strange said. All of me. Everything I've learned, everything I've suffered, everything I've become. If you can face that and remain yourself, he paused, then you're ready. He attacked. Not with force this time. Not with intent. With presence. The full weight of Stephen Strange, his arrogance, his humility, his victories, his losses, his love, his fear, his endless, stubborn refusal to give up, pressed against Harry's awareness. It should have crushed him. Instead, Harry opened. The astral plane blazed with light. Harry absorbed Strange's presence the way he'd absorbed his attacks, not fighting, not resisting, but understanding. He felt Strange's journey, The brilliant surgeon, the crippling accident, the desperate search for healing, the discovery of magic, the battles, the losses, the slow transformation from arrogant man to humble protector. He felt Strange's love, for Christine, for the sanctum, for the multiverse itself. Felt his fear of failing, his determination to protect, his quiet hope that someone would carry on after he was gone. And at the center of it all, he felt Strange's belief in him. Asterisk. You always believed in me, asterisk, Harry whispered through the connection. Even when I didn't believe in myself. Asterisk. Because I saw you. Really saw you. The boy in the cupboard who tore reality apart because he wanted someone to care. Strange's presence was warm, loving, proud. That boy was always worth believing in. Asterisk. Harry's soul, his true self, stripped of everything, shone with light. They floated together in the astral plane, two souls connected by years of love and teaching and choice. I'm ready, Harry said quietly. For whatever comes next. Strange nodded slowly. I know. They returned to their bodies together. The cloak wrapped around Harry immediately, pulsing with relief. The connections hummed with questions, the loved version, the monster, dozens of others who had felt the intensity of the astral duel. I'm okay, asterisk, Harry said to all of them. Better than okay. Asterisk. Strange sat across from him, looking older than he had in the astral plane, but also lighter. As if he'd set down a weight he'd been carrying for years. You passed, he said simply. More than passed. You exceeded every expectation. I had a good teacher. Strange smiled. You had yourself. I just pointed the way. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of what had happened settling over them. Then Strange spoke again. Harry, do you understand what this means? What you've proven today? Harry thought about it. The astral duel. The absorption of Strange's essence. The understanding that had come from opening instead of fighting. It means I'm ready to carry what you carry. To protect what you protect. Yes. But it means more than that. Strange met his eyes. It means I can trust you. Not just with power, with everything. The sanctum. The multiverse. The legacy of the Sorcerer Supreme. Harry's heart clenched. Are you leaving? No. Not for a long time, I hope. But nothing lasts forever. And when the day comes that I can't protect anymore, Strange's voice softened, I need to know you'll be there. Ready to take my place. Harry's eyes burned. I will be, he whispered. I promise. Strange pulled him into a hug, fierce, loving, full of years of unspoken emotion. I know you will. That night, the loved version visited his dreams. You did it, he said, sitting in the garden. You faced Strange at his fullest and remained yourself. Because he taught me how. All those years, every lesson, every choice, they were preparing me for this. The loved version nodded slowly. That's what mentors do. They build the foundation so their students can build the future. Harry thought about Strange, about everything he'd given. Everything he'd sacrificed, everything he'd taught. The brilliant surgeon who'd become something more. The arrogant man who'd learned humility. The protector who'd opened his heart to a child from a cupboard. I want to be like him, Harry said quietly. When I grow up, I want to protect like he protects. Love like he loves. You already do. The loved version smiled. You've been doing it your whole life. Strange just helped you see it. The garden glowed with warmth. The monster reached through the connections. You faced him. In the astral plane. And you held. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. That's, asterisk, a pause, that's something I never could have done. At your age, at any age, I would have fought, tried to prove myself, probably lost. Asterisk. Harry felt the weight of his words. You're different now. Because of you. The monster's presence was warm. You showed me another way. And today, you proved it works. Asterisk. Harry smiled. We proved it. Together. Asterisk. Yes. A pause. Together. Asterisk. The Watcher appeared one last time, as Harry stood on the balcony watching realities flow past. The mantle passes, asterisk, it observed. Not the title, not yet, but the trust. The belief. The knowledge that when the time comes, you will be ready. I don't feel ready, Harry admitted. I feel small. Like there's so much I don't know. That is readiness. The ones who think they know everything fail. The ones who understand how much they don't know, they are the ones who succeed. The Watcher's form shifted, almost smiling. You are ready, Harry Potter. More ready than you realize. Harry looked out at the multiverse, the tapestry he'd helped create, the connections he'd built, the anchors that held everything together. What happens now? Now you live, you grow, you learn, you make choices and mistakes and discoveries. And when the day comes, when Strange can no longer carry the weight, you will be there. Ready to take his place. The Watcher began to fade. Until then, continue as you have begun. Continue to love, continue to protect, continue to be the heart of everything. It vanished. Harry stood alone, the cloak warm on his shoulders, the connections humming softly. He was 7 years old. He'd faced the Sorcerer Supreme in the astral plane and held his own. And someday not yet, but coming, he would carry the mantle himself. But not yet. For now, he had Strange. He had the sanctum. He had the connections, infinite and warm. He had time. Harry smiled. Then he turned and went inside, where Strange was waiting and dinner was ready and the future stretched before them, bright and full of possibility. Chapter 17. The Multiverse Council. The invitation came from everywhere at once. Harry felt it through the connections, not a single voice, but a chorus. Versions of himself from across the multiverse, reaching out simultaneously, their intent clear. Come, gather. The time has come. He was 8 years old now, and such invitations no longer surprised him. The network of anchors had grown beyond anything he'd imagined, infinite versions of himself, connected through the tapestry he'd helped create, working together to protect realities across dimensions. But a council. That was new. Strange noticed the shift in Harry's attention. What is it? They're calling me. All of them. The other versions. Harry's eyes were distant, processing the flood of incoming connections. They want to meet. Formally. A council of the infinite selves. Strange's eyebrows rose. A multiverse council of Harry Potters. Apparently. Harry focused back on the present. Is that possible? Can we all gather in one place without causing another convergence? Strange considered this. Theoretically, yes. The tapestry you created provides stable connections between realities. If you chose a neutral dimensional space, something outside the main flow, you could probably gather without incident. Probably. Nothing is certain with you. But, Strange smiled, if anyone can do it, you can. Harry nodded slowly. Then I need to find a space. Somewhere that can hold all of us. The loved version's voice came through the connections. I know a place. The space between dimensions had no name. It existed in the gaps, the spaces where realities brushed against each other without quite touching. Harry had visited it before, during the convergence, but never like this. Never as a destination. The loved version guided him there. This is where we meet, he said. In dreams, sometimes. In moments of connection. But never all at once. Never formally. Harry looked around. The space was vast, limitless, really, but it felt like it could hold them. Like it had been waiting for exactly this. It's perfect. Then let's begin. The call went out through the connections. Not words, intent. A summons to all versions of Harry Potter across the multiverse, inviting them to gather, to meet, to become something more than separate threads in an infinite tapestry. The response was overwhelming. They came from everywhere. The loved version arrived first, stepping through the dimensional fabric with the ease of long practice. He was older now, 9, maybe 10, but his eyes held the same warmth, the same steadiness that had anchored Harry through so many crises. Hello, he said simply. Harry smiled. Hello. More arrived. The Hogwarts version came next, young and eager, his eyes wide with wonder at the gathering. There are so many of us. There are, Harry agreed. And more coming. They came in waves. Healers and warriors. Scholars and explorers. Versions who had lived in peace and versions who had known only war. Versions who had been loved and versions who had been alone. Versions who had found family and versions who had lost everything. And through it all, the connections hummed, not separate threads anymore, but a network, a tapestry, a family. The monster arrived last. He stepped through the dimensional fabric differently than the others, more carefully, more hesitantly. His garden had transformed him, but the weight of what he'd been still lingered in his posture, his eyes, his careful distance from the others. You came, Harry said, moving toward him. You asked. The monster's voice was quiet. I wasn't sure, after everything, if I'd be welcome. Harry took his hand. You're always welcome. Your family. The monster's eyes glistened. Around them, the other versions watched, curious, accepting, understanding. They could feel what he'd been, what he'd done, what he'd become. And they chose, as one, to welcome him anyway. The loved version stepped forward. We're all here because of him. He gestured at Harry. Because he reached out. Because he believed in us. Because he showed us that connection is stronger than separation. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. So let's do what he taught us, the loved version continued. Let's connect. Let's share. Let's become what we were always meant to be, not separate versions, but a single family, infinite and united. The monster squeezed Harry's hand. Harry squeezed back. The council formed organically. No formal structure, no hierarchy, no rules. Just versions of the same soul, sitting together in the space between dimensions, sharing stories and wisdom and love. The Hogwarts version spoke of his school, his friends, his adventures. The healers spoke of their work, saving lives across realities. The warriors spoke of battles fought and won, dangers faced and overcome. The monster spoke last. His voice was rough at first, uncertain, but as he spoke, it strengthened. He told them of his fall, his darkness, his centuries of destruction. He told them of the garden, the growth, the slow and painful journey back toward light. And he told them of Harry. He reached for me when no one else would. When I was at my darkest, when I'd done things that should have made me unredeemable, he reached. And he kept reaching, until I believed that maybe, just maybe, I could be something else. The council was silent. Then the loved version spoke. That's what we do. All of us, in our own ways. We reach. We connect. We save each other. The monster nodded slowly. Yes, that's what we do. The council lasted for hours, or days. Time had no meaning in this space. They shared knowledge, power, understanding. The healers taught techniques that could save lives across dimensions. The warriors shared strategies for facing impossible threats. The scholars revealed secrets of the multiverse that no single version could have discovered alone. And through it all, Harry listened. He was the youngest here, 8 years old among versions who had lived decades, centuries, even millennia. But they all deferred to him. Not because of his power, though that was vast, but because of his heart. You're the reason we're here, the loved version said quietly, during a lull. The reason any of this exists. Your choice to connect, to love, to believe, it changed everything. I just did what felt right. That's the point. What felt right to you, connection instead of separation, love instead of fear, became the foundation for all of us. The loved version smiled. You're the heart, Harry. The center we all orbit. Harry didn't know what to say. The monster appeared beside him. He's right. I'm proof of that. Without you, I'd still be on that throne. Still destroying. Still alone. You're not alone anymore. No. The monster's voice was warm. Because of you. The council ended eventually. Not because they ran out of things to share, the multiverse was infinite, and so was their potential for connection. But because they could feel, through the tapestry, that realities needed them. Crises to face. Lives to save. Work to do. We'll meet again, the loved version said, as versions began to disperse back to their own dimensions. Regularly. A true council, to coordinate our efforts across the multiverse. Harry nodded. I'll keep the space open. Ready whenever we need it. The monster paused before leaving. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. Harry took his hand. Thank you for letting me help. The monster smiled, that warm, human smile that had grown from ashes and darkness and hope. Then he was gone. Harry returned to the sanctum to find Strange waiting. Well, Strange asked. How was your first multiverse council? Harry thought about it. The infinite versions of himself, gathered in understanding and love. The stories shared, the wisdom exchanged, the family formed. It was, he searched for words, everything. They're all me, but different. And they all matter. Every single one. Strange nodded slowly. That's the truth of the multiverse. Infinite variations, all valid, all valuable. And you, he smiled, you're the one who brought them together. I just opened the door. They walked through. Opening the door was everything. Strange pulled him into a hug. I'm proud of you. More than I can say. Harry hugged back, the cloak warm around them both. That night, the loved version visited his dreams. The council will meet regularly now, he said. We've already scheduled the next gathering. And the one after that. And the one after that. Harry smiled. Good. You've given us something we never had before. Connection. Purpose. Family. The loved version's eyes were bright. Thank you, Harry. For everything. Thank you for being there. When I needed you most. The loved version nodded. Always. The garden began to fade. Will I see you soon? Harry asked. At the next council. And whenever you need me. The loved version smiled. That's what family does. Harry woke with warmth in his chest. He was 8 years old. He'd founded a multiverse council of infinite selves. And the connections hummed with the presence of family. Chapter 18. The Collapse Point. The warning came without warning. Harry was at the third meeting of the Multiverse Council, listening to the healer versions discuss techniques for repairing dimensional damage, when the tapestry screamed. Asterisk. Not like the Sanctum's warning. Not like the Rift's hunger. Something deeper. More fundamental. The very fabric of the multiverse crying out in agony. Every version of him felt it simultaneously. The council fell silent. What? The Hogwarts version started. The loved version's face had gone pale. The center. Something's wrong at the center. Harry was already moving. The center of the multiverse had no name. It was the point from which all realities had emerged, the source of the tapestry's power, the anchor that held everything together. Harry had felt it before, distantly, but never visited. Never needed to. Now it was collapsing. Asterisk. He arrived through a portal the cloak created, stepping into chaos. The center was a vast emptiness, but an emptiness that should have been stable, peaceful, eternal. Instead, it churned with destructive energy. Rifts opened and closed randomly. Realities flickered in and out of existence. The very concept of stability was breaking down. And at the heart of it all, a point of darkness was growing. The collapse point. Harry had read about it in the forbidden texts. Theoretical. Hypothetical. The one thing that could destroy the multiverse completely, irrevocably, forever. It was supposed to be impossible. It was happening anyway. The darkness reached for him. Not with malice, with hunger. The collapse point wanted to consume everything, to pull all realities into its void, to end existence itself. And Harry, as the heart of the multiverse, was the most delicious thing it had ever tasted. He dodged its first grasp, the cloak carrying him out of reach. Spell circles formed automatically, anchoring, stabilizing, holding, but they barely slowed the darkness down. This is different, he realized. This isn't a wound that can be healed. This isn't a rift that can be closed. This is the end. The thought came from everywhere at once, the connections, the tapestry, the multiverse itself. They all felt it. The collapse point wasn't just destroying realities, it was unmaking the very possibility of reality. And it was growing. The loved version appeared beside him. Not physically, through the connections. His presence was a warm anchor in the chaos. What can we do? He asked. I don't know. The text said this was impossible. There's nothing about how to stop it. Then we'll have to invent something. The monster's presence joined them. I've faced darkness before. This is different. This is primordial. The loved version finished. Older than anything. The opposite of existence. Harry stared at the growing darkness. Felt its hunger. Its need. Its absolute determination to unmake everything. What does it want? The question came from somewhere deeper than thought. The part of him that connected, that understood, that healed. What does it want? The darkness paused. For the first time since Harry's arrival, it hesitated. As if no one had ever asked it that question before. Want? It echoed. The word was terrible, the sound of oblivion speaking. Want nothing. Want everything. Want peace. Harry offered. Silence. Then, softer, peace. Harry understood. The collapse point wasn't evil. It wasn't malicious. It was exhausted. The weight of infinite realities pressing against it, the constant demands of existence, the endless noise of creation, it wanted it to stop. All of it. Forever. You're tired, Harry said. You've been holding everything for so long, and you're tired. Asterisk. Tired, asterisk the darkness agreed. So tired. Want rest. Want quiet. Want to stop. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. Harry's heart ached. He knew that feeling. The weight of the multiverse, the endless demands, the constant reaching. He'd felt it himself, many times. Wanted to set it down, to rest, to just stop. Asterisk. But he hadn't. Because others needed him. I understand, asterisk he said. I really do. But if you stop, if you let everything collapse, everyone else stops too. All the beings who want to live, to love, to exist. They stop forever. Asterisk. The darkness wavered. They matter, asterisk Harry continued. Every single one. Even the ones who are tired. Even the ones who want to stop. They matter. Asterisk. Even me. Asterisk. The question was so small, so vulnerable, so unexpected that Harry almost missed it. Even you, asterisk he said. You matter too. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The darkness pulsed, confusion, maybe, or the first stirrings of something it had forgotten. No one ever. I know. No one ever asked what you wanted. No one ever saw you as anything but a threat. No one ever, asterisk Harry paused, then stepped forward, toward the darkness. No one ever reached out. Asterisk. The cloak pulsed a warning, danger, proximity, risk. Harry ignored it. He walked into the darkness. Dash dash dash. The collapse point's interior was nothing. Literally nothing. No light. No sound. No sensation. Just the absence of everything that had ever existed or ever would. But Harry's presence created something in that nothing. Light. His light. The light of a soul that refused to give up, refused to stop reaching, refused to let anyone, even the embodiment of oblivion, be alone. You're here, asterisk the darkness whispered. Asterisk in me. With me. Asterisk. I'm here. Asterisk. Why? Asterisk. Because you asked. Because you wanted someone to see you. Because, asterisk Harry's voice was steady, warm, full of the love that had grown from the cupboard to encompass the multiverse, because everyone deserves to be seen. Asterisk. The darkness trembled. Around them, the collapse point began to change. Dash dash dash. The process was slow, painful, beautiful. Harry's light spread through the darkness, not destroying it, but transforming it. The exhaustion that had driven the collapse point began to ease, not because the weight was gone, but because it was now shared. Harry carried some of it. The connections carried some of it. The infinite versions of himself, reaching through the tapestry, each took a small piece of the burden. You don't have to carry everything alone, asterisk Harry said. None of us do. Asterisk. The darkness pulsed, gratitude, wonder, something that might have been tears. I didn't know. I never. I know. But now you do. Asterisk. The collapse point stabilized. Not destroyed, that wasn't possible, wasn't even desirable. It was still the center, still the anchor, still the point from which all realities emerged. But it was different now. Lighter. At peace. Thank you, asterisk it whispered. For seeing me. Asterisk. Thank you for letting me. Asterisk. Harry emerged from the darkness to find the multiverse changed. Dash dash dash. The tapestry was stronger now. Not because the collapse point was gone, it wasn't. But because it was no longer alone. The connections that bound the multiverse together now included the center itself, woven into the fabric of existence, part of the family instead of separate from it. The loved version was waiting when Harry returned to the space between dimensions. You did it, he breathed. You saved everything, again. Not alone. Harry was exhausted, barely standing, held up only by the cloak's support. The connections helped. The versions helped. Even the darkness, he paused, even the darkness helped, once it understood. The loved version shook his head slowly. You reached into the embodiment of oblivion and made it feel seen. That's beyond anything. Harry smiled weakly. It just needed someone to ask what it wanted. That's what you do. The loved version pulled him into a hug. That's what you've always done. Harry held on, grateful for the warmth. Dash dash dash. The monster appeared, his presence careful, gentle. The collapse point, it's stable. For now. As long as we keep reaching. Keep sharing the weight. Harry met his eyes. Like we do for each other. The monster nodded slowly. I never thought, when you first reached for me, that it would lead to this. Saving the center of the multiverse. One connection at a time. Harry smiled. That's how it works. The monster's eyes glistened. Yes, that's how it works. Dash dash dash. Harry returned to the sanctum to find Strange pacing. You were gone for 3 days, Strange said, his voice tight with worry. The connections went dark. I couldn't feel you. I'm sorry. Harry moved toward him, the cloak guiding his exhausted steps. The collapse point, it needed help. Needed someone to see it. Strange's eyes widened. The collapse point. Theoretical. Impossible. The one thing that could end everything. Yes. Harry reached him, leaned against him, let Strange's arms wrap around him. It was tired. Alone. No one had ever asked what it wanted. Strange was silent for a long moment. Then, you asked. Didn't you? Someone had to. Strange held him tighter. You impossible, extraordinary child. Harry smiled against his chest. Dash dash dash. Recovery took weeks. The collapse point's exhaustion had been immense, and sharing it had drained Harry more deeply than any previous crisis. But as he healed, he felt the difference in the multiverse. The tapestry was stronger. The connections were clearer. And at the center, where oblivion had once waited, there was now peace. The loved version visited often, bringing warmth and stories and the steady presence that had anchored Harry since the beginning. The monster visited too, his garden now blooming with flowers that had never existed before, fed by the peace at the center of everything. And the council continued, infinite versions of Harry Potter meeting regularly, sharing wisdom and strength and love. Dash dash dash. The Watcher appeared one evening, as Harry sat on the balcony watching realities flow past. You have done what none of us thought possible, it said. You have healed the center of the multiverse. Not with power, with compassion. With understanding. With love. Harry looked out at the tapestry, the beautiful, infinite tapestry he'd helped create and protect and heal. It just needed someone to see it. Yes, that is the lesson you have taught, again and again. Everything wants to be seen. Everything wants to be understood. Everything wants to be, the Watcher paused, loved. Harry nodded slowly. The Watcher began to fade. The multiverse is safe because of you, Harry Potter. Because you chose connection over separation, love over fear, understanding over force. Never forget that. It vanished. Harry sat alone, the cloak warm on his shoulders, the connections humming softly. He was 8 years old. He'd healed the center of the multiverse. And somewhere, in the space between dimensions, the collapse point rested peacefully, no longer alone, no longer tired, no longer wanting to end everything. Because someone had asked what it wanted. Because someone had seen. Because someone had loved. Chapter 19, The Supreme Choice. The offer came without warning. Harry was 13 years old now, though he'd long stopped counting the years in ordinary ways. Time moved differently when you carried the multiverse in your heart. The cupboard was a distant memory, fading like a dream upon waking. Strange was family. The sanctum was home. The connections were as natural as breathing. He was in the garden, the monster's garden, grown now into something that rivaled paradise, when the presence arrived. Not the loved version. Not the monster. Not any version of himself he'd ever encountered. Something else. Something vast. Dash dash dash. The figure materialized slowly, as if reality itself was making space for it with careful deliberation. It had no fixed form, sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, sometimes light, sometimes shadow. But its eyes, those were constant. Ancient. Infinite. Knowing. Harry Potter, it said. Its voice was the sound of creation and destruction intertwined. The heart of the multiverse. The nexus of all nexuses. We have watched you for a very long time. Harry rose slowly, the cloak tightening around his shoulders in instinctive protection. Who are you? We are what comes after. What exists beyond. The culmination of all choices, all paths, all possibilities. The figure shifted, becoming something almost human. You may call us the Supreme. Harry's heart rate increased. The connections hummed with warning, every version of him across the multiverse suddenly alert, suddenly watching. What do you want? The Supreme smiled, a terrible, beautiful expression. We want you to take our place. Dash dash dash. The garden froze. Not literally, but everything stopped. The flowers ceased their blooming. The river ceased its flowing. The very air seemed to hold its breath. Harry stared at the figure. Take your place. I don't understand. We are the Supreme. The one who exists beyond the multiverse, who watches all choices, who ensures that balance is maintained. We have held this position since before time began. And we are, the figure paused, tired. Harry thought of the collapse point. Its exhaustion. Its desperate need to stop. You want to stop. We want to pass on what we carry. To someone worthy. To someone who has proven, again and again, that they understand what matters. The Supreme's eyes fixed on him. You, Harry Potter. You have healed rifts, redeemed variants, anchored collapsing realities, even made peace with the center of existence itself. You have done what no being in the history of the multiverse has done. Harry's mind raced. But I'm 13. You are just the heart of everything. Just the nexus of all nexuses. Just the one who chose love over power, connection over control, understanding over force. The Supreme moved closer. We have watched countless beings rise and fall. None have been like you. None have earned what we offer. And what do you offer? The Supreme's form blazed with light. Supremacy. The ability to shape all realities, to guide all choices, to determine the fate of everything that exists or ever will exist. You would become what we are, the one beyond, the one who watches, the one who ensures balance across infinity. Harry was silent for a long moment. The weight of the offer pressed against him like a physical thing. The loved version appeared through the connections, his presence urgent. Harry, what's happening? We felt something vast. The Supreme is here, offering me its place. Silence. Then, the Supreme. That's beyond anything. Beyond the Watchers. Beyond the multiverse itself. I know. What are you going to do? Harry looked at the waiting figure. At the light that held infinite possibilities. I don't know yet. The monster appeared beside him, not physically, but through the connection, his presence solid and steady. You're considering it. I'm considering everything. That's what I do. The Supreme's offer, it's what I wanted. Once. Power beyond imagining. Control over everything. The monster's voice was quiet. It destroyed me. I'm not you. Number. You're not. That's why I trust you to make the right choice. Harry felt their faith in him, the loved version, the monster, the infinite versions watching through the connections. They believed in him, trusted him, loved him. The Supreme waited. I have questions, Harry said finally. The Supreme inclined its form. Ask. If I take your place, what happens to me? To who I am, you become more. Your awareness expands beyond the multiverse, beyond time, beyond limitation. You see everything, know everything, understand everything. And the parts of me that matter. The parts that love strange, that care about the connections, that, Harry's voice caught, that remember the cupboard. Do those disappear? The Supreme was silent for a moment. Then, they become background. Not gone, but no longer central. The perspective of the Supreme is vast. Individual attachments fade in the face of infinite responsibility. Harry's heart clenched. So I'd lose them. Everyone I love. Everything I am. You would gain everything in return. Everything except what matters. Harry shook his head slowly. No. The Supreme's form flickered. Number. No. Harry's voice was firm now, steady. I won't trade love for power. I won't become something that forgets what it means to care. The multiverse doesn't need a Supreme who's detached from everything that makes existence beautiful. It needs, he paused, then continued, it needs a heart. Someone who feels. Someone who reaches. Someone who loves. The Supreme stared at him. For the first time, something like confusion entered its ancient eyes. You would refuse infinite power. I would refuse losing myself. There's a difference. Harry stepped closer, not afraid now. You're tired. I understand that. The collapse point was tired too. But losing yourself isn't the answer. Forgetting love isn't the answer. The answer is, he thought of the garden, the connections, the infinite versions of himself reaching across dimensions. The answer is sharing the weight. Letting others help. Building something together instead of carrying everything alone. The Supreme was silent. Harry continued, you don't need to pass on your position. You need to share it. Create a council of beings who can help you carry the load. Let others see what you see, understand what you understand, love what you love. He smiled. That's what I learned. That's what saved me. That's what can save you too. Dash dash dash. The garden was still. The Supreme's form shifted through a dozen configurations, light, shadow, man, woman, everything, nothing. Its eyes never left Harry's face. You would teach the Supreme. I would offer what I've learned. If you're willing to listen. A long pause. Then, slowly, the Supreme's form began to change. The vastness contracted. The infinity focused. And standing before Harry was something almost human, an old man with kind eyes and a gentle smile. "Number one has ever spoken to us like that, asterisk," the old man said. His voice was softer now, warmer. "Number one has ever suggested that we might share the weight. Because no one ever asked what you needed." Harry moved closer, taking the old man's hand. "What do you need, Supreme? Really need?" The old man's eyes glistened. "We need, asterisk," he paused, as if the words were foreign, asterisk, "we need not to be alone." Harry squeezed his hand. "Then you don't have to be. Dash dash dash." The change rippled across existence. Not a convergence, something deeper. The Supreme, for the first time in eternity, opened itself to connection. Reached out. Let others in. The Watchers felt it first, their ancient order suddenly part of something larger, their observations now contributing to a shared awareness. The collapse point felt it next, its exhaustion eased further as the Supreme shared its weight. The infinite versions of Harry Potter felt it through the connections, a new thread in the tapestry, woven by love instead of power. And at the center of it all, Harry held the Supreme's hand and smiled. "You're not alone anymore," he said. "None of us are." The Supreme, transformed, lighter, peaceful, nodded slowly. "Thank you, asterisk," it whispered. "For seeing us. For understanding. For, asterisk, a pause, asterisk, for loving. That's what I do. Dash dash dash." Harry returned to the garden to find the loved version and the monster waiting. "Well?" the loved version asked. Harry smiled. "The Supreme's not alone anymore. Neither are we." The monster shook his head slowly. "You did it again. Changed something that's existed since before time began. I just asked what it needed. The same thing we all need." The loved version pulled him into a hug. "You're impossible. So I've been told." They stood together in the garden, three versions of the same soul, connected by love instead of blood, proof that even infinity could be faced together. Dash dash dash. Strange was waiting when Harry returned to the sanctum. "I felt something," he said quietly. "Something vast shifting." What happened? Harry told him. The Supreme's offer. His refusal. The transformation that followed. When he finished, Strange was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a sound of pure wonder. "You refused infinite power because it would make you forget love. And then you taught the Supreme itself how to share its burden." He shook his head slowly. "Harry, do you understand what you've done? I made a choice. The right one. Yes. But more than that, you proved something. To yourself, to the multiverse, to everything that exists." Strange's eyes were bright. "You proved that love is stronger than power. That connection matters more than control. That being the heart is greater than being the master." Harry thought about that. "That's what you taught me," he said. "All those years ago, when you pulled me from the cupboard. You showed me that love saves. That reaching out matters. That no one has to be alone." Strange's eyes glistened. "I just did what felt right." "So did I." Harry smiled. "That's what we do." They hugged, long and warm and full of years of shared love. Dash dash dash. That night, the loved version visited his dreams. "The Supreme is different now," he said. "Connected. Part of the tapestry instead of separate from it. Good. And the multiverse, it feels lighter. Like a weight we didn't know we were carrying has been shared." Harry nodded. "That's what happens when you let others in." The loved version smiled. "You taught us that. All of us. From the monster to the Supreme to every version across infinity. I had good teachers. The best teacher is the heart that keeps loving." The loved version touched his shoulder. "You are that heart, Harry. Always will be." The garden began to fade. "Will I see you soon?" Harry asked. "At the next council. And whenever you need me." The loved version smiled. "That's what family does." Harry woke with warmth in his chest. He was 13 years old. He'd refused infinite power and taught the Supreme itself how to love. And the Connections hummed with the presence of family, infinite, eternal, home. Chapter 20, Guardian of Infinite Paths. The balcony had become Harry's favorite place. Not the garden, though he still visited, still sat with the loved version and watched flowers bloom in impossible colors. Not the monsters growing paradise, though he went there too, walked through forests that had grown from ashes and talked with the being who had once been darkness itself. The balcony, at the top of the sanctum, where he could see realities flow past like rivers of light and possibility. He was 17 now, though time had become fluid, and age was more feeling than number. The cupboard was a memory so distant it felt like someone else's life. Strange was family. The sanctum was home. The connections were as natural as breathing. And the multiverse, the beautiful, infinite, connected multiverse, was his to guard. Not to rule. Never to rule. To guard. The Watcher appeared beside him, as it had so many times over the years. You are thinking, it observed. I'm always thinking. About what, this time? Harry looked out at the flowing realities. At the tapestry he'd helped create, protect, and heal. At the infinite paths stretching before every version of himself across every dimension. About choices, he said. About the paths we take and the ones we leave behind. The Watcher was silent for a moment. Then, you have made more choices than any being in the history of the multiverse. And each one has led you here. Here. Harry smiled slightly. Where's here? The place between. The center that is not a center. The heart that beats for everything. The Watcher's form shifted, almost human now, almost warm. You are the guardian of infinite paths, Harry Potter. The one who watches not from above, but from within. The one who ensures that every version of every soul has the chance to choose, to grow, to love. Harry absorbed this. Is that what I am? It is what you have become. Through every choice, every sacrifice, every moment of reaching instead of ruling. The Watcher's eyes were bright. The Supreme offered you its place. You refused. And in that refusal, you became something greater, not the master of the multiverse but its heart. Strange found him there, hours later. The sun was setting over New York, though the sunset here was different, layered with colors from a dozen overlapping realities. Strange looked older now, his hair touched with gray, his face lined with years of protecting what mattered. But his eyes were the same. Steady, loving, proud. You're thinking, he observed, sitting beside Harry. Everyone keeps saying that, because it's usually true. Strange smiled. What about? Harry gestured at the flowing realities. All of this. How we got here. What comes next? Strange nodded slowly. Big questions for a quiet evening. I've been having big questions my whole life. True. Strange was quiet for a moment. Then, do you remember the cupboard? Harry's chest tightened. Sometimes. Less now than I used to. Good. That's how it should be. The past shouldn't disappear, but it shouldn't define you either. Strange glanced at him. You've become something extraordinary, Harry. Something I never could have imagined when I pulled you from that tear. You pulled me from more than a tear. You pulled me from. Harry paused, searching for words, from everything. The loneliness. The darkness. The belief that I didn't matter. You always mattered. You just needed someone to show you. Like I showed the monster. Like I showed the collapse point. Like I showed the Supreme. Harry smiled. It goes around, doesn't it? The love. The reaching. It just keeps going. That's the point. Strange's voice was soft. That's always been the point. The loved version appeared that night, in the garden. Not the garden of before, this was different. Older. More established. Trees that had grown for centuries in the space between moments. Flowers that had bloomed and faded and bloomed again. A river that had carved canyons through the landscape of possibility. You've been away, the loved version observed. Thinking. Watching. Being. Harry sat beside him on their bench, the same bench they'd sat on since he was 5 years old. The usual. The loved version smiled. The usual for you, maybe. Not for anyone else. Harry looked at him, really looked. The loved version was older now too, his face carrying lines of experience, of joy, of life fully lived. But his eyes were the same. Warm. Steady. Home. Thank you, Harry said quietly. For what? For being here. All these years. Every time I needed someone, Harry's voice caught, you were here. The loved version's eyes glistened. Where else would I be? You're me. I'm you. We're all, he gestured at the garden, at the connections humming between them, we're all part of the same thing. The same heart. Harry nodded slowly. That's what I've learned. All these years, all these choices, all these crises, that's what matters. Not power. Not control. Connection. Love. Family. Yes. The loved version squeezed his hand. That's exactly what matters. The monster found him on the balcony, days later. He came differently now, not through the connections, but physically. His garden had grown enough to create a permanent portal, a bridge between their realities. He could visit whenever he wanted. He visited often. You're brooding, he observed, sitting beside Harry. Thinking. There's a difference. Is there? The monster smiled, that warm, human smile that had grown from ashes and darkness and hope. What are you thinking about? Harry looked at him. At the being who had once been darkness incarnate, who now tended gardens and protected refugees and visited on quiet evenings just to sit. About how far we've come. Both of us. The monster nodded slowly. Far. Further than I ever thought possible. Do you ever regret it? The time before. The things you did. A long pause. Then. Every day. But regret isn't the same as being trapped by it. I've learned, from you, that the past doesn't have to define the future. That choices can be made again, different this time. That, his voice softened, that love is stronger than anything. Harry reached out, taking his hand. You're proof of that. The monster's eyes glistened. So are you. The council met one last time. Not the last council, there would be many more, stretching into infinity. But the last time they would gather with Harry as simply a member, simply a voice among many. Now, as they gathered in the space between dimensions, the infinite versions of Harry Potter, from every reality, every path, every choice, they waited. The loved version spoke first. We all know why we're here. The Supreme's offer. Harry's refusal. The transformation of everything. He looked at Harry with love and pride. He taught us that connection matters more than power. That love is stronger than control. That being the heart is greater than being the master. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. The monster stepped forward. He taught me, he said quietly. When I was darkness itself, when I'd done things that should have made me unredeemable, he reached. He kept reaching. Until I believed that maybe, just maybe, I could be something else. More murmurs. The Hogwarts version, older now, a man instead of a boy, spoke next. He taught all of us. Through his choices, his love, his refusal to give up. We are what we are because of him. Harry shook his head. No, you're what you are because of your own choices. I just helped you see them. That's what matters, the loved version said. Seeing, understanding, loving. He turned to face the gathering. I propose that we formalize what Harry has already become. Not a title, titles are meaningless. But a role, a purpose. The council listened. The guardian of infinite paths. The one who watches not from above, but from within. The heart that beats for all of us. Silence. Then, slowly, the council began to nod. One by one, they rose. One by one, they stepped forward. One by one, they placed their hands on Harry's shoulders, not in power, but in blessing. Guardian. Asterisk. Heart. Asterisk. Family. Asterisk. Harry returned to the sanctum as dusk fell. Strange was waiting on the balcony, as he'd known he would be. The cloak was warm on Harry's shoulders. It had been there so long now that he barely noticed its presence, but he always felt its love. Well? Strange asked. Harry smiled. They made it official. Guardian of infinite paths. Strange nodded slowly. Suits you. Think so. I know so. Strange looked out at the flowing realities. You know, when I first found you, that terrified 4-year-old in a cupboard, tearing reality apart because he wanted someone to care, I never imagined this. Neither did I. And yet, here we are. Strange glanced at him. Any regrets? Harry thought about it. The long years. The countless crises. The infinite versions of himself, connected across dimensions. The love he'd given and received, the family he'd built, the heart he'd become. None, he said. Not one. Strange smiled. That warm, proud, loving smile that had been Harry's anchor since the beginning. Good. They stood together on the balcony, watching realities flow past. The loved version's garden bloomed in the distance. The monster's paradise grew in another direction. The council's meeting space pulsed with light. The collapse point rested peacefully at the center of everything. The Supreme, transformed, connected, no longer alone, watched with love instead of distance. And at the heart of it all, Harry stood. 17 years old, guardian of infinite paths. The boy who had torn reality apart because he wanted someone to care, and found, instead, a family that spanned dimensions. The cloak pulsed warmly against his shoulders. Strange's hand rested lightly on his back. The connections hummed with the presence of infinite versions of himself, all loved, all connected, all home. Asterisk. Ready for whatever comes next? Strange asked. Harry smiled. Always. The balcony overlooked everything. Not literally, there were realities beyond counting, paths beyond following, possibilities beyond imagining. But in that moment, in that space, Harry could feel them all. The tapestry he'd helped create. The hearts he'd helped heal. The love that bound everything together. He thought of the cupboard. The darkness. The desperate wish for someone to care. He thought of Strange's hand reaching through the tear. The cloak's warm embrace. The loved version's steady presence. The monster's slow transformation. The infinite versions of himself, connected across dimensions. He thought of all the choices that had led here. All the moments of reaching instead of ruling. All the times he'd chosen love over power. And he knew, deep in his heart, where the connections hummed and the love flowed and the family waited, that he'd made the right choices. Every single one. The Watcher appeared one last time. Guardian, asterisk, it said softly. Watcher. We will continue to observe. To record. To witness the infinite paths you guard. Its form shifted, almost bowing. It has been an honor, Harry Potter. To watch you become what you are. Harry smiled. Thank you. For warning me. For believing in me. He paused, for caring. The Watcher's eyes glistened. Always. It vanished. Harry stood alone, not really alone, never really alone, and looked out at the multiverse. The loved version's garden glowed in the distance. The monster's paradise sent warmth across dimensions. The council's meeting space pulsed with the presence of family. And the paths, infinite paths, stretching before every version of every soul, waited to be walked. Harry raised his hand. Portals opened, not in aggression, not in defense, but in greeting. Golden circles of light, orbiting in calm synchronization around the balcony. Each one led to a different reality. Each one offered connection instead of separation. Each one was an invitation. Come, asterisk they seemed to say. Come and see. Come and connect. Come and love. Asterisk. Harry smiled. Then he turned and went inside, where Strange was waiting and dinner was ready and the family he'd built stretched across infinite dimensions. The guardian of infinite paths. The heart of the multiverse. The boy who had torn reality apart because he wanted someone to care, and found, instead, that someone always had. Asterisk in the cupboard under the stairs, a 4-year-old boy cried himself to sleep, wishing someone would come. Asterisk in the sanctum sanctorum, a 17-year-old guardian stood on a balcony, watching realities flow past, surrounded by love. Asterisk. And somewhere in between, the paths converged, not in destruction, but in connection. Not in chaos, but in peace. Not in ending, but in beginning. Asterisk. Because that's what love does. Asterisk. It begins again, and again, and again, forever. The end.